Ability. Oh, this is Mike was making me crack up. Dog. Oh, what the heck? No, he was over here. But man, I said, why do you have a problem with getting to work, man? Oh my god!
But you woke up late because the male bus drivers always late.
Like, dog, it'd be so bad.
But no, what I'm saying is you woke up and you got here late. No, see what happened was, so I was in traffic and this dude cut me off, and then he came back around and stopped in front of me.
I thought it was a girl driving that phone, but it got one man in there.
Hey, this
right, exactly. That's
man, it's always our fault.
That's so
Shit,
funny.
I was just getting cussed off for DoorDash.
No, man.
DoorDash didn't motherfucking make her order right. She called, what the fuck is you doing? What the fuck?
What up, main thing? I see you, Mary. Y'all hitting them lights, man. Okay, y'all know the deal already. Superfly, see you, man.
Fuck all that crime and shit. I'm gonna say. Pandering, kissing
Nope.
ass, and pick me, and all the little terms.
Right, all that news that was
simping, nigga.
Right. It ain't simping if you got it. I said what I said. Man. Y'all can come up in the box, man. Don't be scared. I just did a little quick little refresh.
I don't know.
And put this thing, put that, what you call it in there? Put some space up. Right.
Bro, you know damn well I'm still driving.
Right, about to hear echoes like crazy.
I heard they about to cancel TikTok or something.
Yeah, they talking about they might sign that if they don't buy it.
That what might happen?
Let it all
If
burn. Burn it
the
all.
president or something like that don't, if he sign it off, they said if they don't, if America don't buy it, we'll see.
We'll see. Create a new one.
Everybody gonna be over there. Clapper.
Clapper.
It still sounds funny.
Gonna be on there.
It's gonna be clapping it up.
It's a porno or some shit. They gonna think that shit is a website.
Right. Gonna be like, boy, this ain't how I thought it would be. Right. They can all find me.
Tweet, man, I tell. Man, we download this Clapper.
Right.
That nigga be tired of Instagram before. He be finding
everything. Ooh, that's a lot of skin right there. Follow.
That nigga got all the lives with the bitches shaking ass.
Oh my!
How do you be finding these accounts? It'd be a random ass account with a whole bunch of letters. Bart Simpson profile pictures and shit. All naked. I seen her
What's
and
the
Mike
deal,
punching
CD?
the. Seen-
Because we ain't talking. Nobody's talking. That's why. I have to mute myself because I'm in the car. Oh, you can't hear Kev though. 'Cause it look like Kev talking, but I can't hear him either. I see what you're saying.
Nah, yeah, I'm over here. I'm talking to my cousins. I'm not. I just got to mute it.
Shit on there, I remember that. I'm echoing. I can't even say shit. You just said.
Dang, about to get me demonetized, man.
Shit. I mean, shit. I gotta get used to TikTok, bro.
All right.
I forgot last time.
That's why I'm muted, because y'all was going berserk. Y'all like, dang, I ain't trying to get in.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no.
That bitch had the fattest.
So, for real.
Okay.
So what you doing? You just waiting on
When
people
did
to
you
get
be
in
able
here?
to come in panels? It looks so funny to me. I was used to Kai, though, because Kai came in here when I had finally together.
I'm here now.
I mean,
It's old news.
I'm back. Look at that.
Couple chopsticks, couple Pro Tools.
Hey.
Push it
KJ
backwards.
Official over there. Franco Votto. They got the mic, the ring
he's supposed to
light.
call me this time.
That nigga got mic on two sides, boy. That nigga is sweet. Catch the parts.
Surround sound.
That nigga cold.
So you got all the equipment. We about to record on your lobby.
Facts. You better hit the.
Y'all about to drop bars?
Man,
Oh, shit.
are we?
Oh shit.
They go, this ain't about dependent and something.
Oh, you want me to drop some bars about dependent and reliant?
Y'all depending on me. For
real.
Rely on these balls. They ain't gonna fall.
She relied on this. Why I depend on her walls?
They get demonetized.
For real.
It's like they ain't even get that far, bro. Sexual explicit.
I told her it's a want and a need that I need her jaws.
Damn, it's the wrong account, bro.
My boy deleted it all. He said I'm in Atlanta now.
Nigga, I was in Atlanta when I was
right.
I'm on my way to Atlanta right now.
Just let it ride. My bad.
Hey, the A lit.
My bad.
The A expensive.
What's your joke, man? My bad.
What happened to him?
I mean, yeah, the A is expensive, but at the same time, it's so much more money down there.
The A is expensive.
That's what I told her. The A is expensive. Wait.
Whoa.
Take it back.
What you identified? It's like...
He said that's what she said.
That's funny.
You talking about this A expensive? What?
That wasn't cool.
Is it now?
Oh, really?
Since 2024.
For real. What happened to it? You had two females that used to get up on here. Name. I think her name was like Bo Cup or something like that. Or Bo Coop.
We had a couple little cold things on there.
That's what I'm saying. I had to go follow her. You want a dog? You want a puppy?
That's funny as hell, bro.
You want this dinero?
For real.
I got the breed part.
So I see you over there speaking all conscious. I see you are nice and intellectual.
Smart, you loyal.
Right.
That's funny as hell.
You know, you got a nice head on your shoulders.
What you about with it?
Right, let me corrupt it.
Bitch, damn. She slapped the shit out of bro. On some gay shit? What the fuck?
Oh, man. I don't know what you said.
I'm getting caught up. Oh, you can't say that, my bad.
This is real educational.
On some uneven shit. I mean, uneven stuff.
For educational purposes! I gotta say that. He made it!
Hey, man, say, man, I don't play, man. That chopper ain't talking about that K, man.
Let me tell you about this world that we living in. White man kill a black man, acquitted for the sentencing. Fight the power of color, but we killing each other. Please don't get it misconstrued.
The K word.
What?
Said everything.
So what they do? They come kick.
Alive, not K. The K word.
I think that you should.
Here, let me give you these headsets.
Dang, you got them on.
Let me hear what it is.
Duh.
I think that's in my head, bro. She just being honest.
Don't squeak.
She a Future fan. What she talking about? She just being honest. When you say you being honest, that means you're lying. That means you're a liar. I'm just always honest. Who say that? Oh, that's right. 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 Age, sex, location. That's what type of time we on. You remember we used to do that? ASL. Y'all used to do that in the chat rooms, like on Crush Spot and stuff. ASL, age, sex, location. Black Planet. These young people are old people.
They should be in there.
We're a little older. We still young
See
though.
if I can hear myself. Oops. Yeah. They gonna be hear y'all twice then, probably.
So, what are your thoughts on?
Who all in here, man? There's only 7 people up there. Bye. That's cool.
Uh,
What's the deal, Perkins? Watch out for the percolator.
would you rather have one hand or one foot?
Uh,
One hand.
I'm trying to think. Right?
That's kind of
Maybe
tough, low key.
I say one.
'Cause my walk gonna be fucked up, or me grabbing shit gonna be fucked up.
Bro, I'd rather have a leg like a foot, because I can still
At least
grab
you be able
something
to
with my
run.
toe.
At least you be able to run though.
You feel me? I can run, jump.
You get up out of dodge. When a dog come, you done for.
Shit, your legs gonna be so strong.
You gotta have one leg hopping. You gotta have a major hop then
Oh no,
to get up out of dodge.
That's why I said I'd rather have one other
Yeah, I'd
leg.
rather have one arm. Choke that bitch.
Damn, the whole arm. Hold on.
Yeah, one whole arm.
I thought he said hand.
Oh, hand. I thought he said arm. What the? You said hand or arm?
He didn't grind it
I
up
said,
like to the
yeah,
shoulder. Cause shoot, with the nub, you can still get it in. That could really be the kickstand. Ugh. Like,
Mm-hmm. What's the deal, Cake? Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. I remember you.
You had to say, what's a man named Joan Samuels? Or
Yeah, you remember him. Yeah, you remember.
oh, Kevin Samuels.
what was the name?
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, his slim hair self, wearing them suits.
Mm-hmm.
You remember me? I don't remember you.
Yeah, I remember you, Cake.
They all do.
Yeah, I know.
I don't
Anyways,
know.
Juan, is there an issue?
Let me
My
let me
bad. I
do
thought he
some
wanted to smoke. My
investigating.
bad. My bad. I thought he wanted to smoke. My bad.
No, let me do some investigating first.
Oh, okay. I ain't want nothing.
Kev always being sarcastic. Nah.
D. Perkins.
Get off his D Perkins.
What is a D. Perkins? What is that?
Well, I
can't
wish
say
he
it on
said it was
TikTok.
funny though.
I can't say it on TikTok.
Stand for DP.
I don't even want to hear no more after
Why you
that.
got chilies? Is this hot? Hot and spicy?
DP.
Burning, maybe?
Nah, you pushing it now.
You the one with the chilies next to D. Perkins. I'm trying to understand what the chilies is for.
I could be spicy if I wanted to.
What's the deal with the cake since you got so much to say?
Because I got it on my back. Next question.
Gosh, quit it.
Front and back
Quit it.
in
They
that
be the
order.
flattest ones talking about some cake and stuff.
I ain't never seen a flat booty girl.
More like
Called
pancake.
cake.
I've seen some big girls with a flat booty before.
I
That should be
said
something.
girls that call themselves cake.
Oh, definitely.
They still do it.
Never seen a flat booty cake.
Oh, pure beauty, you got me. I go to bed soon.
It's one of them cakes you make too much noise, they get flat.
What you said? Smoking hot D.
For real.
Oh man, hilarious.
Oh, they didn't kick me off. I done got demonetized.
You did? You didn't get demonetized. I think you just booted out right. Because I would have got a warning that said, he kick him out the box. He said some words. He said, I got 0 cakes. That mean you got a big chest then. It used to be like that, you know.
Not necessarily.
I don't know. It might
Money
just
for
be a
Why you
whole.
begging
Right.
for
He
flapjacks?
said
It don't matter. Flapjacks. Oh, you want to?
she said she
Man, they walk around them flapjacks.
cardboard. Walk.
You
Cake,
better.
man, Cake.
What?
Put your camera on,
You put
please.
your camera on. I'm put mine on.
All right, come on.
There's nothing wrong with
Come on.
flapjacks.
Well, I don't
Let's,
got flapjacks.
come on. Let's see. Let's see them cakes. Let's see them cakes.
You
I'm
talking
talking
big
big
shit.
shit.
The girls with no cake always have a pretty face.
That's not
Yeah.
true.
Cause
No.
it's big old booty.
Not true.
Bitch
Bitch
be
be
all
already
fucked
fucked
up.
up.
Okay,
What y'all
give
talking
it,
about?
You know, just about to make all the money.
give
Don't
it to
gotta be fine.
No.
No. Not
Look at that
true.
one. I thought you was gonna look like Superfly, but you
I'm
lying
about to
now.
write you a letter.
Y'all, hey, y'all probably gotta do that downstairs then, cause that's not echoing.
Hey, you kicking us out your room, bro?
Mm-hmm. So we can get it.
Wah, 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 wah.
So I can't even heard that echo. That's because we all three of us in the same room. That's
I
why.
thought we were cousins, bro. Shit. What the fuck?
Not skit say no talking shit.
Y'all
But
are in the
nah,
same
it's
Slide
room.
anyway.
no, I ain't.
No,
No, hell
hell
no.
no.
You
Huh?
just kicked us out, Brody.
What the heck, y'all like? Y'all can't go downstairs. He talking.
Yeah, downstairs and out the door. That's what you did.
Facts, bro.
No,
Funny as hell.
I'm trying to get us all in here.
No, you trying to get us all out of here.
Oh boy.
Wah, wah, wah.
I'm about to go
Wah.
outside and talk cake.
Come on, Cakes, where you at, G?
Yeah, lady, yeah, word.
Be,
Be
It's alright.
accountable.
You got it. I'm gonna let
this
you
is
have it.
be.
Be accountable for your
You
words.
got it this time. I'm gonna let you have it. You can turn
Oh,
your
I see.
camera
Look,
off.
she copy please.
I can't win them all.
She copy please.
That's okay.
It's all good. You got your bonnet on?
Somebody be blushing.
I don't even got none on my head right now. I can't even
You got
find
the
nobody.
muumuu?
So you got it.
Damn.
Muumuu or nothing?
You said what?
You got the muumuu on or nothing?
That muumuu, not the Walmart muumuu, an African muumuu, like a true muumuu. That's what I
Like
have on. With the
Move
true
on.
African
muumuu?
print, that's a real muumuu.
Straight up.
Got the move on.
I'm being serious. I don't know that. I'm about to punch the bag then since
We don't
KJ
want to
want to
see
kick niggas
you.
out.
We don't want to see you
No, we don't want to see
punch that
you.
big bag.
You can't talk no more, man. You ain't put your camera on.
One, shut up. You hear me talking though.
KJ muted. Say
But
no.
you hear me though.
Say no.
Catch a
Fuck her.
Mm.
your
Fuck
bed.
it.
Wait my car keys.
Man, what you chopping wood? The fuck?
What the hell?
Boys gotta match the looks. Ooh, somebody done left already. They got scared. They said I ain't trying. I walked away and she gone already. Scared the cakes up out of her. Yeah, those my two cousins that's on the top. Y'all seen my cousin on the right before Juan, and my cousin on the left. He usually be in the chat, but now you got enough followers to be in
He done bust up.
Oh, fire.
Back then they didn't want me. I wasn't really looking. I ain't gonna lie. I got all my shit. What's the topic, KJ?
You ready?
What y'all down here running the motherfucking? Never mind. I ain't gonna blow up y'all spot, but y'all got it looking sweet as hell down here.
Oh, man.
If something missing, tell Unc I'm sorry.
It's oh my. People is coming in now.
People getting skewed now.
Man, thank you for having me. Thank you for
What's the
having
deal?
me.
What's the
You
deal,
welcome.
man?
Man, I'm gonna give you the dip.
Pure,
Uh-oh.
come on up, man. I ain't seen you in a while, man. I gotta check on my kids.
Go
Check on
check on
my
your
children.
kids. Mine's grown. I ain't gotta check on mine. Mine's grown.
That's cool, though. That's cool. I gotta make sure I'm being a good father around here.
Can man, good fathers are the best. Can I hit your points though?
I know. What you got?
What are things you can't live without and why? Well, let me tell you real quick. I'm an older woman. I don't know how you are. I don't know how old you are. But I done been through some things. So I will tell you real quick
Everybody been through some
what I
things.
can't live without. Yeah, everybody's been through some things, but I done been through some things at my
Oh
age.
my
So
gosh.
I probably done been through
Find your
more
shit.
than you. So, what?
Hey, KJ, we out, bro.
Check y'all out.
I think.
Don't leave me. Mike said he had to go to work.
You about to go to work?
Yeah, he said he about to go to work.
That's a good thing. Go to work.
Yeah, I gotta work at 7 in the morning.
Uh,
But I'm off tomorrow.
Shit, that's what women want.
mm-hmm.
Women want men that work. Go to work.
All right, for sure, man.
I'm on you.
Yep.
Go and do your thing. Make your money. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all.
You did. I
Yeah,
see no
feel it.
something. I see no something.
Saying, what are the things
You did.
you can't live without and why?
All right, boy.
Well,
You out here.
you let
All
me
right.
know when I can
I
go.
hit my
Go
line.
ahead.
What I can't live without? Well, you know what? I've lived through a lot, a whole lot. So what I can't live without now is a man that can take care of his own,
Wait, what?
and I
Ah,
can't
we
live
was
with.
just.
I can't. I'm just saying, I can't live
We was
without a
just talking
man that
about
can't
that,
take care
bro.
of his
That's.
own.
Yeah.
Now I don't need him to take care of mine.
I can't live without a man that. How does that work?
Take care of
I
his
can't live
own.
with.
Take care of himself. I don't need no man that's gonna rely on me like a third child. I got two. I don't need no man that's gonna rely on me like a third child.
But
I take care of my
but
two.
but
Why is that
what
big
that
deal
have
though?
to do with you? What you don't need? I mean, what you need? What you can't live without?
But man,
It says, what are things you can't live
Can't live
without?
without, right? Exactly. But what that have to do with
I
another
guess I
man?
guess I guess I kind of got that
So you
misconstrued.
had
I'm
something deep in
sorry,
your heart somewhere you had to bring out, huh?
man.
Feel
I'm
it?
tired. You know
Feel
what?
I
it?
felt
I
I
gotta
felt
be
like we was
dealing with
being
those
attacked earlier.
downright
She had to
delusional
let that
depths
out
of
somewhere. She like, I'm gonna
pain.
figure a way to let this out.
Man, I let it out right there. I misread that, and I'm wholeheartedly apologetic. Let me take that back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean it? Don't take it back. You meant it.
No, I mean I meant it, but I
I
didn't
know,
mean it
so don't take
for
it
that
back.
question.
Right,
I
right,
meant
right,
it, but I
right.
didn't mean it for that
You
question.
could
So I'm gonna take
say
it back for that question.
said that question. I'm gonna find a question and put it in though. One of these questions
Yeah.
gonna get
What are the
it.
wants that people make needs nowadays and explain why? You know what? I think that a lot of people these days they make everything their needs and they wants. They make
You
them they group them and make them all the same thing.
you got an example?
And well, I mean, I just think it's like I was watching a video the other day, and it just kind of like shocked me where this guy got an email talking about the light bill wasn't paid, and he talked to his girl, and you could hear his girl talking about, no, that money you gave me last week, that wasn't for no light bill, that was for my hair and nails. If you wanted the light bill paid, you should have paid it.
Mm.
Facts, yeah.
But it's kind of
I ain't
like,
got time to be paying no 2 light bills.
you know what? It's kind of like if you want to like, hold on now. Now I'll tell you real quick right now. Women are this day and age. Women are just nasty. They nasty
Hold
with
on.
it. I'll
Oh
be
yeah.
honest. They didn't grow up the way I grew up. They nasty with it. This man done gave you money for the light bill, and you told him that you needed your hair and nails done, but he gave you money for the light bill. But instead of paying the light bill, you ain't got your hair and nails done, and he get an email about your lights finna get cut off. And you tell him, well, I told you I wanted my hair and nails done. Well, bitch, I told you. You should have got a job.
What's going on?
I mean, I'm just
Ah,
saying, like, I see it from a male's point of view, and I see it from a non-working ghetto ratchet woman's point of view.
Why?
I
Why is
think,
it gotta
Hey,
be?
let me elaborate on that
I'm
real
just saying,
quick.
I'm just saying,
Why?
you
No,
know.
no, no. But why is it gotta be
Let me
that though? Like,
elaborate.
why is it gotta be man and woman? I'm confused.
Well, it don't have to be man and woman, but that's the type of relationships that I'm in, man and woman. If you want to be woman on woman, man on man, I ain't got no
yeah.
problem with that. I'm just
Auntie,
speaking
what
on
you
what I
sipping
know.
on
I'm
though?
speaking on what I know. Shit, I'm she and her.
said mod me.
Uh, okay.
Don't come at me for
But just
speaking
to
on a man and
elaborate on
woman's
that,
I see
see
you
the
relationship.
every
problem.
1 month. Come on, mod me.
That's all I know. He and she relationship.
Please, mater, please.
Mod me,
See,
wife me.
I'm
One
gonna
of the
elaborate
one
on
of
that because it's not
the.
the problem that a woman asked for
Give
the
me a
money
couple
and did
days.
something
I
else
might
with
think
it.
about that other one.
It's the whole thing that women. Well, let me not say women. The woman that you just described, she probably not doing what it takes because any man that's her man and she's treating like her man wouldn't have no problem with that. He shouldn't have no problem with that if she's calling him her man. You feel me?
And I think
Hmm
at the end of the
That's what's
day, it's
wrong with
her.
people. That's what's wrong with women today. And I'm gonna give you that right now. She needs her hair and nails done. He gave her light bill money. So she took that and got her nails and hair done when he said this is for the light bill. But now
And
you
all she
making
gotta do is go
excuses
cook
for
dinner.
her because she in a relationship with him that money should have went to her hair and nails and not the
Well, I
damn
mean,
light bill.
that's
Now
just
somebody ain't got
immaturity,
their
though. We all know
priorities
as a
straight.
mature person, yeah, that's just being
Oh yeah,
immature.
definitely priorities.
Oh, honey, because let me tell you, I just went the other day and spent what? I spent $110 on my fucking nails. But
Yeah,
guess
nails
what?
kind of expensive, man.
But guess what? My light bill was paid, my water bill was paid, my car note was paid, my insurance was paid, my alarm bill was paid, my kids' tuition was paid. All that was paid before I got my nails done. And that's just what I'm saying. Like, priorities are priorities. And he's giving you a certain amount of money, and he's telling you it's for the light bill, but you telling him my nails and hair's got to be done, but he's like, here's the money for the light bill, and you choose to use the light bill money on your hair and nails, and then you got something to say to this man. Well, but what are you doing at the end of the day to add to the funds of the house? You sitting on your ass and not doing nothing? That's what I want to know.
Mm. All right, so real quick, I gotta get some more people up in here real quick.
Whatever it's talking
So
about is
Don't drop. Please don't drop me. I
I'm not about
always
to
get
drop you,
dropped.
man. I'm just trying to spread the flow,
Man,
make
I
sure
get
everybody
dropped
ain't
because people
sleep.
don't like the way I talk.
Hey, you cool?
People
You
feel
doing your
like my
thing, too. We
honesty.
gonna let that rock. You doing your thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. No problem. So matter of fact, I'm gonna start off with my cousins. Let me go ahead and get them going real quick. So I ain't gonna say
Superfly
your
says
real
they
name,
gonna be
but the
nice,
Nero
but I know
breed.
that's a lie.
You know the
Nah,
difference
you can
between
go
the.
ahead and say my. You can say my real name.
Oh, okay. All right, Mike. Depending versus relying. You know the difference. Do you know the
They
difference
going
between?
government.
See, I was like I was saying earlier. Like when you depending on somebody, that means they became a crutch for you. That means
Mm-hmm.
you absolutely depending on them. If you ain't got nothing else going, you know that you depending on them because they all you got. But when you
You're right.
rely on somebody, I look at relying as in like, you know what? I told you to do this, you didn't do it. I had trust and faith in you that you was gonna do it. I don't absolutely need you to do it. I wanted you to do it, or I had trust and faith in you to do it, and you
Mm-hmm.
let me down. Now, if I was depending on you to do it, and for example, like a ride, let's say I didn't have no car, and I was depending on you to get me to work. Shit, without you, I mean, let me not say that. Shoot, if you
I'm
don't come
gonna
get me, I
say
can't get to
that.
work.
That's what you meant.
No,
Hold on real
I
quick,
ain't
y'all.
trying
Let
to
them finish real
get
quick.
kicked out.
No,
But
you
no,
good. You good.
that's
They
pretty
don't get
much
you on that
what.
word. No, you good.
All right,
What you were
cool,
saying though?
cool. So pretty much like I was saying, like, depending on somebody to get you to work, you ain't got no other ride. But
Mm-hmm.
I was relying on you to get me to work for the day. I feel like, you can get up and go get in your own car. You just wanted them to do it. You had trust and faith, or, you just needed them for that moment, or
Right.
you wanted them for that moment. You don't absolutely need them. Let me say that. There you go.
Exactly.
That's what I interpret it as.
Yeah,
So
I think that's what
that,
I'm trying to get out of it too.
can I say something?
What you got?
I think that's a horse of a whole different color. And if you don't get that, then you just don't get that. But it's like you rely on somebody to do something is one. Relying on somebody to do something is one thing. That's one thing. You relying on them to do that with what they got, and you just hoping that they come through. But when you give somebody the money and you say, "Hey, this is for this. This is what this is for," but they got other plans, then that's in their own head. You gave them the money. You relying on them to put it in the right place. Be like, oh, I need my hair and nails done. They ain't thinking about living at home and needing lights for you and them and maybe some kids. They ain't thinking about their priorities ain't in the right place. So you can rely on people, but then you can give people money and hope they spend it the right way. It's two different things.
I think that's kind of what he said already. No, but Frog, go ahead. I think I
Well,
invited you up because you said lies. What you was talking about?
So in a relationship, first of all, he knew what he had when he got with her. There's no, I mean, if you're in a relationship with somebody, especially to the point where y'all moved into with each other, you knew the person you got with. You knew she was materialistic. You knew she was a gold digger. You knew what her obligations. You knew all of that before you got with this person, or before you decide to stay with this person. Also, you're in a relationship, not in that situation, not in that situation that light there, but a relationship period. You're supposed to want to depend on each other, not rely on each other, more
Hey
depend.
Jay.
I can call my mama to take me to work if I need to get to work. I have a backup. I can call my best friend, but I'm depending on my partner. That's supposed to be the one person I can depend on, not so much as rely on. I mean, it's not so much as a trust. It's more of a partnership. That's it.
Right.
I mean, I get that too. You know, like I
So,
definitely get that too. But you know, our relationships aren't based on things like that. So you know, you know, because you have people going into premature relationships, and you have people just, you know, this one night stand might turn into something else, and just, you know, people start relationships for a lot of different reasons, and it may not always be for the right reason, but you know, at the end of the day,
That
you
is,
still got to
I
be
agree
able
with
to
that.
understand. You still got to be able to understand and see when you're being taken advantage of, you know. And if you don't, then it's going to be a hard life. It's really going to be a hard life if you don't catch the you know, if you don't catch the red flags.
Yeah, but some people like that. People don't necessarily call it taking advantage
Fury,
of
you
them.
gotta mute up when you get done talking because your stuff be too
I
loud.
got you. I
Oh, my bad. I thought it was. I was just on mute. My bad.
Not you.
But
No, you talk. You the one talking. I was saying that it was her background. You good?
uh, no, I mean, but some people want that you know that you're using them. Will tell you that every 2 weeks, like clockwork, I'm gonna make sure your hair and your nails is done. If he gave that to her or had her every 2 weeks like clockwork, and she requires that in her relationship, for you to say that that person needs to stop and settle and everything, when this going into the relationship, this person knew that, and they knew they obligate,
Right.
I mean, they priorities and everything was messed up and jacked up and stuff. So I mean, I feel like, you know, you get what you get.
Mm-hmm.
But to elaborate on that, I also think it comes down to people knowing their purpose. Because, like, for a man, I'm gonna explain. For a man, when I found out my purpose, that was the only time I became able to truly love a woman and give her what she needs, because I know that my purpose is to provide and create generational wealth. So with that being said, I was able to understand that, okay, this is how you properly court a woman. This is what you give to your woman, because at the end of the day, I have a daughter. And this is how I would want my daughter to be treated. This is how I want my mother to be treated. So by me knowing my end game and everything that I'm going for, I think it's just only right for a man to eventually get to the point where you have to treat her like a queen. And that is a part of being a queen. It don't have to be expensive. You don't gotta go get no $110 nails. You ain't gotta do that. No shots at you, but I'm just saying, you ain't gotta go do that. How about
Okay.
you put your feet up here and I learn how to paint your nails? Or how about, we just come together as a team? Shoot, you might know somebody in the hood that can do it, or somebody out here that can take care of it for you, but at the end of the day, we still working together. So
Can I
each
say
person needs to know
something to
their
that?
purpose. Go ahead.
What you want to
You
say
ain't
now, Pure?
you ain't lying. No, I'm just saying he ain't lying. He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. He's preaching like nobody else can preach. He's preaching.
Yeah, he doing his stuff. Just out here.
Yeah, man, he's doing his damn
He
thing,
got the
and
chat down there shaking and stuff.
you know what? I ain't got nothing against it. And when I said I spent $100 something on my nails, let me tell you.
See,
why
this is
I
what
spent
happened when you keep him in the chat for too long. He said, "Okay, I'm in the box. Now let me."
No, I'm just saying. I spent $100 something on my nails because my niece started working at this new place, and all she gets is commission. And she gave me the family discount where all I paid was for the product. It was like less than $50. But she wasn't making no money. And, you know, I'm all here about supporting my family. So
But
I
look,
gave
that's
her...
not no problem. That's not no
what
problem.
I'm
You ain't gotta
saying
go
is...
into explaining all that.
No, but what I'm
Because
saying
whatever
is
you paid
when
is
I
what you paid.
$110 nails, hey, I ain't spending $110 on no nails. I'm not doing that. But they charged me the $50, and I gave her $60 for her work because she was giving up her commission. I was like, well, I'm not gonna have my niece go out like that, so I paid her more than what the visit was worth.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say $110 nails, that's what I'm talking about. You know, I'm still supporting somebody. Like,
Yeah. So let me.
you know,
And I got you. But you ain't
that's all
got
I'm
to explain
saying.
that. I was just saying that because you know whatever your bracket is, like I said, it don't gotta be expensive. You gotta work towards that. Like shoot, back then I was buying Air Force Ones. Now I can go buy some Louis. I can go buy this, but I had to work towards it. I had to work
Can
my way up. So if you got a girl that's down, or you got a partner that's down, that's willing to be like, hey, baby, we can't get it right now. We might have to eat hot dogs on Monday, but shoot, next Monday
Right.
we eating steaks and potatoes. You feel me?
can
But
can I
that's why I
ask you
say y'all gotta
something?
have both of y'all
Can I
purposes figured out.
can I
No,
ask
Pure.
you
No,
something?
because there's more people on this panel. I know you about to. Y'all can do this back and forth all day. Let's do it.
No,
Let
I was
let let
just
him
gonna
ride. Let
ask
him
him.
ride.
I was just gonna ask him what blueies are. That's all.
What?
Whatever he said, blueies.
Ooh.
Did he say blueies, or did I
Louis
misinterpret what he
Vuitton
said?
shoes. Louis
Oh,
Vuitton
Louis.
shoes.
Oh, Louis. Okay, that's why I was
Ah,
asking
man.
Louis.
So
He
real
said
quick.
Air Force One. I thought he said Air Force Ones, and then I thought he said Blueies. He
Nah.
said Louis.
Yeah,
Okay,
Louis.
red
Yep.
bottom heels. Okay.
Yeah. So real quick, I'm gonna do a little mod.
That's
That's the reason why one of my mods turned the chat off real quick. If y'all can tap the screen, give me the 5K real quick, and she'll turn the comments back on. And then also, if y'all know how to share, just hold y'all finger where my box is at. I hate saying that part because this don't sound right, but hold your finger where the box is at, and you'll see a list of
that's what
friends and
she
just share it out,
said.
and stuff. Also, Pure mute up real quick because I can't even hear. And then I think I'm good on that part though. So I'm gonna spread the flow out a little bit because a few people haven't said anything yet. So I want everybody to chime in. Dang, she just kicked her own self out. That's crazy. All right, D Park, what's the deal, man? What you got for us, man? Do you agree with the definitions you was hearing with the dependent versus relying, or how you look at it? What's an example?
Depending or relying on somebody, you can't rely on everybody for everything, and depending on them, you can depend on people if you can trust them enough. It has to be that trust issue. To actually do all that. That's my opinion on that. So
All right. Okay, we can do that real quick then, because I'm gonna go to the next. So, Pure Beauty, what's the deal? What's up, man? What my I'll make sure I give you that child support soon.
Yeah, you need to hurry up because you missed your child's birthday.
So, how you feel about the difference between dependent and relying? I think you would have seen the definition that I seen too, though. So, You got an example of those too?
Yeah, depending
Oh
on
my,
successful.
your
Relying
background
is
loud.
having the confidence and trust in somebody to help create the success,
Mm,
create it to be successful or create it to operate, right? So
mm,
you you rely on your car to get you to work, but
mm-hmm,
it's not the only means, right? But you do depend on that engine to make the car work. So it's the difference between the importance of that's the wrong way of phrasing it, but the one word basically weighs more in the successfulness of whatever we're talking about. So the dependence that you have on your spouse to do what they're supposed to do is going to create as I guess the best way to say it is how your cousin said it. If he if I'm relying on him to help lead us, and he says, well, we're gonna eat hot dogs for the next week, but we're gonna live better, that's relying. But depending on it to work, it has to do with the conjunction of both of us making it work.
mm. Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay. Uh, cuz wine. I got two cousins in here. I'm about to say cuz
And your
wine.
son wants
It is.
a birthday gift for his
Huh?
birthday. Your son wants a birthday gift for
I
his
got you
birthday.
for sure, man. I got
It
your birthday
is.
gift too soon, though. You know, you feel
Uh-oh.
me?
Uh-oh. No, to me, I honestly, I get what y'all saying, but I think they really basically the same. Like they just like synonyms because you depend on the engine to start, but you rely on that engine starting to get to work. So I think you could kind of always phrase rely and depend kind of in the same way. I'm sure like the first synonym of each other is probably the other one. So yeah,
Well,
that's
that's
that.
for rely. You're correct. So for rely is to depend on something with full trust and confidence.
To rely on something is to depend on it with full trust and confidence.
Mm,
Right. So it's literally the word is in the
That's correct.
definition.
that's
And
interesting.
then
Huh.
from what he just said, it sounds like rely would be stronger because you dependent with full trust and confidence.
And then depend is be controlled or determined by.
Right. And then if you look at the synonym, the first one probably gonna be rely. Damn near.
There got to be something behind it. Yeah, we about to crack a code
But
on this
but
one. Be
hey,
controlled
but
or
you see,
so I think
for
depend is a little
depend,
worse though.
it said, yeah, control it. What? Go ahead, repeat that one more time.
To be
It
controlled or
is.
determined by.
Yeah.
Right, to be
So
determined
so
by. Now
so
you see
rely
what
would
I
be to
said
be
when I was like, go ahead.
no, you can finish.
Oh no, but you see when I was like, so basically when I depend on you, that's basically like me saying,
You
shoot, if
said
you don't do it, I have no other way of
Mm-hmm.
doing it. And then
Yeah.
when I said rely, it's like I had said that you put trust in, like I have confidence in you doing it, but you're not determined by it.
Right.
That's what I was saying.
So relying is above depending, basically.
I wouldn't say that though. I wouldn't say. I think it's more of
Because depending,
that's
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying because
No,
depend
because
is in the
depending
rely.
definition
and
of
rely.
rely. So it's
Like
like you
relying, you're
depending on
depending
it.
on somebody.
Yeah, I think rely got to do, and then I see why they tie in. I think the rely is more of the trust behind the dependence. It don't mean you like dependent is like you're really doing it. So basically, okay, because I think I kind of get it now that we read the definitions and stuff. So dependent is like flat out that you cannot function without it. So the rely part is more of the hope or like the faith of that you can
That it
trust,
worked.
or you know what
That
I'm
it
saying?
actually worked.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's not actually. Yeah, so I think actually dependent is worse than not worse. Well, I think it is. I don't like to say worse, but it's more of deeper than rely. I'm gonna say because
Yeah,
one of them is
I'm
like a
relying
belief.
on
Like
you
one
to
of them a
pay the.
belief. I believe that I could depend on you type situation. The other one like I need to depend on you type
Yeah, I'm
whatever.
relying on you to pay the light bills
Yeah,
because I'm dependent upon my lights when I get home to function.
yeah. Something like some little bit something
But you're
like that. I
relying
say.
on your lights to see too,
Well,
though.
well,
You
no,
still
because
relying
you're
on your lights to
relying.
see in the dark.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you
relying
still
on that
relying on
person
your
to pay
lights
the
to
light
see.
bill.
Yeah.
So that means you're depending on him because you trust him to pay the light bill.
I think we
I'm
going
just
too
saying,
deep, y'all.
I get that. I was just trying to give him an example of what he's saying because I get what he's saying. You're putting your trust in whoever you're relying on, but I'm also putting my dependence in my dependence and my functionality upon whatever it is I'm relying you to do, which is the depending part.
Mm. Mm. Okay. So
Yeah.
I think Superfly, you next thing. I think you already basically said it already though. I can go to King after that if you already
Yeah,
good. Huh?
yeah, I'm good. I'm driving, so I don't want y'all to hear the echo and shit. So
Oh,
I'm good.
oh. All right, for sure. All right, my brother King in the building, man. What you got for us, man? What's your input on that? The dependent versus relying.
What up?
What
Dude?
up, man?
So I'm loving listening to people's dialogues about dependent versus relying. There is a slight difference. They're interchangeable depending on what you're dealing with, who you're talking to, where you from. So they're going to be interchangeable as far as similarities and definitions. One thing about depending lends to the idea that you're vulnerable and you lack self-sufficiency.
Mm.
You know, you need this. If this doesn't happen, then I'm without. So you
Exactly.
depend on. It's like a newborn child, right? A newborn child depends on a parent. They don't rely on the parent. They depend on that parent for life.
I
When
knew you
you
were gonna come with
rely on
something.
something,
I
you're putting trust in something because of your past experiences or because it's been proven before. So that's why you trust it. You sit on a swing in the playground because you trust, based on what you've seen in your past, that those chains are strong enough. You're not dependent upon them, but you're trusting in it. So when you proceed with it, you're going based on the fact that I'm gonna swing and I'm gonna make it. What you don't rely on is the fragility of it because it's rusted out. So I hope that makes sense. Is that when I get on the swing, my self-sufficiency is not built on whether that chain holds up or not. I'm just relying on it to be
I
I
able
get you.
think
to help me
I think
enjoy
we. My
my
bad.
time.
I think that's how we have shaped those words and how we use them. Like he started off saying, it depends on like where you from and the way it's used.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have changed kind of the connotation of like depend and rely. But I
That's a fact. We have changed. We've taken words and made them fit within our prerogative or our world because we didn't understand it when we did that. So we're always redefining things to fit our narratives all the time. And the reality is your best life lived is by going back to the definition and seeing what it actually means and trying to live by the definition. And when you think about dependency, we go through when we talk about your life developing, you go from dependent to independent to interdependent when you connect with somebody that you love. When you don't follow that process, you're going to always find yourself depending on something that someone does
what's that
to
way of the
make you happy.
superior man?
I think I figured it out. If I depend, or if I rely on my daughter to take out the trash, and I know my daughter is going to take out the trash, I know she's going to do it. So that means the action of it is me depending on her to take out the trash. Right? That's the action. But me relying is me knowing she's going to do it. Does that make sense? Because relying is the whole situation. Like, I'm relying on her to do it. I know she's going to do it. Let's go.
I kind of agree with it to a degree. In my mind, when you depend on something, if what I'm depending on don't happen, it won't happen at all. But if I'm relying on it, the beauty of it is that if you don't do it, then it's gonna happen anyway because I'm gonna make it happen.
I get
So
it.
the daughter,
That's what I
even
said.
though
I
she
think I
don't
get
take
it
out
though.
the
We about to
trash,
get somewhere tonight with this one.
if the daughter doesn't take out the trash, it don't mean the trash won't get taken out.
Definition though, that's just the way we use it now.
That's the way we do it now too. That's why I so twisted up. That's why I want to really see what this stuff really mean. So yeah, it's from this point it's an open panel, and then otherwise once everybody get done, whatever they feel on this situation, then we can go back to question number one. Oh, AJ, go ahead, AJ. I think you first.
I'll make it simple and quick. Basically, just as I did further research, trying to figure out what the difference was, and then just went in and just did like the individual words and their definition. So basically, on something is basically to have faith or have confidence that something's going to work out. Dependent portion of it is just you need that in order to function. So you may depend on your job to pay your bills, right? You need the money source from your job to pay your bills. In the your job, okay, well, I may rely on my support system. I may rely on my partner. I may rely on my family members. So that's the difference for those of y'all that are still a little lost. I know I was for a minute, but I had to do some further research. But like I said, I'll keep it short, sweet, and to the point. Go ahead and mute and then let y'all get back to it. But before I do, if y'all can, please tap the screen if you're in the comments. Tap the screen. Share the live out. There's only been 3 lives. There are 3 shares, and that's crazy. And one of them's from me. If you're in the boxes, I also need you to tap the screen and share the live. How to share? You can either hit the share button or you can. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I see it. So yeah, if y'all can just tap the screen, share out the live. Let's get these likes up. Let's get it up to 10K. I really don't like having to turn the comments off on y'all, but typically that's usually what happens when I mostly either see just moderators that are constantly liking the live, which means other people are sitting here, they ain't liking, or y'all just sitting here not doing nothing, even though it's been asked a couple times. Real quick, if you are new here, please make sure you go check out Kev's page, go subscribe to him on YouTube. It's where you're going to get the background on a lot of these lives that we've had previously. You can get further context and go a little bit more in depth in the conversations that we do have in here. Please remember to stay respectful in this live at all times. We can agree to disagree. It is not that big of a deal. If you cannot do so, please understand I'm a flight attendant. There's a few other flight attendants. We will send you anywhere you want to be. Just ain't got to be here. In the event this live becomes a little too much for you, or you just ain't feeling it, or whatever it is, feel free to hit the X in the top right corner. The only thing I ask is that you keep your arms and legs alive at all times. That's about it. But other than that, thanks for flying, laugh, and learn, Kev. Let's get back to the topic. I think we doing an open panel right now, and I'm gonna go ahead and mute.
Hey, one more.
Appreciate you.
Spoken like a
One
true
more time.
professional.
Where's the share?
What'd you say, Juan?
That what I thought was share was sent to. So where is share?
So this is another one you can do. Just hold your man. I don't want to hold your finger where my side of the box is at, and it's gonna be do it for like 2 seconds, and you'll see a list of friends pop up. Then you can share it that way.
Where?
I knew it was gonna take you. I cannot take.
Say that again. Okay.
Hold your finger where my box is at.
Right.
A list of, and then hold it for like 2 seconds over there, and then you'll see a list of friends pop up. Then you can just hit share. There you go. You got it. There you go. If I see your name down there. Seen Sergi down there. I see all y'all doing it. Okay.
Yeah, I put it on Twitter. Well, X.
Hey, they can do that too. There you go. That's another way to do it. Twitter. We gonna make it happen. 21 people up in here. We can get this going. If y'all can give me the 10K, then y'all can take another break from the tapping.
Okay,
They all free. I don't ask for that. I don't ask for no
that's
money for real.
fine.
Man, I need
Let's
to
keep it
get
tapping.
to
I know for a
1,000
fact,
followers.
Juan shared it because he shared it to me. So if y'all can, I need y'all to follow suit with Juan. If you do not know how to share, please say something. It is not that hard. I'd rather you ask a question than you not know. Congratulations, we have hit 101 in shares. That is a first. I've seen the shares outdo the likes. Now let's copy it with the likes. Now let's get it up to the 10K. Let's go. Let's
I'm
go.
sharing and liking. I'm doing the best I can.
Driving,
Man.
I need you to focus on driving. Okay.
You're right,
You're
boy. You
driving.
don't have to
You need to
do
focus
no
on
work
that.
in the
I don't
moment.
need
Just
you liking, sharing, doing nothing.
it's gonna be the last share he
Drive and
do.
get to your destination.
Oh, boy.
Man, I need to show
I'm
my
Everybody
stuck in
face
else
on
is
Atlanta
here.
busy
traffic.
driving.
He said what, Mike?
I need to show my face on here. I think they said I still need like live access or something like that.
Yeah, you need to wait till like
It
1,000.
says the same
Yeah.
for me.
I got
Man,
connects, man. I told you that's how I got Juan hooked up. You feel me? But yeah,
How far away are you from 1,000?
We got
it's
the plug.
shit. No, I only got 406 followers, but these are all official followers of my business. Like I breed
oh yeah.
dogs too, so it's like my dog page. I don't
Mm-hmm.
really be dealing with TikTok too much, but you know, I'll be getting on here for my cuz.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of dogs?
I breed American bullies.
Oh.
Yeah, I go to dog shows. I compete. I got dogs
Okay,
all
that's
along
my
the
favorite
East
dog.
Coast. Come check them out. Tap in, and I'll give you the laugh and learn discount.
All right, that's not funny. All right.
Discount. Okay, I got a question though. I know he your cousin and all, but does that mean I gotta get a bully with a big head? Cause I don't know if
Oh
I can
my
handle
God,
that.
here
I
you
don't know if
go.
I can
Here
handle
you go.
two calves. That's
Yes, all my dogs got big old heads. All of them.
I got a big.
They all
Eh,
come with big heads.
I love
All dealers have
the
big
pit
heads.
bull dogs. I
Whoa,
love them shits. I
whoa,
got the big old
whoa.
rocket.
Come with big heads is wild, bro. Whoa.
They do.
I mean, shit, I'm 6'6", 270. Like, man,
That dog
you know
weighs
what I
almost
mean.
200 pounds
can't
almost.
have no
Depends what
little,
breed it is.
can't have no little dog next to me. I need a 130-pound dog or better.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I'm 6'1". I definitely need a dog, big dog. I can't do no little chihuahua.
I could tell
Smurf.
y'all
What I
I
look
could see
like,
y'all
Angel?
walk
What
around
I
with a
look
little
like?
dog.
All I want to say is that I'm 5'3" on a good day. So I ain't that tall, but don't best
He
believe
said
I
on a
need a dog
good
that's
day.
gonna match my personality, and I'm 10 feet tall. So good luck.
You know what? I got one for you. For real, like tap in because I got a litter getting ready to come up and my dogs tend to sell out fairly quick. Like
Mhm.
my last litter, it was halfway gone before the litter even dropped. So this one I'm
Ooh.
projecting like once I confirm it will probably be gone quick.
It's gonna
But
be
tap
fire.
in, I'll show some love to you. I'll show some love
Dang,
to you.
I
AJ,
got
if
you.
you
I
get
got
this
you.
dog and you carry, you don't gotta worry about nobody picking you up.
Yeah, I know. People be picking me up and doing weird stuff.
You know,
Like I
biting
ain't gotta
them the
worry about
next time
nothing. Cause like the thing is, I have an American. Like I mean, I have a pit bull,
y'all
but she's
almost at
scared of
10K. Y'all
everything.
get to take a break in a minute.
That part. She's scared of everything. So like that don't really help. You know, I love her, but still, she don't look
She
intimidating.
talking about y'all some giants. Yes, baby girl, I'm a big guy.
That's what I'm saying. Need a little help. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna come through. I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah.
Congratulations, y'all got to the 10K. We at 10.1. Thank
Hey,
y'all for the tap.
You're
Take a break.
yes,
welcome.
yes,
You're
yes.
Let's
welcome.
breathe.
You're welcome.
Thank
Oh,
you.
and
You're
also,
welcome.
I'm gonna tell you one more time, Superfly, bruh. I need you
Boy, I
to
can't wait till
focus on the
Superfly get out that
driving.
car, boy. That junk.
I need him to focus on the driving. Stop tapping the screen. Stop doing everything. Drive your car and
Bro,
get
just
home.
cover your, just
Is
like,
it?
I'm stuck in traffic right now. I'm not going nowhere.
Mm.
I don't care if you stuck in a parking lot. Focus on getting home. You're doing too much.
Hey, hey, bro. I drive semis too, and I know exactly about that being stuck in traffic life. And trust me, I'll be sitting here doing all type of stuff too, bro.
Playing the
Might as
game
well
and
tap the screen.
everything.
I got nothing better to do but tap the screen.
Hold up. Yo,
Man,
Juan,
I'll be
real
watching
quick.
movies,
Calm down, bro.
podcasts.
Calm down.
Oh yeah,
On that
wine. Yeah,
underscore.
yeah. You got to calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Yeah,
They see that little
get your
smoke,
vote
they
ready.
gonna flagging my stuff. They gonna be quick.
It's an instant.
They not gonna fall for that. They
Question
literally
is,
just
number two,
started doing
would
that
you
rule
rather
like
be on
about
vacation
2-3
with
months
your
ago. It'd be like a whole thing at the bottom, like somebody see
services
something.
instead of a
Yeah,
warning?
eventually TikTok gonna be gone. Eventually,
Uh,
they pass that bill.
what's her? Hey, I don't want to say your name wrong. Your name is Tia W.
Where?
I honestly feel like vacation, not the whole luxury items, but beauty services is definitely a need because everybody need a break. Everybody needs to feel like they are special. Everybody needs to feel like they are being catered to in a time that they need to be catered to. So sometimes, getting your hair done or getting your nails done, that could be your time to unwind, to relax from the world. You got kids, little kids running around hollering all day, mommy, I want this, I want that. Going to that salon might be very much needed. Going on
Stress
vacations,
relief.
exploring the world, you feel me? Exploring the world, you gotta be able to explore the world. It's so much out here that a lot of people don't get to experience. And I've been to a lot of places, not even before I even started driving trucks. Like, I traveled a lot as a young man, like starting off at 18 years old, 17 for real. Like, you have to do those type of things because you will never know what you will find out there. You will never know. You might find your dream
Hey,
place.
but also some people though, they really had no mind. They really had no care. It's like really to each his own is the way I try to live. Man. I try to shit understand everybody angle and shit because it's some people who don't like to travel, and I literally just met a dude and a female who don't
Me.
like to travel. They comfortable like at home, or you know what I'm saying, or
I'm still
with
alive.
what they know. Yeah, like
But if you
you
don't
would
go
think
nowhere, you will have never been anywhere, and that's the
everybody
whole.
don't want to go nowhere
But that's all
though.
I'm about to say. Who
There's nothing
determined
wrong
that
with
you ain't
not
been
wanting to go
anywhere?
nowhere.
What's the limit?
I know, but it's a
I
Then
mean,
whole.
I
somebody
know
be like,
people
"Oh,
that
you
have
went
been
to
to
That's
5 states. You
like
ain't been anywhere because you ain't been out the country or something." They go,
well, I
like,
know
what's the
people that
limit?
Saying
never left the city, that never left their
Yeah,
hometown. That's
you
just kind
never
of boring.
tried crack. You ain't you never tried crack. You ain't lived enough. You know what I'm
you're right.
saying? That's what we think.
Man,
Everybody
that's
don't want
not
to.
even that's apples and oranges, bro. That's dogs and cats. Crack was like the extreme just now.
But what?
But it's
Okay,
the
what is? So
extreme
let's
to
ask this
you.
question: What
To some
is?
people,
Since
that's
we got
regular.
this term called living, right? What is really living? Yeah, it's a new
nobody
Breathing,
question I
knows.
just added up there.
breathing.
Go ahead. I think AJ, you got your hand up. Yeah.
Oh no, I wanted to answer the
Go ahead.
traveling question, right? So the thing is that there's some people who don't want to travel, and that's perfectly fine. And then they may hear things, or they may research, but again, it also has to do with knowledge, right? You could be somebody who researches a lot of things, but if you don't know how to apply it, it don't mean nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have practicality, and then you have theory. So I'll give you an example. I got family in Tennessee. My family in Tennessee, they don't leave Tennessee. They all live in Memphis. They ain't never been across the little river to go over to Mississippi. Yet they will talk about Mississippi like they've been there. They ain't never been there, right? They could tell me the practicality of it, right? That's not saying that they don't have like some truth to what they're saying and so on and so forth. But even me, even when I was young, I took a little bit of that with a grain of salt because I'd actually been to Mississippi. So when it comes to that, it just has to do with practicality, right? You could be somebody who talks about, oh yeah, you talk about Paris and France and China and Japan, but if you ain't never really been there, you only know practicality. You only know it through somebody else's lens. You don't know it from your own. But that's all I wanted to add. Than everything else. What was your question? Something about living?
What is living? Because I see everybody have their own definition of living. All right, King, for sure, brother.
Wait a minute,
I mean, for
can I
me,
add something to what
oh,
she
go ahead.
said? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
but yeah, which I said, vacation doesn't necessarily mean travel, and travel does not necessarily mean long distance. You can take a vacation, just turn life off for a few days, and travel. You can travel as far as the next city or I mean, veer further than your own backyard. That's still travel and it's still vacation.
Right. Exactly.
I'm sorry, go with the life.
Yeah, you right. Anybody else? Well, you can say that too. What is traveling? That's another one too. That's.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing. I mean, I
I
think if
like
you were
her.
to
Yeah, I
ask,
like how she
okay,
said that one. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think if you're gonna ask, like, okay, well, what is living? I think that's very subjective. That's like
What is?
asking
All
me,
right, I
what
want to
is
say living to
happiness?
you. Right. I want to say
That's
that.
like saying, yeah, that's like saying, like, what
I
is
will answer it
happiness,
myself
right?
too. I got one too myself.
But I mean, if you were to ask me personally, like, AJ, what is living to you? Right? Living to me is sometimes, not just staying comfortable, just not just settling for what's always comfortable, right? Pushing yourself a little bit more past your boundaries. You know what I mean? Pushing the bounds on certain things. Again, travel is part of that too for me. And also talking to people. The biggest part for me is that I'm one of those people where it's like I know where my mind is and I know how I see things. But my curiosity is like, okay, well, how does Kev see things? How does Juan see it? How is it we are looking at the same picture, but we're coming up with two different things? So how did you get there? That's my brain, right? So to me, that's also, sharing perspective, talking to each other, having esoteric conversations. I don't mind having those. Not esoteric. What's the word?
Intellectual.
Intellectual. Yeah. There we go. Intellectual conversations. Thank you. That's the
I
word I was
got
looking
you.
for. Yeah.
Okay. Well, since the Mike came up with it first, what's living to you?
So living is seeing what the world has to offer. Because a lot of the times, I want to say within our culture, we are taught to survive and we never taught how to live.
Facts.
So it's a difference between the two. Living, you are actually going out, you're seeing different places. Like it's a place in North Carolina that I went to. It's a city that I think is the most beautiful city in the world. Like I done been to Cali, I done been to Los Angeles, San Diego, Oakland. I've been all type of places, but for me to go out there to North Carolina, somewhere where I was just like, okay, let me just go out here. I seen nice houses. I seen nice neighborhoods, great malls, off the shoreline, all type of stuff. And it exposed me to a whole different lifestyle. It exposed me to things that I would have never seen. So that is what it means to live. Different experiences. Like people like don't like to put a lot of emphasis on materialistic things, but at the same time, those materialistic things are experiences that when you look back on, you're gonna be like, damn, you know what, I really did that. That was really fun. Yes, I drove a goddamn on Ferrari and it was just one of the best cars I ever drove, or a Rolls Royce or whatever. That's living. Life is meant to be lived. Life is not meant to be content. So that's my definition of living, going out and experiencing things and finding new opportunities and broaden your horizons and learning knowledge. Knowledge is powerful, very powerful. But that's what I got for it.
Okay. All right. Good. Frog, you next. What's living to you?
I say living. I don't think of it anything beyond my bubbles. Like I've been to that low, dark place in my life where I didn't feel like living is something that I was necessarily proud of. So to me, it's so much deeper. So
So she
it's just
said.
living. It's just waking up every morning, being able to look at myself and be proud. Like to me, I feel like I
Mm.
lived another day, and I'm proud of
Mm.
myself.
You stole my answer a little bit. Dang,
Oh, I'm sorry.
dang, you ain't supposed to be stealing that. I'm not talking to you. Okay, you
AJ just
rocking.
said
I'm gonna
that
do a
real
mod break
dark.
real quick.
Said, really? Did you drop here? I thought you dropped. It looked like you dropped. Did you?
Man, I don't know what happened. I'm just gonna do a quick mod break real quick. I need y'all to tap the screen, share the, well, just mostly tap the screen. If y'all want to continue to share the live, that would be fantastic. Keep doing that. Feel free to follow everybody in the live. Everybody in here is amazing. So make sure you give them all a follow, check out their content, engage with it if you want to see more of their content. Do understand, yes, the algorithm is random, but you can manipulate that all you want. Also, feel free to go to Kev's YouTube page, link in his bio. So go check out his page, go to his bio, and go subscribe to him on YouTube as well. That's where you can catch past lives, past conversations we've had, some of the funny, hence the laughs, and some of the crying. Okay, some people gonna cry and they gonna learn today. So it is what it is. Kev also has a live goal, gift goal of 2,000 roses. So feel free to send those up. And so on and so forth. And the last thing I ask is just please be respectful in the live at all times. We can agree to disagree. It is not that big of a deal. If you can't seem to do that, and that seems to be too much for you, do understand there are plenty of flight attendants in this room that'll send you anywhere you want to go. It is not that big of a deal. We even got Dr. Surgery in the building. So, you know, that'll be the one you probably don't want to mess with because she be the one that's just the most calm about everything. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gotta give Dr. Surgery her roses for show.
Thank you.
At the same time, like I said, if this live becomes too much, feel free to hit the X on the top right corner. It'll eject you right up out this live. It's not that big of a deal. Just keep your arms and legs in the live at all times. And if you're looking for your peanuts and your drinks and your refreshments, please see Black Mirror. He in the bottom. He in the bottom box over there. He been slacking on his job the past couple
I
weeks.
want Biscoff cuss.
He got the
Everything but
nuts.
that. Everything but that.
You
Hey,
got,
that's
you
all
got
right.
them Biscoffs?
AJ got the Subway.
Oh man.
All day.
Hey, what's that
Never
little
let
star, that
that
little blue
Subway go.
thing with the numbers on it next to your name in the box?
Oh, if you want to join Kev's team, you can definitely click that. I think it
That's
costs
just
like
a
one
the
point.
heart thing. Yeah, that's just like
Yeah,
1 point
it's like
to
a fan club. It's like a fan club type
at
thing. So the more you
166.
engage with the live, the more you come in, the more you throw gifts, the higher up you rank within the
That right
club.
there.
So yeah,
Okay.
it's all that is.
Okay.
But we
And the
gonna get back
stars
to
to
the live.
subscribe. That's
Okay,
just
y'all
like
putting me hip.
Yeah, we got you. We got you. Feel free to ask questions. I'd rather y'all ask questions than front and not ask. Do not be that person.
Indubitably.
Ask a question.
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
All right. Let's get back. Were we doing what question were we on? We on the
I
first
still
one?
was asking the
Second one?
life. I want to see what
Oh, the
everybody
live
think
one.
about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna shut
And
up.
I ain't nobody tap. I ain't seen nobody tap. Y'all had a nice little break though. Go in and tap it on up on my screen. Get the 15K and then take another break, so we can get this thing stretched out.
How many times can we
So we
tap?
on, huh?
How many times can we tap the screen?
You can
As
keep
many
tapping
times
it.
as you want.
Yeah. It's
As many
just I
times as
think
you want.
like in a certain amount of minutes that you can have like maybe like 3,000 taps or something like that. You gotta take another break. So even TikTok force you to
Damn,
break.
I'm about to have a strong ass thumb.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta switch finger, do it with your toe next time I'm talking to. D Perk. I forgot the full name. Dang.
Tap that screen.
Oh,
Tap that.
I said it right. D Perkins.
Tap that screen. Tap that screen.
Hold
Oh
on, who
yeah,
the
we on there.
police?
Tell that screen, tell that
Oh man,
screen.
who?
See, even Serge said it with a smooth voice. You heard it. All right. D D D Park is you next, my brother. What is living life to you?
Oh, that's how you do it when
Living
you
life to me
pass.
Not the TikTok
living is like
debacle.
trying new foods and new experiences. So basically, like traveling, trying new foods, and experiencing new atmospheres and new languages, like languages and stuff like that, so forth.
Tu parler français?
Bonjour.
Exactly.
Je parle
Okay.
français.
Sergi.
Did you say parlez-vous français?
Oh, you even know it too? Okay.
Ooh. Est-ce que ça va?
No.
She just said
Mi
no.
habla español.
He said nope. I didn't even
It's
know.
cool. Two-way ball.
This boy done studied some stuff on me. I ain't know that, man.
Bro, you know I went to college for 100 dang on years.
Oh, oops.
It's a shame. I took both of them,
I
and
say
because
uno,
I
dos,
didn't
tres.
use them, I lost them.
You gotta really actively use it,
Yeah.
especially French, because it's so like it's such a complicated language because some words are feminine, some are masculine. Like
Mhm.
it's a lot. It's a lot.
I remember more Spanish than
That
French.
should sound like Spanish to me.
It do, but French is way more romantic.
It
Like
looks pure beauty.
it's really the language of love, like romance for real.
Pure booty.
Did you say pure booty? Uh-uh.
Yo, booty.
No.
that's my name for
Kev.
it.
Kev is extremely freaky.
I see.
Ah,
We
man.
talking about the love languages.
Not the
Yeah,
love languages.
Hey, but that is most
I
men
need to
love
buy you a
language
Bible
though.
verse.
Ain't that something?
Booty.
Ain't that something? That's why. That's
Hey,
why,
we get
man.
on that topic later. Shoot, man.
He said I'm number one in this boy. Like, bro, you done beat me in here. How you beat me in my I'm like, how the heck?
Oh no, I've been doing some deep investigation on the origins of people, the
Oh my.
origin of genders, the like what
Don't say that
what
word.
we taught here in
Oh,
America. All this is not our
who followed
natural
me? I got 2
religion.
coins.
It's none of this is our natural religion, bro. None of it. We was all taught this when we came over here, bro.
Yeah.
Even going down to Christianity, like no offense to no Christians and none of that, but Christianity is literally one of the newest religions. So do that mean we all go to hell because all the people before Christianity go to hell because they didn't believe in Jesus or they don't believe in the same type of God?
You finna
Nah.
go
I
down the
just say
rabbit
read the
hole.
Bible yourself.
For the
Mm-hmm.
for the ones that believe that,
I was
Right.
just about to say I
So
don't.
it also
that's what I'm
started.
getting
It
at.
also started in Ethiopia, by the way.
Yeah.
Superfly got his
Well, I
choir
mean,
behind him.
if
Boy.
you want to get technical, you can look at like say Dante's Inferno with Virgil. Virgil
Mm.
predates modern Christianity. He, yes, walks around in hell, but he's not necessarily being punished for anything. He's just like internally, he's just damned the entire time. So he's there to walk freely. He's not necessarily, he's not punished for anything really. He's just
Mm.
walking.
Well.
That's why he ends up being
Just walk.
the
If it ain't no
shepherd
such thing as
to
hell, that means ain't no such thing as heaven, then so we can't better
yeah,
not
he's just
select.
watching.
But
Right. But no, see what I'm getting at is because a lot of the times when it comes down to people beliefs, Christians are really, really judgmental. Like it'd be like, okay, what if I believe in having multiple wives? This is, throwing something out there. Not saying that I do believe in it. I mean, I kind of do,
Hmm.
but um,
I'm Queen
just,
Christian, Mother Baptist.
just,
Go ahead, Mother.
but
I
you see
feel
a
like while you
Christian to
saying
be
that,
like, oh, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be doing this and that and this and that. Okay, well, before Christianity came around, you do understand it was pagans, it was all type of other religions, it was people, even Greek mythology is actually a very real religion. Buddhism, Hinduism, a lot of these religions was around before Christianity.
yeah,
So how
Well,
can you
I
sit here
mean,
and say and be judgmental of people about your religion that came after theirs?
yeah. I
Well,
Even
think,
can I put it
Jews.
this way?
I
Can I put
think.
it this way real quick? Oh, go ahead, Kev. I wanted to answer
No,
that
no, go
after
ahead, go
them.
ahead.
After you. No, I was just gonna say I'll make it quick. So Christianity in and within itself, just as a whole, outside of people, it's not bad, right? The belief system, everything else
Oh
isn't the
no,
issue.
that's not bad.
What tends to
What's
be
the
the
people,
issue
bro?
is hold on, it's the people, right? So for a lot of people from around the world, right, what they did was they used religion as a weapon. Basically, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'll use my people for an example, right? I'm from a small tropical island in the South Pacific. You know, we were once first colonized by the Spanish and then we were given to the Germans. What the Germans did was they learned our language and wrote a Bible in our language. My
Mm-hmm.
people to this day cannot tell you why they're scared of snakes. We have snakes on the islands. We were never scared of snakes before. They are now scared of snakes. They cannot explain to you why. They're just scared of it. Right? They don't like it. And so that's the problem when you introduce religion based out of fear, you have people who overcompensate. Because again, naturally we don't want to naturally most human beings don't want to see another human being go through any type of turmoil, danger,
Mm-hmm.
or anything else. We typically don't want to do that. So that's why it comes across as being very judgmental. And some people just are judgmental, right? Like, don't get it twisted. But for the most
Yeah,
part, that's what it is.
I have a
yeah.
question
I
Well,
though.
think.
It just
I
comes
I
out.
can't I can
But,
disagree on the
But go.
fact that you said a lot of people don't want to see people go through turmoil, because I believe that just natural self is always worried about self. It's always your health, your financial status, your overall status, because that's just nature. If you had the option, well, most people, if they had the option to save somebody's life or save theirs, they are going to save their own life. No
yeah,
matter how much people
True.
say, "Oh, I will save people." No, you wouldn't
But I
if you
think
put
it
in that
depends.
predicament.
So let me play this then. So I think it really does depend, and it also depends on culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how you grew up. If you're only focused on self, so you're always focused on, oh, well, I got to do what I have to do, what's best for me. I got to do, you know what I mean? Where in a lot of other cultures, especially like, again, my own, it's not so much that, right? Like a lot of the time, I tend to have to be very selfless in my thoughts because I
Mm-hmm.
have to understand that
hey,
everything I
mom.
do can affect the people around me,
Hey, mom. You see
right?
my
So
two
I'm
cousins up
built
in
up.
here, Juan and Mike in here.
Yeah,
I had
so
to
So
say that.
I'm
I,
taught not only to think about,
to
you know,
think
what
about.
my actions can do to the people around me, but then I'm also
Hey
taught
man, turn
to
that music
take
down
care of
real
the
quick.
person next to me. So it really does depend just kind of how you're taught and where you're raised and how you're raised. That really does determine that.
I
Most people, I'm just saying from my observation, just from most people that I've interacted with just in my day-to-day life, and this is just anecdotal, most people I know don't want to see another person go through any type of suffering. They really don't. Now they may feel helpless and they may not want to help because they don't got nothing to give them or to
yeah,
help them in that situation, but overall they don't really want to see that. I
but
don't
like
I
Yeah.
don't blame
like
Man,
them.
I
Wish.
what you
Well,
hit on
We'll
though
have
with
to
well,
agree to
let me
disagree
culture.
on that.
let me say this real quick though. Because I was about to say, I think, like the way I think about it, right? I feel like you might be coming with a bias behind why you're saying what you're saying though, because you know about Christianity. Because the reason why I say that, when you say it's a judgmental, I think we could say that about every last religion. They're gonna have some type of judgmental situation in there. And I think with Christianity, it's a little bit more free. We get to say who's judgmental or not. Other religions, they gonna force you. Or they gonna say, hey, you don't do this, you're getting your leg chopped off or something. It's gonna be some weird stuff that they can, I'm not weird stuff, but it's some stuff that they take real strict though. So we have, just because we in America and get this, speak and see how loose Christianity is, we get to say who's judgmental or not. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, we're not getting forced to do it. That's the big difference. So I think like it's like we
I
got at least be,
disagree
I
with
guess, be
being
thankful that you got a
forced.
little freedom within this religion or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like we could have been born as a Muslim across this thing, or as a whatever African type religion they have over there, not in Buddha, not because they forced, or most of them just forced into it. So it's just like we get
No,
to get away with saying stuff like that now because we're free in America and we don't realize the privilege we have. So
I
yeah, I wouldn't just say
disagree with that
Christianity the only
because
judgmental ones, because I wouldn't say that.
okay, I'm a hip you. So first off, your skin color is black, correct? No
Okay.
matter if you light skin, you got black in you, correct?
Right.
Black people didn't come here to America and colonize. We didn't come here. The reason why there's black people in America is because Europeans, I'm not going to say Caucasians because what they are at the end of the day, they are Europeans. You got to think what Great Britain, they broke apart from Great Britain, came over here, colonized, and then they did what? They went to Africa and convinced another black man with greed, with all this wealth to bring us over here. In Africa, the religion was not mainly Christianity. And you got so many different religions over there that believed in so many different other things that when they brought us here, we didn't know how to read, we didn't know how to write, we didn't know how to speak their language. But what they did was they taught us. They used religion to control. That's the main thing cults is. Cults, they all use some type of religion to
True.
control people. So when
Which is
people
needed.
say, oh, my natural religion is this, honestly, you don't know what your natural religion is because your origin is not from here.
Mm.
We
Do you
wouldn't
feel
be
like
here if it
religions are
wasn't for.
necessary?
Definitely.
Because I was about to say, you
Definitely.
said control like it's a bad thing.
No. Just because some people you can be controlled in ways that can be beneficial to
Yeah.
society and controlled in ways that is not beneficial to society.
Right.
But even that is gonna always be subjective because you're going off of what you deem is beneficial, which may not be beneficial to another person. So none of us can really say what is beneficial or right or wrong. I like
Not
I
necessarily
like
because
I like hold on. I like like comedic spirituality, which what they call I believe is just a way of life. You
mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? And they have different defined like the laws of Ma'at, you know what I'm saying? But really to me, all religions is just a way or form to get to the same thing, which is the
Yep.
one God. So
Mm.
me, I love all religions for real, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it's their way or their route, their relationship, with God,
Agreed.
essentially. You know what I'm saying? So I try not to judge or put down or I fuck with all of them. You know what I'm
There
saying?
go his loud background.
Hey, hey, I'm about to drop, man. It was good talking to y'all,
For
but I made
sure.
it to my destination. Y'all have a good night.
Oh, so you gonna use
Peace,
this?
y'all.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead. Cool. That's cool though. I'm glad we got to make your
And
drive
then
interesting.
and then it be a lot of things to like really uncover. So I just try to, cause at the end of the day, nobody don't know. Nobody wasn't there. We
We
all going
don't.
off of what somebody was telling us or we was told was correct or was told was marked down.
Hey, don't
But
he sound
nobody,
familiar though?
but
You see where I get it
99%
from?
of things wasn't there
I
for
say
real.
this all the time.
So it's like a lot of things because it's like was people already here? You know what I'm saying? Who was already here? If
Hmm.
we already know it's people here, we know
Yes,
they
it
was
was
gonna be
people
of
here.
color for the most part. But
Still here.
And that's why I say because a lot of the times in the in the black families we are brought up in Christianity. We don't have the option to choose because our families, our parents don't be like, you know what? I'm going to show you what Christians is about. I'm going to show you what this religion is about, but I'm also going to show you other religions and you pick the one that best fits you. Think about it. Our parents came up going to church doing that. They parents came up church doing that. So on and so forth. Nobody talks about, oh, are you a black Israelite? Do you believe in Hinduism? Do you believe in Buddhism? Don't nobody honestly know our parents. You ask them what that is, they'd be like, what the hell is that? What do they even stand for? But if I'm
I
not
think
mistaken, Buddhism, they
sometimes
believe in every life, every living organism is a life that deserves to be respected.
it's a fact.
So just because they don't know what it is, you feel me? We don't know what it is most of the time unless we go out and seek knowledge. That's why I always preach. Go out, learn, read books. Shoot, going to college, leaving the hood was the best thing I could have ever did because it opened my eyes to so many different religions, so many different ways of life, so many different things that I became a person who goes and seek knowledge. So when I started to learn more, it's like, dang, really I was forced into this stuff. I was forced to learn this. I was forced to live this. And that's pretty much just where I'm at with it. Like, don't get me wrong, I respect all religions. If you believe in that, that's what you believe in. As long as you're doing right by people. Like you said, Kai, we don't know what's beneficial to society, but we do. Because at the end of the day, what we got to do? We got
I
to
think
pay
you don't.
bills,
I think you
we got
don't.
to
I
pay
think you don't.
taxes,
I
and we
think
got
you
to
don't.
die.
I think you don't though, because that's like to me playing God, saying that correct. You know uh what's beneficial because you're gonna go off of your ego. You're gonna say something off of your ego. It's not gonna be you being present and connected with God and in the moment. Everything you define as beneficial is gonna be something identified with your ego. So I think you will be able to question it in some type of way, form, or fashion.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
What's up?
One thing that I've noticed when I've had conversations with someone who feels as strongly as Mr. De Niro, did I say that right?
Uh-huh.
That De Niro feels about Christianity or the Bible. You can just ask them one question and it'll kind of tell you why they feel that way. And the question is to list the 10 Commandments. They don't know it, so that's their argument. It's simple.
I don't get your point.
See, yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
because I read the Bible front
I'm
and
not,
back. Me and
I
KJ,
know, I'm not asking if you read the Bible. I believe you read the Bible. I'm asking, do you know the 10 Commandments?
I believe I know majority of them.
Okay.
I definitely know majority of them, if not all.
Do you not,
But
can you say them?
what was that?
Are
Okay.
you able to cite any of them?
I don't think
Um,
so. But
Okay,
what's the
well, I
core
can say like
lesson?
three. I can say three main ones that's with character. Thou shalt not murder.
thou shall
Thou
not
shalt,
kill.
thou shalt
Yeah,
honor.
thou shall
Thou
not
shalt honor
lie.
mother
Thou
and
shall not.
father.
Yeah, say unalive.
F1, F1,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. New
Careful.
Testament. But
Come
it's
on.
like simple humanity stuff. But I mean, I get what you're saying because, like you just said, you didn't really say any of them.
So I've got a question because the thing is, right now, I'll be the first person to tell you I'm not the most religious person. I could not quote you
What?
scripture. I did not read the entire Bible. I didn't. I'll be 100%. I'll keep it 100. I'll keep it a buck with you.
You have to.
Do I know the commandments? Yeah, I know them basic, but I can honestly tell you I didn't need the 10 commandments to tell me any of that was wrong.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Or that I had to live my life in a certain way. I think all religions, roughly for the most part, have a lot of the same things, right?
Yeah,
Saying the
they
same
do.
thing.
They
Fact.
Be
do.
kind to
Fact.
each
For the most
other,
for the
you know what I
most part.
mean, or be kind to your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, thou shalt not unalive is in just about all of them. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So
You know,
I
treat
think
others how you want to be
it's just,
treated.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? I think at the end of the day, I guess that's just my question is like, I'm just trying to get the correlation from where you're correlating just kind of like how he feels or people,
Um,
you know, kind of like him that have that sentiment, like like with that, with the 10 Commandments, if that makes sense. I'm
my
just trying to put them
example.
together.
No, it's fine. I
Yeah.
understand. My example was like, for example, I respect all religions. I haven't studied all of them. I
Hey,
try
y'all,
to.
catch y'all later. Good
Oh,
night.
All
I
right,
For
try
man.
sure,
to.
man.
Appreciate you, brother.
I try to listen
I'll
to
catch
like my friends who
Yep.
follow other religions, but I don't speak against any of them because I don't know. Like for example, saying,
Mhm.
why are you Christians, but not really knowing the core of it. That's what I mean. It's
What
Oh, okay. I
But
got you.
that's
I
the
what's
got
the
thing.
you.
core?
I
I
get what you
know the core. I know the core
What's the
of
core of us a Christian?
Christianity because at the end of the day, like I said, I grew up as a being forced to be Christian.
mhm.
I went to Bible study, like I said. That's why it was so important
Me
that I
too, bro.
stated I read the Bible front and back. But that doesn't change the fact that when I went and seeked more knowledge, that it opened my eyes to other religions that basically is saying the same exact thing, but it varies in a few different ways.
De
For
Niro.
example, what's the biggest difference between Jews and
De
Christianity?
Niro.
Jews just don't believe in Jesus. That's
Man,
it.
forget that. De Niro. De Niro. You ain't even got
Yo,
to open up the Bible to innately know what's wrong and right.
right,
We ain't even gotta go. The Bible is just trying to give us more references of what it is.
Yeah.
We ain't gotta know to not steal from nobody. We ain't gotta know to not
right.
not kill nobody
Mhm.
Unalive.
and wrongfully.
Unalive, y'all. Unalive.
Well, I'm not. We ain't gotta
Do you
know.
feel like that stuff is naturally in us?
Can it is because
Nah, I
we.
disagree.
Well, I agree because I was created by a
So did
creator.
your parents not tell you what's wrong or right?
Yeah, but you gonna innately know not to harm nobody unjustifiably.
So let
You're
me
not.
let me say this then real quick because my cousin had said this earlier, right? He said that we are born selfish, and that thing I 100% agree. So
How
what comes behind that, right? And I'm gonna use this against,
Self-preservation. It's really
how
just
huh?
how we how we
self-preservation.
how
Hold
we
on.
are born
Yeah,
selfish.
yeah, hold on real quick.
Hold on,
Self-preservation. We
everybody.
Yeah,
Let
only
him,
hold
we
on.
hold up. Let's hear out Kev real quick.
Let me I'm just
Go ahead.
saying, like, okay, I'm gonna start because, like I said, he started off. De Niro had said, most of us are selfish. We're born selfish or whatever. So yes, I think by all of us being born selfish, right?
By our parents.
Them commandments, all that stuff ain't gonna mean anything.
But
Because even as a
that's
baby, we born selfish and stingy. We just wanted our way and all that
but
stuff.
also how you
So
grew up.
so that
It's also how you was raised.
yeah, so yeah, but yeah, okay, exactly. But the fact you got to get raised because you said raised, right? But if you was to live life based off just yourself and your selfish nature, that mean that also comes behind of doing anything necessary to freaking live.
How
So if
do you know
somebody was to
how do
threaten
you
me, I'm taking them off this earth because it's
but
my life over theirs, right?
how do we
If
know that
Hold
if
up,
it
y'all.
wasn't a part?
Hold up. One at a time,
I don't even
y'all.
think he listening. I think he just listening to respond.
No,
All
I'm
I'm
listening to
saying is
God.
just because, huh?
I say I'm listening to God. I really not. I'm really trying to.
Whatever. I mean, what? I mean, that means
But
you. Well, why is you in
you
here
cut
then
me
if you
off
only
of what
listen to
I was
God?
saying. You cut me off of what I was saying. So how you know
Okay, I'm
what
the
I was
host.
gonna
I get
say?
to do what I want to do. What the heck? What the freak?
Let's continue the
All
conversation.
right. What the heck? That'd be
Continue what
crazy.
you were
That'd be them
saying,
people
Kev,
that want to
please.
run in your house and tell you what to do. That's crazy.
Of
Like, he just
course.
had to listen for a second. I was
Continue
gonna
what
give
you
him
were
his
saying,
turn.
Kev.
That's gonna be crazy, bro. No, you can sit in the
What were you
comments. You
saying,
only
Kev?
listen to God. Listen to God down there. I guess whatever. But the whole point I was getting to about that is that I am 100% yes. What Cuz said earlier about that we have that selfishness in us. The thing is, even if we was born natural or we was naturally supposed to be knowing what right and wrong is, our parents would have had to never tell us no. They wouldn't have had to say that. You know what I'm saying? Don't do this. Don't do that. Share this. Be
That's
nice.
true.
So, you know what I'm saying? We'll move off impulse if that was the case. So I would never believe that our nature is to be good. It's just it don't work like that. We got to be told how to be good. We have to.
But I
But
always go back to,
Go ahead,
bro,
Mom.
it's gonna always be subjective. Cause what you feel is right don't mean everybody
I get
gonna
what you're saying
feel is
on that.
right. It's gonna always be subjective. And then really to tie it all in, it's all self-preservation, which is we innately want to survive.
Right.
We innately seek to live longer.
Hmm.
So I am gonna put everybody else after me because
Hmm.
I'm trying to self-preserve. So it's really self-preservation, which is fueling everything, which is why the ego is so prevalent because it's trying to keep you alive. Like that's why it's like to me, the really a big premises of the Bible is to not judge your brother. Is not to judge, not to play the judge. And it's because we all, like the Bible say, for the most part, we all are born as we all sinful. We all are gonna do things that goes against us. You know what I'm saying? We gonna just do those things, but it's like not to cast that judgment. That's not for you.
I would
It's
say
for
I think the word it is. I think we can all. I mean, in the Bible it say many ways we should judge, but I think we should. The thing is it's a difference between judging and demonizing. I think we automatically think about demonize as soon as we hear the word judge. We can't just say because it also say because it get to a point like some people get so Christiany or get so religious that they start feeling like they're a better Christian
right.
than others. That's what make
I
it
think
worse.
that is a better word. Demonize, right?
Yeah,
I
demon.
think
Yeah,
that is a better word
yeah, that's what it is for them. Yeah, that's
to
exactly
make
what
it
it be
like.
for the most part.
Yeah,
Yeah, and a lot
Hey,
of Christiany people, like I wouldn't be liking some of the older folks. They act like they live this horrible type life, and then want to sit there and demonize everybody that's under them that went through the same thing, acting like they didn't go through what they went through and stuff. So stuff like that, and that's what turns to like this thing called the haughty eye, which is in the Bible, right? God, they say God hate that. You know what I'm saying? When you feel like you're a better human than the next
yeah. I
one and stuff,
remember
like you looking below them,
B&A
or you
Cooper
know what I'm
looking
saying,
that up.
looking down on them and stuff. So yeah, I think
I
that's
remember
what make
looking
it.
that up on the forklift.
He said,
so host.
yeah.
So I'm curious. So a couple of things. Just and I kind of came in on the tail end of this,
Mm,
but I was gonna say, host, like the biggest thing, right? The first thing when you get to it, I read the Mangeefs and the Quran and some other things with these other man-made religions that have proven to be fallacy, where Christianity is not a religion per se, it's of the faith, and it's proven 6,000 manuscripts that were put together by uh, Saint Jerome and hundreds of monks, right? And while I was living in Germany, they have a lot of those manuscripts and so forth close to the Austrian border as well as in the UK. So what I'm getting at is like there is a truth. So there, how people say, my truth and so forth. There, none of that. I don't even know. Those are like new age nuances that people use today, I guess. But there's no my truth or anything like that. But there is a truth. 2 + 2 does equal 4.
Right.
And there's some absolutes. As a matter of fact, the majority are absolutes and not as subjective as we want to believe. Now, the reason that we know what right looks like, and I say this to you, brother, in love, because not only do I have nothing but love and respect for you, but also you got to have love and respect for somebody to let them know that, hey, we are not I'm a sinner that needs Christ Jesus every day. And Christ Jesus says that you deny me, to the world, and I'll deny you to my Father. So all I'm saying is this, it's important that we understand the truth from being misled, because many people are misled to be unalive the first time and unalive the second time. That means totally separated from God. And that is the worst thing that could ever happen. And I have family members who have loved, this first life, if you will, and their spirit is not with the Father. I know this by scripture and based on how they lived and so forth. Now, I do say you are right. You got to be aware of those who are not real Christians, right? And that means like your Jamal Bryants and your TD Jakes and all that kind of stuff. They are heretical, because I have read scripture. You got to read you read the word. And when I read the Quran and so forth, the Quran 538 years after the Bible plagiarizes the Bible a lot. And Allah in their man-made religion, he is Satan in our book. And the reason why I make the statement is because it says in their Quran, and I quote, in the Mangives, Allah is the greatest deceiver. When one tries to deceive him, he's the greatest, and he deceives them more. That's their own words. And the reason I went into studying those things years ago is because you see that, and in the Quran, it talks about the people of the book. Those are Christians. It talks about when you want to know the moral questions, you turn to the people of the book. Now, you guys can actually quote that, put it in your search engine, talking about Allah's the greatest deceiver and so forth. You'll get that feedback. And then you'll get that feedback about the Quran referring to people of the way, which Christians used to be called people of the way with a capital W, the way meaning Christ Jesus, for he is the way, the truth, and the life. And no man can come to the Father except through him. So when those Jews deny Christ, they are denying the kingdom of God, meaning that they can't see heaven on their own merit. But I yield. I just wanted to put that out there,
Yeah,
bro.
I feel you though, and that's the way you interpret it. I feel you though, but I don't think it's. I don't know. Some of that stuff I look at it different though. But I feel you though, because I don't believe in
I
no
have
fake Christians and
one
none of that stuff
question.
either. Though.
I have
Oh
just
my God.
one question. So what do that mean for all the people that was here well before Christianity? Do that mean they all go to hell?
Right? Nah, I don't think it's like that either.
So I think
So, okay, gotcha.
here's my thing. Oh, go ahead.
No. You were about to speak on it. I was going to speak on it, but you got it.
No. Go ahead, because I have other questions. So go ahead if
Okay.
you want to answer, because I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought my apologies. I thought you were about to. So so Christianity has been around in the Word of God. That's why God is so patient with us, brother, because He already said that this world this world current state, and it's going to this current world will pass away, and the current heavens is going to happen. The Bible is the only one, the only scripture, the only book that is prophetic. Ezekiel chapter 23 talks about the uprooting of Israel and Judah, and it uses pardon me, Oladiah and Olibia. It's OHOLAHOHOBILAH. And that's describing the idolatrous ways of Israel and Judah, because they became two kingdoms, right? And what I'm saying is the book, the word of God says that everyone will hear the word from all four corners of the earth before Christ Jesus returns. So no man can have an excuse. So the thing is, right now, those who have left, at this point, the judgment has not taken place, but some are not with the Father as we speak. And that talks about it, that's being talked about in the book of Titus and Revelation. So all one's eschatology has to be on point with this hermeneutics. But all I'm saying is that some people, majority of the people, are going to be on the wide road. When the Antichrist reveals who he is, there are going to be many people in their prime. They're being primed and getting ready to be devoured. But there are going to be many people who are going to take the mark. They're going to go astray. They're going to say, they're doing it right now.
Okay, that I
Yeah,
understand all
but
that, but
yeah,
that still
go
did
ahead.
not answer the
Yeah,
question of
I got
what
you. I got you. When you ask it again, I got you now. 'Cause I'm gonna tell you where way I believe. Well, go.
does that mean for the people that was here before Christianity? Because humans are over 350,000 years old. The earth been here for billions of years.
the
So
billions
let
of
me
years
let me say
Earth has been default.
let me go ahead because that's why I say everybody interpreted the way they want to and all that stuff. And I can feel what he's talking about. I'm glad that he mentioned that one thing about everybody's going to uh get that chance in the world about the to know about the word or something like that. Something like that. I don't know how you did it, but I'm glad you said that though, because I do believe. Now, this is what I believe, though. I think everybody is going to have a chance to accept them or not, no matter what religion you in, no matter whatever. I think everybody is going to have a shot to accept them or reject them. I do believe it. It might not be while we alive. It might be when when a judgment day come. Because like the thing is, I be thinking about people like the babies that don't get a chance, right? I think who gonna say they gonna go to hell, right? I be
Right.
thinking about the people that's mentally ill. I think about, people that might have got brought up in a religion or whatever, because even religions, I don't even think it say we had to be in a religion to understand God or accept God. But I think, what was I about to get to? But okay, the babies, whatever. What was I getting to? So I do
Well,
overall, I just believe that we will have our time. We'll have our time, and I can't. Who's to say who know God or not? I think God work multiple ways. I don't think it's just
Right.
you're a Christian. I'm only going to talk to you. I think He can talk to Muslims. Believe He could talk
Right.
to I think He talk to everything. I don't know why we be limiting God. We limit Him like He just what I'm saying. And oh yeah, that's what I was getting to. It's like I feel like, and I always asked this when I was a child, like, is that fair to people that got brought up in these areas and don't know what they grew up into? You know what I'm saying? So I think people is going to have their shot. They're going to have a chance to be able to accept them. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the situation, we all trying to find. We all lost. And we trying our best. So at the end of the day, I think it's just off our heart and what we really, our intentions is. You know what I'm saying? I think that's how I look at it, though.
that's
Yeah, I think
why.
everybody going to
That's
have a
why
shot. Huh?
I kind of like. That's kind of why I like the analogy of the. I go back to like what some say is like the original, I guess religion or spirituality
Hmm.
system, and I think they said it might be on the pyramids or some shit, but it's weighing your heart against the feather, and if your heart is heavy, and it's basically an analogy of the Bible and going to heaven or hell. It's like you weighing your heart against a feather, and if your heart is heavy, and you have sinned or you have regrets or things you have done wrong, you will essentially what their version of going to hell is. You will come back to the world, to hell. And basically, if you did, accept God, if you did have a light heart, if you did live righteously, like I guess what you equate the Bible saying, you would then go to heaven. You would ascend. So yeah, man, that's how I see it, bro.
Yeah, it's deep. That's why I say that's why I'm trying to get too far on this though, because everybody got their own interpretations and who think they're more holier than thou. I don't know. But go ahead, AJ.
Hey, so y'all, we have 14.7K in these taps. I need y'all to start tapping. And I only know that we at that because I tapped more than half of these. Green. Yo, please tap the screen. Share this live out, do what you gotta do. If you in the boxes, tap the screen as well.
20K.
I think again, I'm listening and just kind of absorbing what everybody's saying, right? I'm always gonna have my questions and so on and so forth, but we're gonna save this topic for another time, just because this can go down a whole
Yeah,
other
it can
bunch
go,
of rabbit
boy,
holes,
every time.
and we can be going on this forever. So let's pull it back a little bit back to the topic,
That's a fact.
and so on and so forth, if we can, if that's okay.
Yeah.
so on and so forth. Just because, like I said, this can go all sorts of
Boy,
different
you seen
ways.
what happened last time. And people probably wanted to
Yeah,
follow me for that.
yeah. So this is, yeah. So these are one of these topics. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool we having these one-on-one. There's a time and place. TikTok is not the best place to have religious conversations, just because you get people coming in, they spam the live, they take things down, people's accounts get taken. It becomes a whole mess. And the funny thing is that everybody in here, for the most part, is most everybody in here is coming from different perspectives, and yet nobody's yelling or like trying to unalive each other over it. We just having a discussion. So
Right.
unfortunately, that's just kind of how the TikTok streets work. I'm sorry, I didn't make the rules. I wish it was different. So
Yeah.
we're
Hey,
just gonna
AJ,
move it back over to the topic. Go ahead, Juan.
look,
It's all
what
you.
you what you do for, like, what's your craft? What you do for work?
What do I do for work?
Just like, what's your
I
craft?
work in
What
a
yeah.
I work in a corporate office right now. I've been helping out with the HR department and getting people hired for multiple different
For sure.
aspects.
I could
I'm actually
tell.
looking
Okay,
for
that
a
makes
new
sense.
job, to be honest. I'm in
No,
the
I want
market.
to
I'm
give you
looking for a
some
new job.
flowers though, because I could tell, like, you really good at, like, moderating and whatever you doing good basically at your job. I
I
could tell
appreciate it.
you got some
Thank you.
type of, like, formal training or something.
Yeah, I try.
Yep.
I try to maintain the integrity of Kev's lives, because I know he's got a bigger purpose for it. He's not just somebody who's live on here talking about God knows what with the most clickbaitish topic, right? Like he really is on here trying to help people, and I'm always gonna make sure that I protect that as much as possible. So even when it sucks, when we're having conversations where I'm like, man, I can go on this conversation all day, you know what I mean? We got to make sure that we know
Hey,
we
try the
keep his
post
life and stuff.
office.
Yeah, because he posts them to YouTube, and he's
No,
helping people.
look. No, you said you need work. Try the post office.
What was that?
You said you need work.
Oh no, I'm looking for a new job. I'm looking for something completely different. I want to get out of the field I'm in. I do
That's
that
makes
every now
sense.
and
Didn't
then. I
realize your
get
name
kind
was
of
Try the
bored and
Kevin.
I
post
move on.
office. Try the post office.
Yeah,
It's a lot
I
of
get bored.
different
I move
jobs
into
there.
something else.
So I
Definitely.
think
Different jobs.
I would say even with all this, right? Because I know some of us will have our minds made up, stubborn, whatever. I think the whole part of this, especially how I try to make the platform, is just for all of us to hear one another out, and try to realize realize how many different perspectives it is out in this world, though. Because I know we might have bad experiences and we think everybody going through that same experience and stuff. We got to realize that some stuff work with some people, some stuff don't.
Facts. That's a
We gotta
fact.
stick with the things that help us progress in life. You know what I'm saying? And if it's affecting us, sometimes we gotta change our own thought processes or change things that's within ourselves sometimes. And I know that's one of the hardest thing to do, because we love being comfortable and stuff. That's why people hate that word accountability in that corner. Because they like, dang, I got to do something with myself. I love living the lifestyle I love living and stuff, or whatever. But overall, we all gonna think different, no matter how it is. Even if, like, I got people that might agree with a lot of stuff I say, it's still gonna be something we gonna disagree on. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? All of us we're not robots. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's just all about just trying to hear one another out. If we don't agree with it or
Respect.
nothing, just stick to what you,
Respect.
like I said, what sticks with you and stuff. Or at least, like I said, just try to hear each other out sometimes. That's all it is. But I think a
That's all.
couple people had to answer that other one with the living life, though. I think it's only three new people. I don't remember 80 AW. I don't know how to say her name. Atia,
Is it
you
Tia?
there?
What was the
Nita?
question?
Huh?
Is it Tia? What was the question?
Atia. Okay. So the question was, what is living life to you?
Living life to me is gratitude, family, being able to do the simplest things with my loved ones, and being at peace.
30K people. If y'all just came in, keep tapping the screen so we get to 20K. He is Gyra. What is living life to you?
So living life to me is my faith, taking care of my daughter, giving back. I've been gifted a lot, so I give back as well.
Juan, what's living life to you?
Living life is a true living life. I think is like is true presence when you can be present and not controlled by your mind or stressing or thinking. When you can really live in the moment and 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 really be like connected with God and not your ego. I think too many times we moving off like autopilot about shit that really don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, when you can be present, I think that's when you living.
I like that. So I think did everybody go. So nah, I guess I'll go now. Well, I would say it kind of tied it to somebody what somebody said earlier about gratitude. So living life to me is being grateful to wake up every day, to try it over again and try to become a better person every day. So, I get an enjoyment out of that. Even if it seems boring to other people, it's loving to me. You know what I'm saying? I'll be loving that I get to try it over again because I realize that, and that's why I tell people all the time, tomorrow ain't promised to none of us. So we be having all these plans and all that stuff. People in the grave had plans too. You see what I'm saying? So just to be able to wake up every day and try it again and try to become a better person than your yesterday, that's living life to me. You know what I'm saying? Even if you like going through some sickness and stuff, like the fact that you be able to fight and have another day to fight. Well, I said that 3 times, but have another day to fight, basically, and try to do some type of progression and have a clear mind when you get the chance. That's living life to me. Because all the other stuff is kind of extra to me. Because all this and all the other stuff that we try to like money and all that. I mean, of course, I want to, be able to pass things down to the next gen. That's my whole thing. That's the reason why I'm doing this stuff. At least pass or help somebody that might want to, encourage the next person or motivate the next person. I love to do that though. But at the end of the day, if I'm just basing off just my selfishness or you know, materialistic things or other things that's just outside of just my control, lot of that stuff I realize it just don't mean nothing in the grave. It don't. Even if we like, I think somebody's mentioned about memories and stuff. That stuff ain't gonna mean nothing in the grave either. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just look at it just like just living the best way I can day by day and as safe as I can too. You know what I'm saying? So and keep passing as much knowledge and positive energy. That's how I look at it. So I mean that's to me, that's something I had to realize. And that's what I chose how to say, well, living my best life. Because otherwise, if we living in regret, like I should have, I don't think we really living life for real. Um. Okay, so I guess we that's all right. We on the next question now. Uh, let's start with cousin De Niro. What are the wants that people make needs nowadays, and explain why?
Things that becomes needs. I would say materialistic things such as designer clothes. Um, that's pretty much what I'm like.
Wait a
Superficial
minute.
things. It's kind of hard to elaborate on that because I honestly believe that for everybody things is different. Like you said, we all come from a different way of life. So who am I to sit here and tell somebody that, oh, that's not a need, because they could have grew up with thousands and thousands and hundreds and thousands of dollars and they got everything they wanted, and how can I sit there and tell them, oh no, that's not the way of life no more, because that should be a want and not a need.
Mm.
And that's why the question is kind of hard for me to answer. Like, I'll just have to pass on that one. I really,
Okay.
for real, because I just honestly
It be
feel like
like that, man. Hey, welcome to laugh and learn. I already know that. It's gonna get sweaty, I know. I feel it.
Hey y'all, get this live up to 20K, and the comments will come back on. Keep tapping the screen.
20K comments back on at 20K, y'all. Okay, Atia, you next. What are wants that people make needs nowadays, and explain why?
What are wants that people make their needs nowadays? When I think of needs, I think of something that is important to keep you alive.
Right, me too.
Health wise. So, when I think of needs, I think of like water, food, shelter, and loved ones. So, with that being said, I look at everything as a want. And the reason why, like when I said that, people are saying vacations is a need. I don't mean that to minimize someone's goals and desires to travel the world. I've traveled a lot. I grew up privileged. And one thing that I learned from that was every time we traveled, it wasn't the luxury resorts we stayed at where I seen a lot of happiness. I seen a lot of happiness in the small towns or the, villages or people who are just in the most simplest life. I found them to be very peaceful. So that's why I say a need is just what you need to stay alive.
I feel you on that. Good. AJ, so you.
I think the number one thing, especially, there's a lot of things that people definitely turn wants into needs, right? I know Nero definitely brought up, material things. That for sure. But also on a mental and emotional level, a lot of y'all don't need to be in relationships. Okay, if you're somebody who, not a need. Okay, same thing when it comes to your gross sexual history. That is a want, not a need. Okay, I'm gonna call it out, bro. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like it just is what it is. You know what I mean? Some of y'all need to learn some restraint and so on and so forth. Just because you give that up doesn't necessarily mean that person necessarily cares about you. That could be the only thing that person wanted from you. I find the best things that I've ever done is when I've waited. Right? When I've waited and I pushed somebody out, 3-4 months, and they were still sticking around. Okay, cool. Then I know you sticking around for the right reasons. Some of y'all willing to throw this thing away on the first date and even before the first date. You want to act like you married. So, that's another aspect of it. Another thing that y'all, a lot of people, treat as wants, right? Which are wants, not needs. Again, not just materialistic, but even just lifestyle, right? A lot of y'all will make excuses why you can't improve your lifestyle, claiming these so-called needs. Well, AJ, I want to lose weight, but I need cake. No, you don't. AJ, I wanna wake up early, but I need to be up till 2 or 3 in the morning on TikTok. No, you want to be up on TikTok. AJ, I want all these things, you know what I mean? But I need all this other shit. No, your needs, when you're really striving to get somewhere, you're gonna make the sacrifices that you need to make.
Right.
So at the end of the day, the way I see it is, for me, a lot of y'all are a whole lot of talk. Because very few people are willing to make the sacrifices and the changes they need to. I'm a shut up there. I had to sting them a little bit.
Right, I should have I needed you to go last. You gonna just do all that? You probably made some people mad. It's like, nah. D Perks, what you got, brother? What are wants that people make needs? Good job, y'all, man. We did the 20K, man. Y'all can take a little break if y'all want to, because I'm gonna ask in another 10 minutes to go to 25. You feel me? D Perks, what you got for me? Huh? What'd you say, cuz?
You gonna have some strong fingers.
You took forever to turn me back on. Okay. What the? It's like, that didn't sound right. But yeah, that was blame it on AJ. That's AJ.
It took me a minute. But sometimes I gotta make sure you 20K. Because sometimes I'll be turning
ain't about to get me beat up by your husband.
Oh
man, that's funny. D Parks, you there? Mm-hmm. All right, he is Jira.
So anything that's excessive materialism, and why a lot of people seek that to, I guess, brag or boast and the image aspect of things, instead of being truthful and forthcoming. So, I would say, the materialism aspect, excessive.
Okay. For the most part, that's what Cuz said. All right. Cuz Juan. I keep forgetting I can't just say it like Cuz Juan. I got both of them in here. What are wants that people make needs nowadays?
Shit. Hold on.
Yo, cough too loud, about to make me get back. I'm talking to
Demonetized.
Demonetized.
Bro, the amount of times I've coughed hard on a live,
I know.
They ain't picked up on that one yet, so we can still cough.
Boy, that'd be horrible. That might be the next thing if it don't get shut down.
No,
I know what a cough mean.
It'll be a lot of things though. For me, I heard old girl. She said something like, "It's really survival." I feel the same.
I
It's
feel
like
the same too, though. Like, look,
other than food, shelter, like transportation, them certain shit. Shit, we spoiled because like
you said the word.
99% of the world, they don't even got shoes and they walking to get their water and all type of stuff. So shit, cable, furniture, a bed. If you want to be like literal, like it's really everything damn near.
Yep, that's what AT has said for the most part.
So, quick question on that. So, do that make commodity a need?
Commodity is convenience to me. It's like a convenience. Like
Y'all trying to steal my thunder. I've been patient. Don't try to
a
steal my
need.
thunder out of turn.
I was just saying because nowadays transportation is what? A bike, car, plane, something. And what do it takes to get that, to obtain that?
No, fam. A bike is out of the
Sometimes.
question for most Americans. Stop it. Ain't
But
nobody ride no. So it's grown adults don't know how to ride no bike. Let's stop.
But I'm
Wait
just
right there.
saying, it's still everything when it comes down to living nowadays, everything comes down to money.
In this
Hold on, that's
capitalistic
why I was
society,
gonna say
that's
I
in
don't
this
want y'all to steal
society.
my thunder though.
Go ahead.
That's in this society though, because if you want it, you can go somewhere where it's warm and live off nature and pick fruit and build shelter in the woods. Like you can do that. It'll be obstacles and hurdles, and it'll be hard as hell. But
Would
you're
you
not
need
forced.
tools?
Huh?
Would you need tools?
You
Like,
can.
would you need a axe, a knife?
Not necessarily.
No,
Maybe,
because
but
we can
not
live primitively.
necessarily.
That's why I say y'all trying to steal my thunder.
Maybe, but not necessarily. You know, depend on how nice you want your crib to be.
You gonna need some form of those things, but that's not what you're gonna exactly need. You're not gonna need to go to Lowe's just to buy an axe. You would have to make your own.
I say, and you're gonna use
And
the
what would
land.
you say?
Anything gonna
And
come
where
from
would
the
you
earth.
go find
A knife come
the?
from the earth.
Okay, but
Which is
hold
true.
on. So before, because everybody talk about this need and want thing, and I think it's based on the context of depending on the situation that you're in. First of all, but why do y'all think that they use solitary confinement as one of the number one punishments? Because psychologists have already figured out that even though we feel like we want somebody to talk to, we want somebody around, little do we know as humans we need that interaction, human to human. Do we understand that? So even though I don't gotta talk to nobody all day, but I'm gonna have a totally different disposition about myself if I don't talk to anybody.
Okay, wants and needs though. They gotta do it wants and needs.
Yeah, well, I fall that.
Right, but
I'm
but
so
that
sorry for this.
but ma'am, you saying something?
Oh no, I was just apologizing for interrupting. I was gonna comment to what you said, but I'll wait.
Appreciate it. But no, I'll make it quick though, because I know everybody else want to talk. But I think a lot of times when we put these things in context, we say like we need food, water, shelter, and clothes on our back. But some people say, well, you don't need clothes and you don't need shelter depending on the area that you're living in, depending on your conditions. Like that's why I say it's all contextual. But at the same time, when you're talking about a need, it's something that's going to change your overall experience as who you are, as opposed to what you want and what you need. Where
For
some people
example,
they might want a mansion, but they can do with a 1-story house. Just because you want it, that doesn't classify it as a need, no matter how strong you want it. And I think we conflating the two things.
so you're saying there's no such thing as needs?
No, I never said that. I,
No,
I
I was
never
trying
said
to
that, but I'm saying
understand.
us as in human nature, we conflate wants and needs on a day-to-day basis. So a lot of people be like, oh, well, a want and a need, that's subjective. That's subjective. Yeah, it depends on the context in which we're talking about. But if we're talking about things that we need for human interaction, yes, we need those things. Whereas if you try to compare us to animals, they might not need it because they're thinking on an instinctual level. But people always constantly want to compare us, but our intellect of being able to distinguish the difference is what sets us apart.
So I tell my kids when they start getting all kinds of needy, I tell them you can want in one hand and shit in the other, and see which one fills up faster.
You say that to your kids?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
And don't go around
she
the bush
said
again.
say that again. I tell them want in one hand and shit in the other, and see which one fills up faster.
What type of
I
ish
don't
is that?
say.
I mean, that's something
I
you can
don't.
say to a coworker, but I mean, I'm not gonna say that to a kid.
Well, my kids are teenagers, and you got to realize what kind of world they're living in right now.
Oh, I'm
I'm not
not
judging.
judging.
Justification,
I'm
huh?
just saying. I mean, I don't know. It didn't go over my head like it went over others. My bad.
No, I don't quite talk to my kids that way. Like I've told them poop in the other hand, but that's just because I'm a super helicopter mom. But the message is still the same. Um, you can walk in one hand and you can shit in the other, and you can see which one fills up faster. You can want everything you want. I want lots of things, but wanting won't get you nothing.
Well, boo boo
You gotta
will.
make it happen.
Yeah, but oh no, that's confusing though. So, are you saying that you have nothing? Because I'm pretty sure the things that you wanted out of life, you got those things. So it's like you didn't get nothing from wanting something. I was just a little bit confused about the message that you're trying to convey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to see where the boo boo part come in at.
Hey, that's like somebody saying, "Hey, that tastes like shit." Like, how you know how shit tastes?
Oh my.
Like,
Well,
never mind. I'm gonna shut up. My bad. I'm sorry.
I guess they want to say it tastes horrible.
I did want to say, Mark, when you said that the scenario in the jail, the isolation, yeah, that's why I had said food, water, shelter, and family, because
I'll get you on that part. Okay, you
you
did
know,
say that too. That makes sense.
as humans, we do need each
Companion.
other. We're supposed to, we're not supposed to just be alone,
Alone.
isolated. So that's why I had said family too. And we have to grow and, so.
Yeah, we'll go insane. Literally probably go insane without another
Not you,
person. We
not me getting some agreements, Kev. Let me get my thunder. Y'all keep trying to steal my thunder
dang, I
since I
can't say
came in here.
yes or I agree. What the heck?
Hey, hold on. Let me argue with Mark real quick. I'm gonna argue with Mark just for the sake of
No,
arguing with Mark.
AJ, you beat me up last time. I'm
No,
done.
I didn't beat you. First
I'm
off, I'm
done.
just happy you in here because I ain't seen you in a minute.
Boy.
Yeah, I try to
So
stay out of the
I'm
way and
happy
stay
to
out of
see you.
trouble.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see you, sir. So there's that. But no, I ain't gonna describe. I mean, you guys are spitting straight facts. I do just want to point out, however, there's nothing wrong with having wants in life, right? Like they just give you something to strive for. All I'm saying is that if your wants are getting in the way of your other wants, you need to work on that. That's all I'm saying.
That's a really good point.
Some,
That's a really good point. I
yeah.
I deal with this on a daily basis because of my job, because of my career, and that's something I have to ask my clients every day. Because I'm a realtor, and so many people, their eyes are bigger than their wallet, and they forget what they need. So I have to bring them back and say, no, you need this many bedrooms because of the kids. You need to be in this area because of the school zone. You need to be here so you can commute. But of course, sometimes we get, things get a little cloudy when we look at things we want.
You said you need a certain size for a kid? Or a
So,
certain bedroom? You only need one room.
Well, I mean, yeah, because you can't. It's not like when we were kids where you could put boys and girls in the same bedroom. You now have to separate them.
That's a want then. That ain't you can survive with
That's
go
not a
home for a
want.
room.
That's a legal thing if you have kids. Depending on where
Without
you're at, that's a
legal,
legal
I'm saying
thing.
without legal, if we had like a hut and we was living in one thing, there's no such thing as separation when it comes
Okay,
to survival.
I mean, so here's my thing. Here's my thing. If we're
Y'all
talking
gotta change it up though.
theoretical, hypothetical situations, then in all terms, you're right. But if we're talking about the reality, okay, reality's here. The reality of where we live, some of us where we live, that's not a want. Oh, I want to have, you know what I mean? I don't have any kids, but if I had 3 kids, oh, now I have to have, 2 extra bedrooms for the kids. Like that's not what it is. That
That's if you
that is a
choose to
need.
follow the law.
Like they take your
Hold on,
kids
there's
if you
no law
don't do
that
that.
says
Right.
every kid has to have
That's
their
what I
own
was
They'll take your
saying. If you
kids.
choose to
Everybody don't
There's a whole
follow
other
the
thing.
law.
No, so
Wait,
that
hold on.
no,
Wait,
that's
what is going on right now?
just a friendly rebuttal. That's
Conversation.
all.
What's happening?
Yeah, no. You were saying like legally, like there's no rule or law that says that
It
your
depends on
children
where
have to
you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in Colorado you do. You can't put boys and girls in the same bedroom. You got to put them in different bedrooms.
Or rental, if you're looking to rent,
Or
most of the rental lease agreements say that you can have a certain amount of occupants per bedroom.
I wish the law would tell me where I can put my kids
So
at. That's crazy.
so a family of 5 might need, they might want to save and be in
Yeah,
a
you gotta
1 or
have a
2
certain amount of
bedroom, but
space,
you
but they're not
can't.
gonna tell you who can be in the room though. I don't.
no, they
Well, I
no,
mean,
they
hey, I
do.
don't live in Colorado, so I don't know what they do out there. It's a
yeah,
lot of stuff
Colorado's
going on
crazy.
out there. So I mean, I
Tell
ain't
me
So
even
your
gonna
it's
daughter
speak
and
for you,
son can't be in
AJ.
the same room. What the heck?
yeah, no,
They
it's
can
not
be in
just
the same room. They
Colorado.
can't sleep
It's
in the same room.
yeah,
What?
exactly.
Hold on,
It's
wait a
not just
minute.
Colorado.
That's
Never
some
mind.
funny stuff
Never
to me.
mind. Let me stop.
Yeah,
Let me stop. 'Cause it's a lot of laws and stuff that's being passed that
That sound
people
wild.
There's a
are
lot of
making it
craziness,
legal
but
and it's
yeah, go
lawful,
ahead,
but it's not
go
morally
ahead, Pharaoh.
correct. What
No,
you say,
I was
AJ?
so
Oh,
I'm
somebody,
in South
whoever was
Carolina.
trying to cut me off when I was talking and spitting facts.
My bad, Mark. I was just trying to say let Pharaoh go after you. That's all I was trying to say.
Nah, you good. I'm just playing. I'm just joking. I'm just glad to be back on here, man. Hey, my birthday getting ready to come up too. We gonna turn up.
Uh-oh.
All right, I'm on my way.
Let's go.
Studios.
All right, go ahead, Pharaoh.
No, but even like in South
And then
Carolina,
you
which is, are you done?
Kev,
Are
stop
you
being
done?
all
toxic.
right,
I
I'm
told you to
done.
stop being toxic over here.
I'm coming for you.
I'm sorry, my bad. All right, I had to.
We gonna fight. It's okay.
See, I told you.
I'm coming.
That's what she said.
So
I'm
even
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, you
We had to
wish.
get
You
that one out.
wish.
That's what she said for sure.
Y'all, come on now. Let her talk. Every time she starts talking, everybody starts talking. Let her talk.
No, so even in South Carolina, even the way I grew up, like, and I've been in everything from like a barn that you get, like, what are they called? Like the little outhouses you get at, like, Lowe's, like the storage houses. I've been in them. I've been in trailers. I've been in houses. At every point, like, we've been threatened with DSS and all that. They will come and take your fucking kids. It don't matter because they don't care. Yes, shed. It's like a shed. Thank you. Sorry.
Talking about what Jesus.
But they don't care, like, if you're healthy, if you're taken care of, if your parents are loving on you, if they're doing everything they can. Like, they will come and take kids from perfectly healthy homes, just for the sake of doing it. It's just, and they will leave kids who are in awful environments. I've seen it happen. They will leave kids in terrible environments, because maybe it looks better, or the parents are well off and whatever. Like, the state is fucked. Sorry.
I agree. I really.
Can we specify the? Oh, my bad.
There's one thing I don't understand about when it comes to the Child Protective Services is how they will strip children from homes, loving homes that are just in poor conditions, and put them in foster care and pay a foster parent to keep them. That never made sense to me.
Oh,
And
they
they
call it
should,
trafficking, but
yeah,
I ain't
you
gonna
should just help the families.
But a lot of times
So, I mean,
when that's going on though, I do want to point out that's up under a certain system. Like, a lot of times people don't understand, especially in welfare conditions, people get their children's taken from them all the time. And whenever you're in certain standings with the law or with the people up there or down there, wherever you're from, a lot of times they have the ability to do that. Like, they're passing laws right now that we really don't even talk about, where they can go and get your kids from school and you don't even know about it.
Okay. So what happens? Sorry, I'm so angry right now.
No, go ahead.
They will they will take a kid from, like, a home where they get disciplined, right? They get spanked, or they get whooped, or whatever. The kid don't like it, and so they report. And they will put the kids, not just the one kid, because they will take all of the children, okay, and they will put them in foster care, where these children go and get violated, and worse. We don't know how many. Do you know how many missing cases of children there are in the U.S. that were from the U.S.'s the foster care system? Like, so they take kids from perfectly healthy homes, or maybe not the greatest homes, but let's just say, like,
Loving
so they
families.
take these, right, loving families. Okay, so maybe not the best, but not the worst, right? And they take them and they put them in foster care homes where they get violated in the worst possible ways, and then they go missing, and the state's like, we don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's actually happening, like, right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the reason why I just wanted to point out, like, for some things, if we're talking about hypothetical, like, oh, it's way back in the day, way before colonization, way before modern technology, we all living in caves and huts and shit. That's one conversation. But if we're having a realistic conversation about what every single one of us deals with today, and considering we're all in the same country, there's going to be a little bit different when it comes to wants and needs, because there's going to be different variables, right? How many kids you have, what gender your kids are plays a factor. You know what I mean? Even when it even just comes to, you know, what state you're in, how much money you're making, like there's too many factors, right? So certain things, it's like, okay, yes, I understand where it's subjective, and yes, a need may look like a want, right? But my whole thing is, like I said, there's nothing wrong with having wants and needs, as long as you're not neglecting your wants. You're not neglecting your needs for wants, if that makes sense. So if you need to make extra money because you have, you know, kids, right? Say you have a boy and a girl, and you know that you live in Colorado, you got to put them in 2 different bedrooms because they can't sleep in the same room. Okay, God forbid, because that's a problem, right? Then you may need to make X amount of money so that you can make sure that that's possible, and then that's always going to be an option. So therefore, your need may be different. You know what I mean? Yeah, technically, y'all can live in a studio apartment. You could,
Yeah, but
but here
everybody
they're
needs
not
to have
set
their
up for
own
that.
space. I
Yeah,
get
that
you.
part, they gotta have their own space. So
Yeah,
that's a problem. So that's what I'm
yeah.
saying. That's all the point I was trying to make. I wasn't trying to put us on a tangent of like the system, because that's a whole conversation. And daycares ain't any better. Just saying, daycares are like the worst.
I understand that. Hey, but did y'all hear that Bernie Sanders was trying to cut the hours down to 32 hours a week for working citizens? While we were talking about
Yeah. I mean, I'm
How
in
is that going to
Col.
help?
I mean, I'm in
no,
Denver
they
right now, so
saying that like the
technically,
same thing that you would be getting paid, because you know how most of us work over 60 hours a week. So all that money would be time and a half, and you're getting paid more for less work. So you have more time with your families. That's how I feel like it is.
so can
Because
I
I
can
work.
I point out what that would do though? Because they're kind of doing that here. So because of and again, I'm not trying to get too far into politics, but because of like the whole migrant situation that's going on, again, I ain't going into all that. But because a lot of it's coming through Denver, now what Denver has done, so they don't necessarily have to pay you out in employment. For the unemployment, they've now just zeroed out your hours. So they still have you, you're just on a furlough. But if you don't know how a furlough, or at least the government furloughs
Oh yeah,
work, or how that
pretty much
furlough
a layoff.
works, is you don't get paid until they go back online.
Yeah,
You get the back pay, but you may not get a paycheck for over a month, 2
yeah, pretty
months.
much a
Yeah.
layoff.
If you understand history,
Yeah,
you'll understand that anything government managed is doomed to failure.
it's
So
terrible.
this
Oh yeah.
It's
notion
terrible.
No, hold on,
that he's
wait,
going to
wait.
reduce the work
I just
week
want to give
and
level
you're
up.
going to benefit from that
I feel you,
it's a
bro. I
fantasy,
wasn't
bro.
trying to say whether it was a good thing or not. I was just basically throwing it out there that that's what's going on right now. That I just want to let you know before you think that I'm on the Bernie
No, I
Sanders.
understand. I wasn't attacking you, bro. I was just
Oh
making a
yeah,
point.
but
I wasn't
I
attacking
know though. But I heard you earlier. We was on live earlier, and I know how you get down.
you. Okay. Yeah, but I'll make my point, but I never make it personal. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I feel you. That's just like AJ beat me up earlier, bro. I don't want to tussle y'all. I'm just here trying to live my life.
Don't take it no personal. Look, I need you to remember Q-tip, right? It's an anagram for quit taking it personal, bro. It ain't nothing personal. I love everybody. I
But
just have to say what I gotta say sometimes, you know?
as far as the topic goes, I think that I do agree that most people unfortunately live above their means. Like you have people out here who have a $50,000 annual income, but they have a $150,000 lifestyle. So if you're willing to set a budget, if you're also willing to relocate to more affordable areas and more, I mean, there are situations where one salary can support a whole family and you can live quite well. I mean, modest home. I'm not talking about like 4 people living in a studio. I mean, actually buying a home where you have room for your kids and so forth. But it may require you to move to different parts of the United States outside of the big cities. Instead of driving a BMW, you may have to drive a Dodge Caravan. But if you're willing to do that and shop at Walmart, if you're willing to do that, in order
Yeah.
to save money and provide a higher quality life for your family, so one of you can stay home and be with your kids as
All right,
opposed to
cuz
putting in
appreciate you.
daycare, then
Mm.
those are options. Those are options for you. So I mean, it's really what it comes down to is what sacrifices are you willing to make for your children and to provide a better life and generational wealth, for your family down the road. That's what it comes. I mean, because you can stay in San Francisco and have a wonderful nightlife, or you can move to the Midwest and create generational wealth for your kids. So it really comes down to what's important to you.
So, just real quick, your voice is phenomenal. I'm going to be talking to my husband tonight.
I'm sorry. What happened?
I said your voice is phenomenal. I'm going to be talking to my husband tonight about singing
Okay.
and like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
mm-hmm. So anyway,
Well then.
yeah. Next.
See, level up. I told you, I know how
To
you
the
do,
Keith
bro.
Sweat Show.
So what's the next question, Kev?
No, Kev
Oh,
sitting over there
Kev,
laughing.
I'm gonna go. So I'm gonna go last on that next question, just because I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
Which
Oh,
one?
you're right. We did talk about this earlier.
You
Right.
and I already had that
Thank you.
conversation, so I was like, I'm
All right. All right.
what up, Bert? And go.
And go. Right. Cuz you got one more before you go out?
What's the topic, man?
So this one is what is a healthy, safe, progressing addiction? All three of them together.
What is a healthy, safe, progressing addiction? I'm addicted to love, man. I would say is definitely safe and healthy. Let's see. Is that kind of like what you're talking about? What you can be addicted to that's healthy?
Healthy, safe, and progressing.
Okay. I would say love, working out, and minding your own damn business. Like, nah, but for real, like a lot of people need to understand that that's one of the healthiest ways of thinking is, stop involving yourself so much in other people's lives or comparing yourself
Mm-hmm.
to other people's lives and just live within yours and be happy with what you have and what you got going on. Don't try to, you know, be within yourself. Be addicted to your purpose. Like I'm a big man of, like, I'm real big on purpose because it's the answer to everything. When you got your purpose, you don't have time for the BS. You don't have time to be out here running around drinking and smoking all day. You don't have time for all the distractions. So
Mm-hmm.
that literally is my answer to everything. Live within your purpose and be serious about it. Don't sit here pump fake and booty shake with it when you know at the end of the day, this is something that you have to accomplish. This is what you want to do. This is what you want to give to the world, your contribution to the world. If you want to give back to people and you feel like that's your purpose, attack it. Put yourself in a position to be able to give back however you need to or want to give back. And if your purpose is to create generational wealth, don't be out here buying Christian Louis Vuittons or whatever, and you can't afford it. That's not good. So that's pretty much what I'm gonna leave off on. Purpose, 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 purpose.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll catch up with you later, cuz. Love you, brother.
All right, cuz.
Uh, I think I'll tell you next. What you got?
Hello?
Hello.
Is it me next? It's my turn?
Yep.
Yes, it
It's
Okay.
is.
you.
Okay, sorry. Um, would you say addiction like something that you can't help yourself from doing?
Yeah, the real definition of addiction. Uh actually, let's go ahead and look it up there so everybody gonna be on the
Thank you.
same thing. So just so we can get the
What
real
is
deal.
a healthy, safe, progressing
Are we gonna
addiction?
be able to dialogue though? Hey, make sure y'all tapping the screen. Keep it going up. Don't stop now. We did good, but we still got a long way to go, or we can go. So make sure y'all still tapping the screen and join the live.
So
If Realtor at the top, I believe it was on you. I apologize for interrupting. My bad.
Oh, I was waiting for the definition.
yeah, I had everybody wait for the so the definition of addiction is the fact or condition of being addicted to particular substance, things, or activity. Let me look up addicted.
Okay.
Addict. Let me just look up addict to make sure I get that down. So
Okay.
person who is what the freak? A person who is addicted to a particular substance, typically an illegal drug. Okay. Addicted. Then let me look one more time. Okay, here we go. Addicted. Physically or mentally dependent on a particular substance and unable to stop taking it without incurring adverse effects. So similarities would be like dependent on,
Anything you had
given
for
to,
addiction
use,
that's different.
obsessive, optional, dependent. So yeah, there you go.
And it can be like a person, place, or thing or activity.
Yeah, you could
Okay.
be addicted to a person. You
Okay.
watching TV, you could be addicted to.
Well, I would say a healthy, safe, progressing addiction, I think, would be writing, journaling, and writing. I think it'll get a lot of people's feelings and emotions out. And if they continue to write on a daily basis, they can look back at old journaling and see where they were and where they have come. I mean, it's nice to talk to people, but I think journaling is more progressive.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did D Perkins ever come back? D Perkins, you there? Did he fall asleep in the box? I ain't remember from earlier. He didn't say anything. Let me go ahead. I'll let you back up if you would, my brother. Level up.
Yes, sir.
What is a healthy, safe, progressing addiction?
What is a healthy, safe, progressive addiction?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of an oxymoron, but I'm gonna say if you have an addiction to anything, I would say, first and foremost, I would say if you have an addiction with constantly learning, that's good. If you're constantly trying to learn something new, or if you're constantly reading, that's a good addiction. If you like to work out a lot, that's good. That's pretty much it. Like, I guess we can come up with another list, but yeah, I think most addictions are wrong. But like the two examples I gave you of where you're constantly trying to self improve, I think that's a good thing. So if you're addicted to being better every day, that's a good thing.
So I'll still keep tapping the screen. Let's get this up 25K. I'm turning the comments off till y'all get us up there. Because again, it's me and maybe one other person tapping the screen.
Yeah, we
It's
can see who's
crazy.
tapping
Tap the
down there.
screen, y'all. I can't see who's tapping, but either way, the comments getting turned off till we hit it though. Sorry. I love y'all, but sorry.
Caught y'all. We caught y'all because they be thinking we can't see what's two tapping down there. Even caught you. I seen Atia did at the last second though. But yeah, 25K,
Well,
y'all. She'll turn it back on. Okay.
no, so
Huh?
I've heard that like if you're in the box and you're tapping, it
No,
can
you can do it.
be
You good?
bad.
That's a while ago. I think they said the only
They
person that
updated
can't do
that.
it is me. Yeah, it's just me. I can't do it. I heard because I can't get my own self taps, but I think I can't do it.
That part. I do want to say though, if you are a moderator after we hit the 25K, just because I notice a lot of the time in these lives is moderators getting the live to the tap goal a lot of the time. So at 25, my fellow moderators, we are gonna stop tapping the screen and we're gonna push everybody else to keep it tapping because it's crazy. There's like 3 of us in here. That's insanity. Tappity tap.
Tappity tappity. 25K, y'all. Comments be back on. It's 40 of y'all, man. Y'all can do it. It's free. It don't cost too much. Maybe a little muscle in your fingers, but hey. Mark is on you, man. What is a healthy, safe, progressing addiction?
I would say
Hmm?
caring,
Hmm.
caring, caring for
Interesting.
yourself, caring for your environment, caring for those that surround you, caring to give a damn. Like a lot of people don't care. You hear a lot of topics and stuff that we talk about, and people just don't care about it. It ain't until it hits them that they care about it. I guess that can lead into empathy, sympathy, and all that. But I would just leave it to that. That would be a healthy addiction, progressive addiction, and a safe addiction. But are we talking about actual tangible activity, or are we talking about like a mental mind state type thing?
Everything.
You said everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can peace
It
be an
don't
addiction?
I
Can
be saying
harmony
that
be an
sometimes
addiction?
too.
Can
could be.
unity be an addiction? Like to where we realize that. Oh, well, I don't know, man. Don't let me go on a tangent because I don't know. I was trying to look outside the box because y'all try to take all my thunder once again.
The thunder's still up.
I know, bro. It's just it ain't even
You
light
gotta
right
tap
now.
away, my guys. Tap, tap, tap
Tap
the screen.
away.
He's been sitting at 23.6. Come on now, tappity tap tap. Let's go.
Everybody in the box,
Don't be a
man. At least I
bean,
can count
tap
on
the
y'all. Y'all can
screen.
tap too.
Take your finger off the bean and tap the screen. I need y'all to tap,
It's
tap,
about
tap.
that time.
Let's go. It is. Hey, it's late enough. I can say that. It's
It
after
is
hours.
late enough.
Your children should be. Your children should be. Asleep. Should that don't mean they are, but just saying. Grown folks conversations. There we go. I see him jumping. All right, I'm gonna move
There you
again.
go.
My bad.
Hey, so like if I said walking, would that be like a problem? Like people
No.
that walk,
What? What do you mean?
like walking. The question is, was a healthy, safe, progressive addiction? Is
Like
walking.
as an
Like
as an
I'm talking about
addiction?
like a Forrest Gump.
Okay.
I
So
Well, I
was
mean, he
walking,
was
yeah.
running. He was running.
But
is
I said walking
running.
because we ain't running nowhere. I'm telling you that. Well, I ain't. I don't know about y'all. I ain't running nowhere.
Nah, my knees hurt.
Exactly.
I'm 40. Everything hurts. So
Oh, that's crazy. I never hear women tell their age.
oh, I don't care.
I can be 32.
Hey, is it still disrespectful in 2024 to ask a woman her age?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, so because we can't ask age, weight, or origin of what you was born as. So it's like, who are we talking to? Never mind. I'm not. Never
I
mind.
think
I don't want to go on this tangent. I'm sorry, Kev.
no. I think it's okay. I think it's almost disrespectful to not answer
Mm.
because we set expectations for who we want to date, and we ask them questions that we expect them to answer honestly. Like I'm honest. I'm 5'4". I'm 210. Pale and whatever. Um, like
So y'all stuck at 24K. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Like I expect whoever I ask to be honest. I mean,
Hey, so can I ask
Like,
a
I don't
question?
know.
Like, I guess this would be pertaining to the ladies, though. You know, I hate this off topic, but would you
What?
prefer someone to be honest with you or tell you what you want to hear in a nice way?
Hmm.
Because a lot of women will say that they want honesty, but in actuality, what they want you to do is almost coddle them.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
is it true honesty? Because once dudes really start being honest, you don't like us no more.
okay. Are you being honest or rude? Because like my son, my son is ADHD ASD, which means he has autism, and he thinks that when he tells me, "Hey, mom, you don't look as fat in that outfit as you did in the other outfit," I'm like, "Oh, that's nice, babe." Like that's honest to him. I think a lot of men sometimes misconstrue and understand what honesty is versus their understanding of it and what women's understanding of it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so give me an example of an honesty. Are you talking about like whenever you tell a woman that she's a certain ranking, or if she's like, what do you mean by honesty?
Like you want the true definition of, I mean, you want the true answer to what you're asking the question of.
Oh, yeah.
Like like you don't want somebody to sugarcoat it. You want it to be really given to you how it needs to be given to you. Like despite who it is, it don't even gotta be relationships. Like, do you prefer honesty? Because it can come from your parents, it can come from your siblings, it can come from even your best friend. Because we know a lot of women will say that they are friends with more guys than they are girls. And with girls, like, I feel like once they really start being honest with each other, they don't become friends. They're not friends for long. So, and that's just not going on that tangent. But at the end of the day, it's like you want honesty until it doesn't benefit you. When it comes to women and men, you would much rather somebody be honest with you and you get your life together than somebody lie to you and you just be like a bum out here. And that's what we understand as men, and I think women haven't gotten there yet.
Mm-hmm. I think with women being emotional, a lot of women being emotional and, to be honest, a little delusional, are not being prepared for the truth. That's when the reaction doesn't go well when you tell the truth. So I think you have to kind of study the room, study the woman to know when. I'm a girl's girl. I don't have any guy friends. I have a lot of girlfriends. I'm the girlfriend that you can call in the middle of the night and I'm going to be there for you, or I'm going to bail you out. But that's just me. I love my friends very much.
But can I ask you a question with that though?
Mhm.
Because I
Yeah.
was asking you, like, even outside of like a romantic relationship, like even with those friends, when it's time for you to be honest with them,
Mhm.
are y'all able to really be honest with each other, or are y'all telling each other what you want to hear, and then go to the other friend and be like, "Oh my gosh, girl, she said, how do I look in this?" And I was like, "You look fabulous," and she wasn't looking fabulous.
So women who do that, that's that fake sister thing going on. Now I will be honest, it is very hard for me to tell my friend something that is going to hurt them or make them cry. Very, very hard for me. But I will study the time in the room and find the right time to tell them in a compassionate way.
I mean, if I can answer that, I
Are you
mean,
being honest though?
No, it's very hard. No, you're right. It's very hard for women to be honest and to accept honesty. So that's the
You know
truth.
what?
Okay, and that
I'm
was
gonna follow
honest that
you.
she
We're
said
gonna be
that.
friends too, because you done agree with me twice.
Right, I just
Oh,
followed her back.
I'm a realist.
so I wanted to answer the question real quick. Um, I'm gonna be, and I mean, if you ask me, I'm a little different, right? I don't have a whole lot of female friends because of my honesty. And I require that, to be honest. I do. I require honesty. I want to know if I put something on, do I look foolish? Like, tell me that shit. I don't care
Same.
how well I feel like I look good in it. If I look stupid, tell me that. So that's just kind of how I am. But I do notice a trend with, especially when it comes to women, if they're undisciplined. If you are undisciplined and you've never been put in a position, you don't have the responsibility of having to be honest and be open and be that type of person and have to give people to come to Jesus talk, this is where we at, right? A lot of women can't, they're not good at that, right? I'm not saying I don't have any female friends, I do, but even when I have to talk to them, I even have to sometimes, it's not that I can't be honest, even I have to scale back and find a nice way of putting things, because I can't just be like, girl, what the fuck, why are you wasting your time with this stupid dude?
Yeah.
Right, like, what are you crying for? Y'all know, you guys have known each other for 3 days. I can't say it like that, right? I have to sometimes even convince her it's her idea. You know what I mean? And kind of manipulate it that way. So it really does depend. Although anymore, I try not to have friendships like that. I want to say I've cut off, I want to say a good 75% of the women I used to be friends with. Just because of that, I can't. I'm too honest.
Hey, Kev, can I ask a question
Yo,
before we get a little bit deeper in that?
I you already asked the question. But go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you good. Never mind.
No, go ahead. I was talking to
Okay. See, you being toxic. I was trying to be heavy.
him.
But now I was gonna ask, do y'all feel like people throw, now that we are older than we were yesterday, do you feel like we throw the word friend around too freely?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's wrong with it though? I want to know.
Well,
Because not
everybody doesn't.
everybody's. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, level up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, not everybody deserves that title, you know. So, but there is a distinction between an associate, an acquaintance, and friend. But for some reason, they all seem to fall under the same blanket these days. So,
Yeah. And then they're shocked when someone backstabs them or is not there for them whenever they're in a time of need. And they're upset and they're angry. Or they don't know just how, when AJ said, I'm honest, anyone who doesn't accept a friend that is truly honest, or when your friend tells you about yourself, and instead of you being like, wow, you're right, instead of you saying that, you want to like fight or rebuttal it. I mean, you're not ready to be a friend. I think of my friends, and every one of my friends have had a moment, because a lot of my friends are childhood friends and then college friends. I have a lot of good friends. We've had some ugly conversations, but they're still my friends.
That's interesting. That I've called close to me, we've nearly come to blows. Like that's where a lot of friendships are determined. It's not just determined between the good times. Like, we need to go through all 4 of those seasons. Like, I need to know what you
Yeah.
looking like when you good, when you bad, when you up, and when you down. I think a lot of people just have people around. As long as I'm calling you, we good. But the moment that things are not going a certain way, a lot of people take that step back. And that's, especially now in our big age in 2024, whatever that may be for you. I think more and more of us are realizing that it's the idea of you that people love rather than who you are. Right?
Of
Like,
course.
people fall in love with a name or a performative or the concept of you rather than actually knowing who you are. And once you realize that, you become okay with being just okay, or being alone for some of us, or comfortable with where we're at.
Okay.
That's more the
I
reason
think.
why I
I think.
don't really. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no. No, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I got a delay on mine, so continue.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I was like, I think for me, it's very much, I think the reason why it's very separate, right? Like a lot of people ain't even at the acquaintance level. Like we probably just met on a panel, and that don't mean that we besties, right? That don't mean I'm gonna have your back on some TikTok drama or whatever else, just to kind of give a little bit of context to something that's kind of relatable to everybody else. But for me, I'm very much one of those people where I need to know what you're thinking about when you shake my hand. Are you the type of person who's trying to figure out what all you can get out of me? Are you the type of person who's sitting there being like, oh, I could take this, I could do that. Oh, AJ is this type of person. How can I use her for this? Like, and some people would sit there and be like, oh, AJ, you got trust issues, but it's like there's a reason why I'm like that. There are people who are like that. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I've met people who are like that. And it's one, because of one, the way I conduct myself, and two, you know what I mean? I mean, I've had people literally try to use me for money. I've had people try to use me for loyalty, for brownie points. I've had people even try to use me on social media and be like, oh, well, AJ's well liked and she argues well. Let me bring her in on conversations that she ain't got no business talking about. It happens all the time. So for me, it's very much I gotta have enough time to figure out what you were thinking about when you shook my hand, right? And then of course figuring out the seasons, like Mark also pointed out. We ain't always gonna get along. How are you going to react when we're in indifference? You know what I mean? Are you somebody who's gonna drop me because I didn't agree with you, or are you gonna be somebody who can be like, yo, we can agree to disagree. It is what it is. Or nah, bro, I'm mad at you right now, but I'm gonna get over it in like 2 days. Like I need to know what I'm dealing with.
Oh,
Yeah.
we gonna be mad, but you gonna talk to me. I don't care how mad you is, you gonna talk to me.
So with that
That's
being,
all.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say, with that being said, AJ, I honestly feel like when Level Up said that a lot of people, use the word friends loosely, I actually don't see that. I think that majority of people have their wall up. They're not accepting new friendship, especially women. You can take a poll and ask someone, when's the last time you made a new friend? They're not going to say it was anytime soon, because a lot of people wall up, and the trust is just not there to make friends, because how some people are as friends. And to me, that's really sad, because there's some really good people out there that people aren't networking and connecting with and learning on an emotional level to be their friend and to bond with them, because so many people have done them wrong. But I'm the type of person where I see good in everyone until they show me otherwise, and then I'm out. But I am open to building relationships that can become friendships, especially with women.
I mean, I'll be 100% honest with y'all. The main reason also to making friendships with me is that sometimes I buy new shoes and nobody ever asks me if I can run fast in them. And that's all I wanted to be asked, but I didn't want to tell people that, because you should automatically ask me that.
No.
And that doesn't ever get asked. So like, we can't be friends because you never asked me if I run fast in my new shoes. And when I asked you, you looked at me weird. So, I'm just kidding. I'm
No. No, I want to see. I want to see the new shoes, and I want to see how fast you can run them.
Yeah. So
That's gonna be.
I would say it depends on the mentality behind it. Just like the way people use love and all that stuff. I don't think there's no problem with calling somebody a friend. I look at it as like, because with me, I feel like a lot of people is friends to me, or they probably might upgrade to a brother. I really look at a lot of people as brothers and sisters for the most part. But I don't know about this. I know you heard the word deserve. I know. I think I said depend on the mentality of how we look at this thing. So, but I don't think it's a problem looking at somebody as a friend or brother, sister, whatever. It's just like your reason is behind it. I would say, or why y'all connected, or even if you're not connected, I mean, you can just say hi to somebody and be I don't have to be all deep with it. I don't know. Or do they say you have to, if you have a friend, you all got to be freaking connected or something? Was it a rule to it? I don't know.
It's not like a rule. It just has to do with just kind of how you treat it, right? I could treat somebody and they can be like, "Oh man, AJ's such a great friend," and that just means, you know what I mean? I'm the type of person where I'll be like, "Yeah, I may be really nice," and I'm a nice person. I'm not sitting there saying I treat my friends like crap, But I am also the type of friend where if you, for whatever reason, like, I don't know, fall over or you know what I mean, something happened, right? You fall over, you trip over something, I'm gonna laugh before I ask if you're okay. You should know that we homies and I can do that. I'm not gonna do that with a stranger. I'm not gonna do that with an acquaintance. Like, we don't have that type of relationship. So it just has to do with the level of relationship that you have with said person. That's all that is.
It's true. And what type of friend you are, what type of friendship you need. I'm the type of friend where you can tell me anything and I'm here to listen. And if you need me to respond, I'll respond. If you don't, I won't. And I'm just going to be there because that's just the type of friend I am.
Yes, but I don't know. I guess we take the caliber of the way we carry people in our lives in different ways. I guess it could be semantics at this point, but as to like what you were saying, Kev, when I call somebody brother, that's like the people that you would actually move mountains for, as opposed to, you know, people like, hey, dang, that you heard about it, but there's nothing you can do. When there's people that you actually associate yourself with and that you connect with, you actually make moves for those people. And a lot of people don't realize, but some of us have good hearts, and a lot of people are not going to do for you what you would do for them. And a lot of times a friend is going to do that with no questions asked. Like, you don't have to ask. This that person that you call whenever you need something to happen. You need to go get that body missing. Like that, those are real, true friends. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't know. I guess it comes in a different way when we're talking about it in this way, because a lot of us are friends on TikTok, but even though we haven't never met, so I could see how it could be miscombobulated when we're talking about friends as far as real world and on that, because I would consider y'all my friends. Kev, you even more closer than some. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would consider you as a brother, even though we've never met. Like, I can't tell you where your house is or what street you live on, what your last name is, or none of that. But you're my friend as far as TikTok is concerned. So I guess it could be a thing of semantics right now.
And perspectives. That's all it is.
I think
No.
within the word friend as we did when we were children.
Hold
So-
up, fam.
No.
Hold up, fam. Let Pharrell go real
No,
quick
so-
because I don't think she said anything for a minute.
No. So I was gonna say the same thing. Like, I have friends on here that, like, I've talked to off the app that are my friends. That I would do that for. Like, if they called me and they were like, "Hey, I got a body," I'm there. And so, like, when people say, "Oh, it's just an app," it's not just an app, because the relationships carry off the app. There are friends and people that I've met on here that are closer to me, and more precious to me than some of the people I've known, like, in person. And when I'm friends with somebody, when I really give them my attention and my love, then that's true. That's genuine. There are people that I've met in my real life that I wouldn't let come near my kids. So I think that whether it's online, whether it's in person, I think you know people, like, when you get to know them. I think it's deep.
I mean, I think that's definitely true. I think we all have friends that we've made, obviously, on these apps, on TikTok and so on and so forth. I've made friends on here. You know what I mean? I consider a lot of y'all on here friends, and there's some of y'all I'm just meeting tonight. You know what I mean? And there's some of y'all that I met the first day and was like, yeah, I fucks with this person. So it really does depend. You know what I mean? But like I said, when it comes to proximity, for me, it also tells me whether or not somebody keeps showing up. Right? I'm the type of friend, I'm there for you no matter what. But if all I'm going to do is be there every time you fall apart, don't necessarily need that friendship. You know what I mean? Unless your life is just in shambles and you're just going through it right now. That's one thing. But if I'm not there to be there for the good times and the bad, then me personally, I just don't want it. A lot of the friendships and stuff that I have made on this app that I still consider friendships, I definitely have that with. Right? Like I'm here for the good times, we here for the laughs, we here for the cries, we may get into disagreements. It is what it is. We keep it moving. So like I said, it all just kind of depends, but yeah, at this point we just arguing semantics. But go ahead, Bam. I'm sorry, you came up here getting ready to spit your amazingness, and I cut you off. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh no, you fine. What I was gonna say is, I think first of all, this app wasn't created for our generation. So I think a lot of times we understand certain things from our generation. So friend to us was developed at a very early age. Like Mark said, that's the person I'm sitting on that green box with. You know what I'm saying? I'm riding bikes with you. A lot of times you met your friend in a public setting. So you were around other people, but this special person is the person that got to come to my house, that called my mama. This app ain't the same way, because the younger generation, they'll make a friend over a video game. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see them really going to chill on the green box no more. So like, for what that word means to them, it don't mean the same thing to us. So like, and I had to learn that. So it's like, on this app, I feel like it's different compartments of associates. Until I meet you, until we have a real dialogue, until you are able to be vulnerable with me and I'm vulnerable with you and I can trust you with that vulnerability, then I can't necessarily call you a friend. Because the same way y'all was saying that on this app, the moment somebody is like, y'all fall out, because we don't have that rapport the way I know your mama, a lot of times they'll use the shit that you were vulnerable with to your dismay. You know what I'm saying? They'll go tell somebody exactly what the hell you said while y'all were so-called friends. But friends don't move that way. But you don't have that real rapport like that. So I just feel like it's dangerous to create certain labels without having the prerequisite be met. I don't know what y'all prerequisite of friend is, but mine might be a little bit different than y'all. That's all.
I was just about to ask that.
You know
I was
what
about
I'm
to
saying?
say,
Like,
what is the requirement to be a friend? Because I was
the,
hearing what you were saying. It made me
the
think about that.
prerequisite for my friendship, is that. Like, if right now something was going down with me, you know somebody else to call that I know. Like anybody on this panel, if something was going down with me, I don't know nobody else to call that's close to you. So I can say, hey, bro, going through this. Or bro, need that. Or if we have to have a discussion about you, it's not only just what you can do for me, it's things that it's reciprocation. You know what I'm saying? If you got some shit going on and it's like, I feel like you need to be held accountable, it's other people in your life that know you that I got to be able to call so we can have this conversation. What's really going on with bro? What's really going on with such and such? You know what I'm saying? If I could, and this is going to sound crazy, but if I could unalive myself and there's nothing you can do about it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't nobody you can reach out to, I can't call you my friend.
Well, Bam, my point with that, when I was talking about everyone has walls up now on making new friends, is the point you just made. But I don't know them. You have to know this. Someone has to get to that point. So you have to be willing and able to get to know someone, because there are good people out there that would make a good friend or a good connection, or be an arm's reach for something in your life. But a lot of people don't make those friends because they say, I don't know you.
In real life, or do you mean on the app? Because that's what I'm saying. That would be different for me. Because
It can be either or. I
ability.
mean, it can be either or. I went on a trip in July and met a female at a casino, and me and her just hit it off. And then we did a whole bunch of other things there. And we've been on 2 trips since then. We went to Chicago together in November, and we just got back from Philly, and we just had a lot in common. And I talked to her at least 3 times a week. So, I mean, I could have just, been snobby and say, I don't know her.
Right, but you transcended, your relationship transcended the basic initial meet. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if certain things don't transcend, it maybe not been a friendship. You know what I'm saying? And it's also something that you shouldn't force, because people go in this, I'm like, oh, I'm about to go meet this person and do, and it's like, how you know that's what was supposed to happen? A lot of times with friendships, that shit is just natural.
Yeah, it was. You're
You know
right.
what
It
I'm saying?
felt
Like,
very natural. Our friendship was uniquely natural, and I'm just glad I met her.
yeah,
But
it's
you're
not
right.
forced because
Yeah.
of that.
So I got a question.
Hey,
So my question is could you say that some people are addicted to friendship or addicted to friendship in a way? To the point that they'll throw that word at just about anybody and everybody?
I hope not.
No, I wouldn't say it's
I
friendship. I
think
would
more
think
people are
sometimes it's
sheltered.
more validation.
People can be
I'm sorry, what was that, Mark?
No, I said I wouldn't say it's so much as friendship as much as it is validation.
Okay.
Or maybe a lot of people are probably do want to be accepted by others. But I don't see a lot of people having a lot of friends. Anyone I know, that I know close, I can probably think of like 2 or 3 of the same friends I'm always with.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of people on the app that were starved and deprived of companionship and like Mark said, acceptance. And because they can create a different persona on this app, they use that to like, regain or kindle some kind of companionship. I don't necessarily think that's healthy. You know what I'm saying? Because you run the risk of having a lot of fake friendships.
hmm Okay. Well, I think that's definitely valid. Um, I want to answer Kev's question real quick because I know I haven't answered it yet. So Kev has the question: what is a healthy, safe, progressing addiction? I'm gonna say none. I think at the end of the day, and that's just my personal opinion, life is about balance. So
I
if you're
agree.
addicted to something, you're out of balance. You're addicted to it. It's almost as if you can't go without it.
Hmm.
That's to me what an addiction is.
But
So to me, there's no
can
such
that
thing
also put?
as a
Oh,
healthy
sorry,
addiction.
Adrian.
Sorry, what?
No, my bad. But I was gonna say because you can also swing that the same way, in the opposite direction. Because there are some things that are good for us that you can be addicted to, but a lot of times we put the negative connotation on addiction, right? So that's why I will understand where you say, well, anything too much in excess is wrong, but at the same time, it's always in the way in which you're trying to portray it as.
Yeah, I can agree with that to a degree, but for me, it's very much a balance thing. Too much of
Hmm.
anything is a bad thing. You drink too
Hmm.
much water, you risk dry drowning. You know what I mean. You run too much, you risk destroying your joints and stuff as you get older. Everything like to me, for me personally, is just about balance. So for me, it's more or less just like okay, you can have dependence and be reliant on certain things, and it doesn't matter how many things that is. If you have dependence, if you're dependent on 100 different things to get you through the day, that's fine. That's just what gets you through a day. At least you're productive. There's some people who may have one thing that they're addicted to, and it destroys everything. And then there's some people who are addicted to one thing and they're still functional. So I'm not saying that addiction always means that you can't be functional. There's plenty of functional addicts out there, and so on and so forth. I'm just saying for me personally, I just believe things need to be in balance. So if I'm addicted to
Hmm.
something, I need to get to the bottom of it because I need to be in balance. You know what I mean? That's just kind of how I see it. So for me personally, I don't believe in a healthy addiction. There's no such thing to me.
Yep.
Um,
I was hoping somebody was gonna say that.
but
I
yeah, you
think you
shouldn't
like
be
the
addicted to
third person
anything.
that said. Yeah, you was the third person that actually said that because I had to realize I was thinking about it that way too. But it is like a dependence of, or basically you just like kind of go with the topic itself, like a dependence upon something to just kind of function, uh, in a way. But I'm gonna say, uh, yeah, because it got to be a balance thing. Because we can say that, I was like, I even use like I'll be addicted to peace or something like that, right? But that's why I add all three of those things on there. What's healthy, safe, and progressing. You know, I can be, if I'm addicted to peace, then what else am I doing with my life though? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, that mean I gotta make sure I go to that all the time, but it ain't gonna help me progress because I'm dependent upon it. And that's something so that means I gotta have some type of balance where I have to, uh, do other things. Maybe I have to take a sacrifice with my peace to do something else to make money or something like that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't think any addiction is it's never good. No matter how you want to look at it. Even love
yeah.
can be dangerous. You can say addicted to love. That's dangerous
Well,
too.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's people who say that they're addicted to love and end up in toxic relationships where they constantly hurt each other and hurt other people. You know what I mean? I mean, people have been addicted to love and have unalived each other and other people. Like, so that's just kind of my thing. But I think there's a huge difference between being dependent on something or someone or a situation. Oh, I'm dependent. Nobody really wants to be dependent on it. But I don't think there's a difference between being dependent and being addicted. Right? I could be dependent on my job to make sure that I'm paying my bills. That doesn't mean I'm addicted to my job. I just need that to pay bills. Right? Again, it all has to do with the context and how you shape your life. But if your life is out of balance, like I said, you can have something that you're dependent on, but if you're out of balance and that turns more into an addiction, that ain't gonna work for you neither. Because at the end of the day, what happens with most addicts when they don't get their fix, right? They're willing to destroy everything. So you can sit there and say, "Oh, well, I'm addicted to going to the gym." Okay, well, what happens if like the pandemic happens? You can't go to the gym. What are you supposed to do? You addicted to the gym. You know what I mean? Now you taking it out on everybody. So I think it definitely just depends. But I'm a yield.
What you got for
What's
us,
up, April?
April?
How you
And please don't come with that accent out of no.
That's only when I'm on my other page.
You said okay.
Yeah. So, what are the wants?
I'm gonna drop and come back because I could barely hear y'all for some reason. I don't know what's going on with my sound, but I'm gonna come right back.
What are the wants that people make needs nowadays? I think women are making a 6'4" man with no kids, making 6 figures. He's hung. I think this is an obsession that women is making that is a want and not a need. You feel me? I think what women want from men nowadays is so superficial. It's very superficial. It's materialistic, superficial. You don't want nothing good about a man like character. We don't even talk about these type of things. Is he hardworking? Because I prefer a hardworking man. Because a hardworking man, he gonna get things done around the house, at the job, with the car. Like, they just different. So I have more respect for a hardworking man than a 6-figure man, because I don't even know how he got there. He probably ain't even work hard to get there. His daddy probably gave him that. I don't know. But I think that's one thing. It's a lot of stuff we want. You want the new J's. And like, that's really just, it's not a need. We into a lot of superficial things. And they had a video about how to sell to black people. And we still on that. We still stuck in that era, that way of spending money. We're not good at saving and investing and being financial literate with our money. But yeah, that's all I had.
What about the first one? What are things you can't live without, and why?
I can't live without air, water, food. Those are things I can't live without. Because when I started clinging on to like worldly things, even people,
Right.
You feel me? When you say live without, that'll drive you insane. Because once everything is going to deteriorate, you know what I'm saying? Everything is going to fade away. We all going to be unalive one day. You know what I'm saying? So when you attach yourself to the worldly things like a need, like I need this to survive, I can't live without it. And I know it's on the flip side because men be like, oh, you say you don't need us? But I would never say that to my man.
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So he won't have to ever feel like I don't need him. You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
I feel like I never answered that question. Did we miss it? Did we skip it? What happened?
No, that was the first one.
No,
Hey,
I just feel like I didn't answer it. That's why I
it
was
do
just like,
feel
wait, hold
weird
up.
too, like that is crazy.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I missed it. But
'Cause we was probably so stuck on
I
that first,
mean,
the
I think
topic
it.
itself. That's what it was. The difference between relying and need. We was
Oh,
talking
that's
about it so
probably
much.
why. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I was looking. Yeah, I was looking up a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so I think for me, right, and I get where you coming from. Like, we don't get to take nothing for real, and so on and so forth. But you know, a big need for me really is my family and my community,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like future generations, so on and so forth. Because if without them, like, what's the point? Especially future generations, like, what the fuck is the point? Like, at that rate, like, why am I doing any of this? Why am I pushing to be better than my parents and generations prior?
So
Why am I looking to
them
heal? Why am
being
I looking to
need,
do any of this?
them being need for you,
Like,
can you
if I
live
ain't gonna
without
give it
them
to
though?
them,
Them being
you know
need,
what I
can you
mean?
live without them? Like if they pass away,
Right.
do you want to pass away?
Yeah, I be saying stuff
I
like that.
mean,
So I
people
feel what
gonna
you're talking about.
pass. I mean, people gonna pass, but I'm just saying, like,
No,
for
but
me,
can you live
it's
without them? That's the
purpose.
question, not a need.
I can
Can you live?
live without them, but they're my purpose, though. I can't live without my purpose. What's the point?
So if they pass away, you gon', you know?
I mean, I think I'll find a different community. I'll definitely find a niche somewhere else.
I'm about to find me a new.
Oh, okay.
I'll find me a new community if I got to. I mean, I don't
So you
have,
gonna live
like, I'm
without
not
them?
married. I don't have kids. You know what I mean? So, like, my community really much is just right now, like, where I live, right? Like, it's where I volunteer. It's where I do everything. You know what I mean? So it's just like, okay, cool. Like, in the event I gotta move or something, like, that's fine. I'm just somebody who believes that, like, knowledge, and the reason why, like, I do a lot of what I do is really to pass that on to them and the teachings, and maybe, you know, look out for them, and maybe they, you know, I expect them to fall into certain potholes, but maybe they ain't gonna fall into as many as I did. You know, at least that's the goal. You know, if they can afford, you know, if they can avoid one more, then why not? But I wouldn't say that I
All
necessarily
right.
need like a certain community. You know, like, I don't know if I'm making sense. Am I making sense?
I get you. You're talking about the legacy thing, but I still think overall, I don't think you really need them unless you was talking about the companionship, like somebody mentioned before. But otherwise, yeah, I don't think you'll. I guess the way we looking at need is like you were, would you unalive without it type situation. So that's how I guess
I
we
mean, I
looking
don't
at
think.
need.
I mean, but I think that's the thing. I mean, to sit there and say that there's nothing in this life. You know, nobody's 100% independent on anything. Is all I'm saying. Like, we all
Mm-hmm.
have dependence. We're all going to be dependent on something, some way, somehow. So, I mean, for me, no. Am I gonna unalive if I don't have my community or whatever else? No, absolutely not.
Right.
I will survive. I will figure it out. Just like anything, right? If I can't, you know what I mean? If
That's
I'm
just like we
thrown in
want
water and
kids,
I
but
don't
we
know the
don't
way,
need kids, but we want them.
that's my whole point. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody's destined to have children. Like, that's the whole thing.
Right.
You know. So, but that doesn't mean that those
And everybody not
teachings
brought it to a
aren't
family either.
important either. Yeah, but it's not saying that those things aren't important. Like, that's the biggest problem. Right? It's kind of like when people say, "Oh, well, we don't need men." Yes, you do. You may not need them. You know what I mean? However you want to twist it, however you want to slice the pie, like, you still need your uncles. You still need your dad. You still need your brother. You still need your your cousin. You know what I mean? Like, you still need these people that give you perspective. So we can't sit there and say that. You know what I mean? And vice versa. You still gonna need your mom, your sister, your aunties, and so on and so forth. Like, it's not everything. Like, I guess for me, it's not, when it comes to legacy, it's not just, oh, I have to get married and have kids, right? I could be somebody's aunt. You know what I mean? I could be a mentor to somebody. You know what I mean? Coaches are mentors. Like, these things, like, these people are important. So to me, I guess I just view it a little bit different. But is it anything that I would unalive with? No, absolutely not. I think other than bare minimum, the obvious,
Right.
water,
Water,
food,
food.
shelter,
Yeah.
I think I'll be all right. Like, you know what I
Figure.
mean? There's other humans around. I'll figure it out. Um, Other than that, sometimes I also like to just enjoy my own company. So, it is what it is. Or maybe I make a Wilson out of a football. I don't know. The point is, other than the obvious, then there we go.
I guess I think about it too. Also, it was just like this one motivational thing was just kind of deep to me. When they say when you learn the ability to detach from, because they say that's how reality is though. I forgot how it went though, but basically we uh, should set ourselves up, which is kind of hard to like not even if it's like deep as kids, right? That could because he did have a point. And I think it was kind of like what April was saying. It's like eventually everybody like if one of these people was to pass away, are you going to be able to function in life without them? Because
Well,
like
I
for the
mean, no,
most part, what we do, just like with a job, all we gonna do is replace whatever we needed from our peoples with something else. Just like when people don't have fathers in their life, you might have to get a stepfather. Where you get, what I'm saying. So it's like, things that can get replaced, and show you that it's not really needed type
but I
situation.
think I think that's anything in life. Nothing is guaranteed in this life.
Right.
Right? You ain't even guaranteed like the next
Nah,
5 minutes,
exactly.
technically, if you want to
Yeah.
be 100% technical. So, if we're playing, as far as that goes, then yeah, I 100% agree with you. Like I said, if it's other than like your basic, you need to make sure you got air to breathe.
Right.
You need, to put something in your stomach, right? And I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sitting there saying that it has to be rice or chicken or anything that you want to eat. Like you just need food at that point. You need sustenance. You know what I mean? Even if that means you got to eat a bug or some shit, like you got to do what you got to do.
Fact.
Hey, when you in survival and you got to do what you got to do,
Mm-hmm.
you willing to do what you need to do.
That's when you see what
You
you
know,
really need after that.
that's gonna show you necessity. So I think that's the thing. You know what I mean? I think so many of us for a long time have lived, or at least I'll speak for me. I've lived in survival so long that I think that's why I'm just like a natural minimalist, right? Like I really only really have things that I need. I don't own a lot of things, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
actual possessions themselves. Like I don't have like super expensive cars. I don't have super expensive shoes or jewelry or any of these things, right? Like majority of my house is like, oh, cool, I need a new pair of shoes. Okay, cool, I go buy a new pair of shoes. I may go buy, some clothes that I know is gonna last me a while. So that's just kind of how it is. I've lived that way because I've been in survival. Because I wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't always guaranteed that I was gonna make money or that I was gonna get that next check or anything else. Like I've always had that mentality, right? So now to break that and finally come into like, hey, I can actually live life. I don't have to live like that. It's not bad that I still have that mentality, right? At least that's the way I see it. Like I'm just grateful that I kind of went through that. But yeah, when you're in a survival situation, trust me, those J's you worried about ain't gonna matter. That iPhone,
Mm-hmm.
that newest iPhone ain't
Vacations.
gonna fucking matter. That vacation ain't gonna matter. Whether your hair's done is not gonna matter. None of that shit's
Mm.
gonna matter because the only thing you want to do is you just want to stay alive,
Exactly.
right? So much to the point
Exactly.
that like there have been survivor stories where like people have, you know what I mean, if they've had to cut off their own limbs or do whatever, you know what I mean, where they're eating bugs and like drinking their own urine, like doing what they need to do to survive.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do what you got to do,
Exactly.
so it's different. Not saying that I would condone doing any of those things like on your personal, on your like everyday, like you got access to clean water, be grateful for that. um but I'm just saying I think it's very much dependent, but um I mean, if we're going just kind of a step above that too, you know, it's also subjective, right? Like, yeah, you shouldn't need anything, and that's a very Buddhist teaching to not be attached to worldly possessions. That's what enlightenment is not being attached, being okay with what it is. So that's basic Buddhism. I hear you though.
Mm-hmm. Pure, you alive? I ain't you been in here for a minute.
She may fall. No, I think she lied. I
She
think
done
she
fell asleep.
said a
And
few things in the comments.
I told her she can't fall asleep without. You gotta wait
I
till
know
I
everybody be
get there
falling asleep
first.
in here, bro. I guess we can go to the. You want to go to the next question, or
Yeah, let's get it. We already did the healthy and all that stuff. I think everybody did that one.
we did the addiction
Okay.
one?
So
Okay.
the statement now, the the less things. Oh yeah, because we already did the third one. Because I was gonna answer that, but me and you did the last one. The less things you depend on, the more control you have over your life. Agree or disagree? And explain.
I'm gonna disagree. I think it all has to do with your balance in life. I think that's gonna depend on whether you have control. Like I said, I know lots of people who have a lot of different types of dependence. Doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't in control of their lives. Like I said, I think the moment the thing you're depending on or the thing you're relying on becomes an obsession and an addiction, then you're in trouble. Now you ain't got control. The thing, the dependent or the relying thing that you're depending on now has control. So, to be, I'm gonna say I disagree with that, and that's why. I think it's just very much contingent on your obsession and your addiction levels to it. Because like I said, there's nothing in this world you really should be depending on other than air and water and maybe a place to put your head, but those two are going to be the most important. Other than that, everything else is extra. If we going that basic. So that's fine. I'm gonna disagree.
Okay. Atia.
So I'm gonna disagree as well. Just thinking, business wise, the more that you have, the more you grow with your business or with family, anything, you have the opportunity to have a lot more control over your life actually, whenever you balance it.
Okay. So the reason why I said that, I can't say agree. The reason why I agree with what I agree with right now. The reason why I said it is because I even me myself, I try to set myself up, try not to be so dependent on a lot of things. I ain't saying you can't depend on anything. I never said that, but I just saying the less things I realize that I have to depend on, I realize the more I can be able to function in life. Just like people be making these addictions, or not even addiction. They just say that it can be addiction or two. I need this person, I need that or whatever. I don't. I realize that, try not to depend on mama all the time and depending on daddy all the time. I get to figure these things out myself, and I realize, depending on even how we do our emotions and stuff, I don't have to depend on things to relieve my stress and all that stuff. And I find out how to do it myself rather than have to pay for it or ask for another person. Or when I get a teacher, have me a teacher or something, like be dependent on a teacher for a little bit to learn some stuff. Then when I learn how to do it on my own, that's more I can, function or figure these things out myself or whatever. So, yeah, overall, yeah, that's the only reason why I said it. I feel like the less you do, because I try not to depend on too many people, man. I be trying to figure things out on my own as much as I can. And when I do be dependent on something, I do try to get back to self again. You know what I'm saying? I just what was something I was about to say? Because it's just like dang, what the freak? It's just like, I'm asking, I need you to fix my car and this fix my car and stuff. Um, then eventually, I try to figure it out on my own, so I don't have to keep calling upon this person. It's another reason why I don't like owing people money and stuff. I just like, nah, I'm good. I owe you your money back, and that way I don't have nothing kind of over my head, and I get to, I guess it's based off. It's a functioning thing though. So yeah, I try not to depend on too many things though. That way I can have more control of my life. So that's the only why I said that. But
Okay.
Yo,
What's up,
What's up,
Hustle?
Hustle? What up, dude?
you think there's really a difference between dependence and reliance?
Yeah.
Man, what do you think that difference is?
I ain't about to get an answer though. But how do you think they
I
Why do you think
mean,
they the same? How do you
you know,
think two different
they're
words are the same?
synonymous. They're synonymous to each other. You know, if I
Hmm.
depend on you, you know, I need you to do something. If I'm relying on you, I need you to do something. There's an expectation there. That's the same. Goes for both. If I'm depending on you to do something, there's an expectation for you to do that thing, for you to accomplish that task. If
Mm-hmm.
I'm relying on you, there's an expectation to do that, because in both situations, I'm needing you to pull through for me, right? So, you know, there might be a little bit
So
of
I got a
nuance in the
question.
definitions per se, but I think when it comes to the bigger picture and the general idea, those words tend to mean the same thing. But
So can I ask a question?
what happened?
Oh, I just wanted to ask a question real quick. So can you depend on something without reliance? Like, oh, I can't rely on you, but I depend on you. Is that a true thing?
I believe that to be not the case.
Not the case. Okay. So the reason
It's like
why
paradoxical.
yeah, so trust me, when I first read that, I was like, bro, they're like the same. But I did kind of like try to kind of figure out where it was coming from. But there is a slight difference, even though those words coincide together. So depending is more or less just kind of like, hey, you need something, it's based on need, where relying is having faith that that's going to go through,
But guess
right? So
what?
I'd be like, oh,
If
you're
you need someone to
reliable,
do something for
but
you,
you're dependent.
oh, sorry for cutting you off. I thought you were
Oh,
finished.
no, go ahead. Go
But
ahead.
you know, if I'm depending on you and that comes from a need, right? If I'm depending on you and it comes from a need, I need you to pull through. I would automatically have faith that you're gonna do it, because it's like otherwise, it's like I'm not gonna feel like I need you to pull through, right? Like like if I need you to pull through, I'm gonna hope that you do it. I'm gonna have faith that you do it. I'm gonna hope that it goes in my favor. That's the faith. But
Okay.
when you look at reliance, you said I have faith that you're gonna do it. It's the same thing. I mean, like I said, there might be nuance, but I don't think it's a big enough difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is nuance. So let me give you another example, right? Say you and I are working, say, for the same company, right? Now I show up to work every day. I come in, I do my job. We both leave at 5, right? We have the same boss, right? Boss sits there and they go, hey, I need you guys to stay after. I say no. Does that mean that I'm not dependable? No, I came in, I did my job. I'm just going to do this till 5 and I'm going to leave. That manager may be like, nah, I can't rely on AJ to stay. Doesn't mean that I can't show up and do my job, though. I just ain't gonna stay the extra 2 hours you want me to. That's just the
Mm,
nuance in it.
right,
That's just all it is. It's just nuance.
right. Yeah, there's
That's
like a
all.
little bit of verbiage
Yeah,
difference
it
there.
is a slight difference, but it's
But you could also be
yeah.
like, I can't depend on her to pull it through after work. But I could depend on the next one, the next employee, whatever. Like I can't depend on her. I can't rely on her. I can't depend on you. Dependable,
You can't rely
reliable,
on me to stay
dependence,
after.
reliance,
You rely
dependability,
on me to
reliability.
gonna
To
make
me,
sure
those
what?
words just, I always look at it like this. Like those words just basically mean the same thing and to the point where it's like, what what I'm okay, when you say like, do you know the difference between relying and depending? It's like it seems like there's like an overarching like deeper message. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what is the deeper message of like of saying that, of there's the difference?
So that's the main question. But if you look, there's other questions. So asking, okay, are people relying on needs versus wants? So people confuse their wants and needs, right?
Right.
It all kind of goes together because a lot of the time, a lot of people will disguise a want as being something they're dependent or reliant on. That's not something that you actually need.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, things that you
Reliability
think
is
you need
safety.
are things that you think you want. And, the last question, why do we need to respond to disrespect all the time? You don't need to. That's your ego acting. That your ego wants you to. Your ego convinces you that you need to. because it's almost like you're not enough, or you're not, you're not enough if you don't respond to that disrespect. But if you're not in your ego, then you could be like, all right, you could disrespect me and I could walk away. Because at the end of the day, I don't need to prove to you, or I don't need to be I don't need to one up you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we arguing whatever back and forth, like, you know what? I'm the bigger person. If I just walk away, all right, cool. You disrespecting me? Bye. You know what I mean? I don't need you in my life. I don't need to
Right.
prove to you. I don't need to disrespect you back. I don't need to get revenge. Like, all right, cool. That's your energy. Keep that shit. You're out of my life. Like, I don't believe in like that second chances shit, or like, like, all right, cool. First impressions matter. Like, impressions matter. If you are disrespectful to me, I don't owe you forgiveness. I don't owe you a rebuttal. All right, fuck you. That's how you're gonna be. That's how you're gonna be. And I don't think, to be honest, people can change, but like a lot of times people don't, because they don't look at themselves in the mirror and they just repeat the same shit over and over. So it's like, I'm not gonna be the one who's out here stupid, like forgiving people for disrespect, when there's people out there that won't disrespect me. I won't disrespect myself, so why would I let you disrespect me?
I mean, I get you for sure. I think there's a deeper meaning as to why somebody may respond to disrespect. Not necessarily is it always a maturity thing. I
I
think
think it's
that
an
it
insecurity
goes a little
thing.
bit deeper.
I think
I
it's an
mean, it could be.
insecurity thing.
I mean, I think it's a mixture of a lot of things. I don't think it's just insecurity. I think that's just a blanket term we can throw on there for a lot of people. Yes, for some people it is insecurity. For some people it could also be, stress. It could also be trauma, because we can't sit there and say that, oh, we never respond to disrespect. You lying. Yes, the fuck we do. Everybody does. As
Well,
much as
you
we
can
try to
respond.
act and hold on, but as much as we try to act and put on the front that we're this bigger person, the fact of the matter is I can probably there's probably instances every single person in this room has responded to disrespect and didn't
Of
even need
course.
to.
Of course, but I think the way you respond matters, right? My
Mm-hmm.
response could be walking away. That's my response. My
Right.
response can be like cutting you out. My response can be blocking you. My response can be not wanting to do future business or have a future relationship with you. That's my response. It doesn't have to be verbal. When
It
I
have to
say
be
like
matching
it's insecure,
energy.
yeah, when I say it's insecurity, I'm talking about like, all right, you disrespect me, and you call me, let's just say, basic example, you call me a name, I call you a name back. All right, now it's like we just like beefing with each other, just being rude to each other. Like that, in my opinion, is insecurity, because it's like, if you want to talk shit about me, cool, do it. Like, I don't gain anything from talking shit about you. That doesn't make me any money. That doesn't fucking put me in a better position. Like, and you talking shit about me doesn't help you either. So at the end of the day, you're losing. Fucking be mad at me all you want. I don't have to respond to you. Like, you know what I mean? But when you really believe them and you have that ego and like you need to prove a point, because you're insecure. And that insecure can stem from those things like trauma, whatever, things you've been through. But you got to understand that and be like, all right, I can't let that shit get the best of me. And like, I gotta, you know what I mean? You can't let, you gotta just like do what's best for you at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I'm definitely that person now. I can't say I've always been that person.
Yeah, me as
Right. At
well.
one
Me as
point, I
well.
was the person who would just haul off and hit somebody. I didn't care.
Of
You
course,
know what I
me
mean?
too. I think everyone's been there.
But I think that's just kind of the thing is like as you get older, you just kind of realize. At least for me, it was just realizing like, bro, I ain't even got to do all that.
You
I'm the
don't.
type of person where I just nothing you. You just become so irrelevant. I don't even know you're standing in the room.
Right, that's what I'm
Like
saying. But
what?
I think you got to be that, not everyone, but I think it takes some people being that reactive person, being that like
No, I think
fireball, being angry to be like, all right, that's not the move. Like, because, you know what I mean? For me, I got to fall on my face a couple times and be like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. Like, I got to fuck it up. I got to burn it all down. I got to
Dr.
fucking
Search.
lose everything and be like, all right, that's not the move. Like, I got, because I have a big ego, because I think I know it all, but I don't. So when I fuck it up, and because I'm following my own path and like think I'm God, or not literally, but like think I know everything, like I'll fuck it up, and I have ego, and I can't tolerate that disrespect, so I gotta check you, or I gotta fight you, or I gotta like say some shit back to you or whatever. I can't let you get over on me. I gotta like one up you. it's really because you don't fucking like love yourself. Like you don't, you know what I mean? So it's like projecting that shit.
Mm,
Because deep down, you probably feel the same way. You probably feel like, damn, he's right. I probably am.
I mean,
They're
I
probably
think
right. You know?
I think it depends on the situation. I think for me, it's very situational based,
Right.
right? There's
Allegedly.
certain things, right, where I could try to ignore people, do whatever I want, but if you were physically coming into my space and physically coming at me, I gotta check
I
that.
was just about to say it's different
Right?
between
That's a
protecting
That's
yourself.
different.
that's a different situation,
Yeah,
right?
that's
That's
different
different.
But however, it's still disrespect nonetheless.
That's
That doesn't
different. That's
necessarily
different.
mean that my actions at that time are right, right? Now people are going to do that. Everybody loses their temper. Everybody comes out of pocket from time to time. I think that's human,
Of course.
right? It's very human to do that. But to sit there and be like, oh no, that person's just coming out of a place of just pure insecurity or just pure whatever, like, oh, they don't love themselves. Like, no, I still love myself, but I'm also human. I may just
Right.
have a day. We all have just a day. We just not into it,
Right.
right? And
I
we
know. I
just
feel you.
snap. Like,
I'm not discounting that. Like we've all snapped.
yeah.
I snap.
You
We've all had those moments where like we could get
So
our emotions could get the best of us. But at what point do we look at ourselves in the mirror and be like, all right, I could feel this emotion without acting on it. You know,
right.
like
I was about
obviously
to say
if someone
but that's
attacks
a
me,
discipline.
if someone hits me, if someone, if it's self-defense, if someone robs
that's
me, if
different,
someone
right?
that's different. Then it's like, okay, then if it's like, you know what I mean? That's a very different situation. I'm just talking about verbal communication. I'm talking about maybe someone did something behind my back, maybe someone cheated, maybe someone lied, whatever. Like I'm talking about verbal, like, those type of situations. Like I don't have
Hmm.
to like, I could be like, all right, I'm mad. I don't gotta go like, I don't gotta go beat him up. I don't gotta go like
So
cuss him. You know what I mean?
Let me get a shot
okay.
real quick.
So let me get away from like the physical aspect of it. Have you ever been put in a situation where somebody verbally pushed you into a corner to the point that you snapped? Because there
Definitely.
are people who are like that.
Yeah.
Like
Definitely.
the only way to check them is to yell back.
I
Sometimes,
have.
like you have to check them that way because otherwise they don't get it. They'll
I
just
have.
keep going, right?
So let me
Like
say this.
those are the situations I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like every single situation. You gotta sit there and be like, oh no, how dare you tell me that you don't like Reese's cups? You crazy, da da da. Like I ain't talking about those stupid things, right? I'm talking about when somebody has literally they just keep poking
Hershey.
the bear. They
I
won't
get
So
that.
stop.
let me
But they
say
ain't
this real quick
physically
then.
touching you. They're
Let-
not physically touching you. You ain't physical danger, but they keep verbally doing it. It's the
Right.
same
Okay.
concept.
Wait,
yeah,
let me
hold up real
respond to
quick.
that.
Let me
Can I
say this
respond
real
to that
quick
first?
though. Let me say this because
Okay,
y'all
you
gonna
go.
keep going
Okay,
back
go
and
ahead.
forth. I just want to say
You go
my
first.
part
You
real
go
quick.
first.
So I do understand what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about, Hustle. And I can see why you saying it's because it make a lot of sense though. I think no matter how we want to look at it, it is like it's get to a point that it do becomes like an insecurity. Because even with disrespect, right, when it's just straight up words, and even the fact that you say you get pushed in the corner, the disrespect make you feel less than. No matter how we want to look at it, it just make you feel less than. So when you keep getting, that's what poking the bear and all that stuff comes because it's something about you. A reason why you're taking these things that make you feel like these words are getting to you for a reason. So I can see why he's saying it's still a form of insecurity, even though, you know what I'm saying, but it's not a bad thing because everybody got their insecurities. It's a defense mechanism. It's all that stuff, right? But the fact when you feel less than, then you feel like and the ego start popping in like, no, I got to prove myself. So I think no matter how we want to look at it, and I'm glad I guess we just skip straight to the juicy one. I wanted to get to this one anyway, but he skipped straight to the juicy one. You know, we didn't make it there yet. But I can understand why he said it because no matter if you want to say it's a stress or a trauma response or anything, it's still disrespect make people feel less than. That's just what it is.
Right.
That's what it is.
And that's normal. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying
Yeah, nobody said it right. It's normal, it's human, whatever you want to call it
yeah,
though.
we're
But it's just
human.
still that's what it is. It's a root to everything. It's a
It's a root
root.
to everything. But like at the end of the day, too, there's people who have life behind bars because they let emotions get the best of them for
Yep.
5 minutes, 2
Exactly.
minutes, and they can't ever get that back. I'm not saying like that's gonna happen, but like sometimes you gotta just really, like check yourself. And like if someone is poking the bear all the time and really pushing you to the corner, you gotta I gotta be like, okay, why am I? I'm not saying just sit there and take it and like, curl up or whatever, but like I gotta think, okay, why am I even letting that type of person around me? Like
Mhm.
why, like, Because if it's building up to the point where someone's pushing you into the corner, they obviously feel comfortable enough to do that because there's probably been microaggressions that have built up over time. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like no one's just gonna walk up to you randomly and just like fucking like cut. Maybe some like a crackhead might just start cussing you out or something. But like 9 times out of 10, I feel like someone that's your friend or someone you're in a relationship with, they're not just gonna like, start verbally harassing you
But we
randomly.
also
Maybe, but I
so
feel like
so
there's little things that happen along the road where it's like I can see that disrespect, and every time I tolerate it, I'm just I'm like setting the standard the standard of even lower of like what I'm willing to tolerate. You know what I mean? Like if I let you
no,
like
I agree.
that's why we gotta take accountability. Like obviously
I mean,
disrespect is never good, but like why am I even letting
Because I
people in
learned
my
from my
life who are
situation.
disrespecting me?
so
You know?
my whole thing, and the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? Again, I agree with what you guys are saying. I'm not disagreeing with you, right? I'm only trying to see it from a different point of view, right? For somebody because if we read the first part of that question, right, before we get to the end, why do people feel the need? I put those two things together, right? There are some people who are covering up their stress and trauma by responding. So it's not always necessarily a maturity thing is all I'm trying to point out. Right? Because
Right.
that's usually how that comes across. Oh, well, you're immature for responding. Sometimes people respond for things that they could be responding and it's because it's a trigger to something that you had no fucking idea about. Right? You didn't
Right.
know anything about that. You were just like, hey, I didn't like your shoes. And this person has flipped out and started crying. You don't understand why. You're like, what is happening? Right?
I get
So
that,
I'm just trying to play a little bit of devil's advocate and just try to see, okay, can we see it from the other side too?
I want to
I see
Right?
it
comment
I'm
from
not
on.
both
sitting here
sides. That's the
saying that it
point.
ain't coming out of I'm not sitting here saying that it's not coming out of a place of insecurity or whatever else. Let's look at the other side of it too.
But I want to
That's all
comment
I'm
on that
saying.
too. I'm just assuming everyone in this situation is an adult, right?
Adult
Everyone,
or not,
okay,
adults have trauma.
right. Not everyone has trauma, whatever, but
Yeah.
most people do. Most people do, and I'm not trying to minimize anyone's trauma or whatever, downplay anything when I say this,
Mm-hmm.
but at the end of the day, we've all been through some shit. We've all been through shit. I'm not saying what you've been through is not bad. I'm not saying what I've been through. I'm not saying what the next man's been through is not bad. But we can't go around our life using that shit as almost like an excuse. Like, oh, my bad for snapping at you. I just had some childhood trauma from when my
I
mom used to
agree.
beat me. Or when this used to happen, like when my ex, like she cheated, so now like I'm a cheater. Like it's not, you can't at what point are you gonna be like, that's why I think it's a maturity thing. When you can look at
That too.
yourself
I
like,
was about
okay,
to.
some shit has happened to me. I did have some trauma. Okay, cool. That doesn't mean I get to act crazy. That doesn't mean you get to act crazy. That doesn't mean you get to cry because I said I don't like your shoes. Like you can, but you got to understand how that makes you come off. You got to understand how
That's what I'm
that can
saying.
damage future relationships. Like you got to, like, the trauma
You can't
shit
control
is
that.
cool, but it's like you got to be, at what point do you stop letting that shit slide? At one point you kind of got to grow up and be like, all right, that shit is not me. That doesn't make
It's
me
not
me.
worth it.
That
No,
shit
that
happened to
right
me in the
to
past,
a
but
certain thing.
I'm an adult. I can make choices. I can act accordingly. I can, not let that shit get the best of me. I can put that shit on the back burner and think clearly, and I don't have to go crazy, and I don't have to, lose my mind. Like, people go to jail for the rest of their life just because they were emotional and like beat someone up, and then they fell and cracked their head and they're dead and they're a murderer.
Yes,
Like
yes.
crazy shit happens, and it's like they might have had a horrible childhood and they've been aggressive their whole life, and trauma and abuse, drugs, whatever the case is. That's not an excuse. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day,
I'm
like,
not saying
you know,
so here's my thing. Let's say the shoe's on the other foot. Say you are dealing with somebody who that's how they communicate. That's all they know how to communicate. I'm not saying that it's right, but that's how they communicate. And the only way they know how to check themselves is that unfortunately they need other people to check them. Right? And it's gonna be more than just being quiet and ignoring them.
well,
That's my point.
respectfully, I'm
There
not
are
dealing with a
some
person like that.
people, I'm just saying there's very rare, it doesn't happen often, but there are some people, we have to admit, not everybody is like us. Okay?
Of
There are
course.
some people who need that. They need somebody to be like, hey, I'm gonna need you to calm down. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna need you to chill or check them. I'm not saying you need to match their energy and go blow for blow. No, sometimes you just need to check somebody real quick and just address it and move on. That's sometimes all that needs to be done. My point
But I look at it
is
like
that
this though.
not everything can be solved by just the avoidance. Oh well,
I
I'm just
think
Okay,
gonna
I look at
Atia
it
ignore
like
might
it.
have
this
I'm gonna
though.
had
pretend
something
it
to
didn't
say
exist.
too,
I'm gonna
y'all.
separate myself. That's all I'm
Why am
saying.
I responsible for what you got going on? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's my friend,
Interact
like
with
I can, like,
people.
give him
Knock
advice, but
knock.
like, why do I need to check
Knock
you?
knock.
Why I'm not going around like trying to
Nah,
just help everyone out.
Hello.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
hold it real
Go ahead,
quick,
Drizzy.
Hustle.
I was saying I think Atia may have wanted to join in the conversation at some point.
I
Okay,
want
yeah.
I wanted to make a comment. I wanted to make a comment on disrespect. I say it's very important that everyone learns how to be respectful because no matter what class you are going to react to disrespect. A rich person is going to react to disrespect because the class they're in and how they've come to where they are. A person who's gone through a lot of trauma, who's been through some things, who's been through struggle, they're going to react to disrespect because of what they've been through. So it's just human because we don't know everyone's story, but we do know one thing. Everyone has a story and everyone deserves some type of humanity and respect. That's all.
So yeah. So I'm gonna just say this then. I think where me and Hustle coming from, like I said, we can come with the reasons and all that stuff or whatever. We understand that. I mean, we've been going through it ourselves. Ain't nobody saying that nobody never been disrespectful. I might be disrespectful tomorrow or in a couple minutes, right? But at the end of the day, we talking about the main source or the core of the reason why people can't take disrespect. For the most part, it is a maturity thing, and it can be an insecurity, an ego. Them like the source of why we respond. Because if we didn't know what some of these words was, especially when disrespect come with words, most time it's words. It might be an action or something sometimes too, but if it ain't physically hurting you, whatever. But my thing is like, or it ain't because people mix protection with it too, and protection is a whole nother thing. But overall, the core of it, that's still no matter how many hundred excuses we use, the core of it is still the same. Either them same three things. That's just what
I'm
it
not,
is.
but I think that's the disconnect because I'm not arguing the root as to why.
Right.
I am arguing the response. That is what
Hey,
I'm arguing.
we
We
just
can
saying the
go all
why. We've
day.
been
We
saying the why.
agree.
Huh?
No, I'm trying to get to the response. Y'all are explaining the why, which we've agreed on. We know that this is because of these things. What I'm talking about is the response to it, right? Whether somebody decides to jump and go toe to toe with that situation, right? Blow for blow, tit for tat with it, or if they just decide, hey, I'm going to address it and I'm going to move on. That is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Because what it sounded like is like, oh, well, the only way you should be is just to ignore everything. You can't do that with everybody. You can't just ignore everything.
Why can't?
That doesn't do
Why?
anything. You know what I
Why
mean? There's
can't
some
you?
people who can.
I
There's some people
can't.
who can, but then there's other
I'm
people who are
saying,
not
what do
going
you
to allow
solve out
that.
of that though? Because who said what? So sometimes the situation get
Not
worse because you
everybody
can't
is
ignore it.
going to allow you to do that is all
Huh?
I'm arguing.
Huh?
That everybody is going to allow you to just walk away from it. So at some point you may have to address it. So my thing
What you
is that
mean?
if
What
the
can they
only
do? What you gonna sit
solution,
there and let them just keep
so
talking
my
or something?
only,
Like you can't walk away?
Are we talking
you can
about
walk
like
away, but I'm saying not
a
avoidance isn't
threat?
always the answer. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. It's the
I'm
safest.
thinking along the lines of perceived threat. Is this just like verbal altercations that don't
It's for
escalate?
the most part, right.
If
I
it's
think
well,
most
you never
disrespect is
like.
verbal for the
I'm
most
just
part.
saying when I'm reading it and it just says disrespect, right? Some people
Yeah,
don't
because
It
find
don't
verbal
it
things
don't
to be
say protect us.
disrespectful.
Protect.
Some people may just be like, hey, it's a physical thing. Only when it gets physical do you have to do anything. So I'm just looking at the word disrespect. All of those
That's
things to
just
me are
harming.
disrespectful. If
Yeah,
you're
that's
spitting
just
on
harming.
somebody,
That's not
that's
even saying.
disrespectful. If you are verbally pushing somebody to the point that they're about to lose their shit, that's disrespect. Like, these are all things that every human being has to deal with. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't think that it's okay, or to me, that I can agree with, oh, well, you have to be the best human there ever is, and we just have to walk away from everything. There's some people out here you can't just walk away from. You know what I mean? There's certain situations you may just have to address it and move on. And otherwise, it continues and it continues to escalate. That's all I'm saying.
Disrespect is a threat to me.
So what if it
Disrespect
don't
is
work though? Who said
disrespect.
that's gonna work better than
Disrespect is
walking
disrespect.
away?
Go ahead, Sergi. I'm sorry.
No, I think now which question? Now, you know I can't see now. Which question is it? Is it one of these questions? Oh, y'all
It's the
just saying
It's
last
the
it's
one.
last
disrespect.
one.
Okay.
Why do we need to
Need to
respond to
respond to this.
disrespect all the
Okay,
time?
there we go. Okay, now I got the full context. So I feel the need. I feel the need to respond because it's an innate um, response to me, like fight, flight, freeze type, response that goes on. And to me, I always perceive disrespect as a threat. That's a long time entrenched thing in me because in my environment, if somebody felt the freedom to disrespect you, there was usually a threat to follow. So if you have the balls to like confront somebody, if you are engaging in an altercation, it never just stopped. They usually always escalated. People would try you to see how weak could I guess how weak you would be. They would try to fill you out and people would challenge you through disrespect. So a lack of response was like laying down, right? So there is I'm trying to think of how to say this. There is a requirement. Like most of my friends, even our parents taught us like you couldn't just let anybody confront you or touch you. You had to respond or you have to fight back because it wasn't going to let up and it's not going to stop. I saw a lot of children who they didn't fight back and they were tormented every day. So I think it's about your environment more than anything. It seems simplistic, but there are some areas where, because of the environment, a response is required.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That is what
I think nope, still ain't going with it. I got brought up the same way too though. That was one of our
So
problems, and
you know,
it got so, huh?
I said, then they gonna try
Yeah,
you.
of course. And the reason why, but I can tell where we at though, because the thing is this. I ain't gonna say nothing, but I think everybody different. I guess well, I'm just trying to prove that everything don't need to be responded to for the most part. If others feel that way, that's what they feel at the end of the day. But like I said, I got brought up the exact same way. I gotta check people, all that stuff. Don't let nothing ride and none of that. But it started getting dangerous now. You feel me? But I started loving myself a little bit more and all the other stuff. So I had to like, you know what? Some of this stuff really ain't worth it. Words is just whatever it is. Now, there's a difference when we start talking about protection. Protection and disrespect is two different things. Like if somebody hurting you, of course you got to do what you got to do. Somebody's bullying you, you got to do what you got to do. That is not the same thing as disrespect. Disrespect, people can call you out your
is
name. They can do all that
disrespectful.
stuff. Yeah, if you want to call it that, right? But for the most part,
It
that's
is
just something that you got to
disrespectful.
protect yourself from. You don't have to protect yourself from freaking words. You have to protect yourself from, somebody saying that your kid is this or your mama is that or whatever. That's nothing you have to protect yourself from. So, like I said, if some of us may, and I'm gonna put it that way, some of us may feel like that's what it is, but um, I'm just showing you. I'm just trying to prove that um the way I condition myself, I say I condition myself and grew in certain things. I had to realize that a lot of stuff's just not freaking worth it, man. It be freaking worse for the most part. And I realized I was reacting because I was feeling less than for the most part, and it was an ego thing, and it was also insecurity about stuff because people could say some stuff that'll make and I learned from these disrespects, right? Because another reason why I don't like the disrespect thing, because it's so freaking subjective. Anything can be disrespectful to people nowadays. That's another reason why I don't mess with it. That disrespect thing, because it can be like, well, why you call me out my name, or why you call me a female instead of, it be new stuff now, or why did you don't call me by my name some other. I mean, it's always something new when it comes to this thing called disrespect. It's something that people add on to it. So just overall, how I just look at it, I realize that just a lot of stuff just not really worth it. If I have to protect myself, which is a whole different thing, protection is when I got to protect myself. That's why I say if people gonna pull up on me, that'd be one of the stupidest things or something like that, because I can take your words all day, but until you do the actions, that's when I have to protect myself. Otherwise, what's the point of talking stuff up? I be thinking it's a thin line between. That's why I made a live about provoking protection and provision. A provoking protection. And was it provision? Not provision. Provoking
I mean,
protection.
again, I
And
think when it comes down to it, there's a time and place for it. I'm not sitting there saying you need to react to every person who disrespects you. There are certain situations where you need to address it. Now, addressing it doesn't mean that it has to be aggressive.
give me an example.
Okay. It doesn't always have to be aggressive. So, for example, let's say I'm on here, I don't know, somebody decides they want to make a crack at me, and for whatever reason, I just didn't find it funny. I find it disrespectful, right? Subjective with me. I don't have to sit there and be like, you disrespectful son of a bitch, how dare you say that motherfucking shit to me? I don't have to do all that, right? I could just be like, hey, man, I didn't really find that all that funny. Like, can we not? And we can keep it moving. It doesn't always, like, I don't know why everybody thinks that, like, responses have to be just these outlandish confrontations that are extreme. Like, if you don't know how to handle a conflict without running to an extreme, to me, that shows how, like, that's an emotional intelligence thing, right? You can handle a conflict with somebody, or if you feel disrespected by somebody, in a very diplomatic way. It does not always have to be some crazy extreme. You can just check somebody because they may not know, right? They may not know that
Okay,
you
I
find
get
that
you because I did
disrespectful.
put the word
They may not know that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people who are going tit for tat. I don't give a fuck about that.
that's
Like,
what I was about to
that's a
get
whole other
to.
thing.
I think I
No,
should
that's a
have put
whole other
match
thing.
energy under it instead of response. So I could, if you saying just response, of course, there's always going to be a response to every last disrespect, especially to do some type of correction though. But I guess what I was coming from was like matching energy. That's what I was saying. Like, because somebody called me out my name, I got to call them out their name, or it can be or
Yeah.
extreme. You know, some people go call out the name. Okay, now I'm about to pull up on you. You know, stuff like that's what I'm getting to. But I guess if you saying response, yeah, to check something. But for the most part, I don't think you the first one is actually saying about um maybe have to let give somebody a warning or something like that. You know, I don't like that
Just
stuff.
checking.
But even if
I'm
you
not the
warn
only
them,
person
right?
who does that.
Huh?
But I'm not. But what I'm saying is the reason why that's important, right? Especially in adulthood, we have to work jobs. We have to deal with people we may not like in a workplace, and so on and so forth. If your only response is to go tit for tat for somebody, you gonna end up losing your jobs real quick. There's a reason why you sit where you sit half the time. You have to
Yeah.
know how to not only advocate for yourself, but to check certain things. Like it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't have to be confrontational.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a fight. It doesn't have to be
I ain't
all of
pulling up.
that. That's all
But
I'm saying.
Not now.
So let
Go
me
ahead.
ask if you respond as in like if you check it right. Say if you do check it, be like, hey, I don't feel like that's smooth or something like that. So that's a response we talking about. So what if they do it again? Then what you gonna
Pull up.
I mean, more likely when you say
do?
something to
Dog, I swear.
somebody, they understand. So they have to they at that point it's in a premeditated stance if they come back at you. If you just say it, in a way you said like, hey, I'm not in the mood, or this is not the time, or I don't really go for that. Like she was saying, you don't have to get outlandish, but you do need to say something because you are protecting yourself, and that not all protection requires you to become this uncouth machine running around and just devouring everything before you. At points in time, you have to set the standard, you have to set the tone, because if you don't, then others around you will think that they can handle you any kind of way as well. So you have to put that standard up. You just have to put that wall of what you will go for or what you will not go for. Because people will test you to see if they can stress you. I mean, even you don't give a response, a motherfucker will sit up there and try you every day. And eventually, at some point in time, you're going to have a human reaction.
That's what I'm saying. It's
So
check it so it doesn't get to that outlandish part.
all right.
Because what I've seen a lot of the time, on the other hand, where people play the avoidance game, right? I call it the avoidance game. When you just try to ignore and pretend it didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't gonna check it. I ain't gonna say anything. I'm just gonna ignore it. Well, then this person keeps pushing your buttons, and eventually you're gonna have a human response. When you have that human response is when you're beyond out of character. versus whether you would have just checked it at the beginning, we could have kept it moving. Now it's been pushed to a whole point where now I have to get out of character. I gotta be outlandish. I gotta be this angry Hulk to handle the situation. Didn't even need to get that far. That's all I'm saying.
I also seen that like sometimes if you do ignore people, right, that works too sometimes, right? Because some
It
people just
does.
want to be entertained and purposely disrespect you. I mean, I've went through that a lot too, so I don't think everything have to be addressed. And also, it's like I looked at, and it was like an incident happened recently. Like somebody, every time somebody, it's like I do feel like it's a case by case though, but for the most part, I build myself to like some people just ain't worth it for real. And if anybody want to jump or feel like they can want to do something extra, that's a whole nother level. Then they get checked in that way. You know what I'm saying, for protection, right? But I don't have to act like I'm dominant and all this other stuff. Everybody be thinking the toughest, but sometimes some people gonna really, really want to test you or test your jaw for real. Like, okay, I'm glad you did respond, so I'm on it, type stuff or whatever. Because some people, that's what people looking for. So, what I was getting to is that, I feel like it's case by case because it's like this, right? If and that's what I was saying with my man's last week. That's what kind of made me think a little bit more. Um, it was some trolls in the freaking comments and stuff, and he felt like he had to just check every last person in there, and I'm like, bro, that's some stressful type stuff. Like, why do we have to check every last person that freaking disrespect? Like, you got to realize some of these people just don't even be worth it. And like I said, it's gonna still always boil down to that it's just something that you feel less than that, and this one person was probably more important to you to really get under your skin. Because otherwise, I'll be like, if you could treat everybody like freaking trolls, like who is they to you? I mean, some people just like whatever. So even if you know this person, if you treat them like a troll, I think it'd be more feelings that be attached to it, because it's like some people that if you knew them for a while and they disrespect you, that's when you really feel. Because that happened with me recently with this one dude. I ain't gonna mention his name, and I'm like, dog, I didn't know he was disrespectful like that, and I ain't never did talk to him any type of way, and he just talked to me regularly. I did, dang near felt like dang near snapping. I felt like fighting him. But at the end of the day, it's like, dang, I have to think about it. Like, if I didn't know this guy and he did, I would have just laughed at this guy. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, that's why I be feeling like most of the time we don't have to really say nothing, because ain't like nobody gonna do nothing. He ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said disrespect is just for the most part just be freaking words and stuff. That junk don't not hurt. Even if I want to
But
have a train of people
but
that want to join this thing,
there's
sometimes even if you respond to cuss back, they still gonna have people that's gonna want to test you either way, because it's not
because
guaranteed on either one. Neither one is not
well,
guaranteed.
but that's where using discernment. As much as everybody like to use the word discernment on here, right? Most of y'all don't really practice it. That's where discernment comes in. There's certain people where you already know they're already on the bullshit from the jump, right? For example, Charles is one of them. Does Charles
Hello.
get under my skin? Absolutely fucking not, right? Therefore, I treat him like a troll.
And
I
mirror
treat him
fall
like
for him every
entertainment.
time.
That's what he is. But that's who he is, right? That's how he is. That's who he is. It is what it is, right? Do I respond to him every
Right,
time he goes on a tangent about black women? Absolutely not, right? I
right.
do make fun of him a little bit because bro is funny. Like not everything is a black woman's fault, bro. Like
Mhm.
we are not the reason why there's abandoned puppies in the world, but it is what it is. Like
You
that's
check
just
him,
how it
he's
is.
still doing the same
So,
thing. That's what I be talking about.
but
The
he's
checking
gonna.
stuff
But
ain't
that's what I'm
guaranteed either.
saying. But that's my whole point. But the point is, right, is that if it's somebody coming up in the panel and they're being disrespectful, right, which means nobody can get a word in edgewise, nobody can talk. They just want to keep talking. They be loud and obnoxious as hell. We're gonna check that, right? Because it's disrespectful to the live. It's disrespectful to the people who are coming in here and the conversation. That gets checked. If you can't
Right.
follow the rules, and we send you on a plane. That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
There's levels to it. There's times and places where you have to check it, and there's
Yeah.
times where
Most
you
definitely.
can
Most
ignore
definitely.
it. You just have to use your discernment. Most of the people on here, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you cross me you cross me, I'm just gonna treat you like you didn't exist. Like that's just facts. I've been doing it the whole time I've been on the internet. I just treat you like you don't exist. I keep it moving. It is what it
Right.
is. You know what I mean? Real life, I may do the same thing. Now, if you continue to keep coming and now you're coming way out of your way to keep fucking with me, then I may have to say something. I'll check you at that point. Hey, I need you to go over there. I don't care what you talk about over there. Get the fuck out my space. That's a different thing. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Time and place. But go
What's your
ahead, B.
screen name on MySpace?
MySpace. Yeah. Get
Yeah,
off my
Not
MySpace. That's
this
why you
this
ain't in my
thing
top
made me
8
think
list.
about it more though. For a reason why I came up with that last one because I knew this was gonna be a deep one. That's why I wanted to save the best for last because I was in what you call it room. I said his name lower room and stuff. I was hearing how everybody was talking in there. That's what made me come up with that. I'm
Hey,
like, dang,
baby.
why everybody just feel like you just gotta respond to freaking disrespect every time? Like that jump be making us look so freaking immature for real. Like that's why I see what my man's talking about. It's like, dang, we be older. A lot of people older than me and stuff. And that's probably why, with the emotional intelligence things and regulating your emotions and stuff, that's probably why, because I think people be lacking that stuff. That's why I was saying with the maturity, right? They always go back to maturity because, like, some stuff I got to realize, like, man, this stuff is not really worth responding to. That's just what it is. I mean, some people just feel like everything, or they got to respond to. If they get their little feelings hurt every time, they like, man, I gotta check this. I need to do that and stuff. These people, it's like, bro, like some people
Well,
really out here just to
a big,
sabotage. Go ahead.
a big part of the reason what drives that is also priority. So if you're more concerned about your TikTok fucking image, then the moment anybody says anything, you willing to fight that person through the fucking phone. That shit's crazy.
I
Right? I'm
mean,
not that type of person. Now you start fucking with my money in my pockets, that's a different
That's a
conversation.
different thing, yeah.
yeah, but I
You
mean,
see
when
what I'm
you
saying?
say
You messing with my
that,
pocket.
far as like responding to everybody, that runs pretty much synonymous to like allowing certain people in certain spaces when you know that their MO is to derail the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So like, like, why do we keep letting those people come around as well? You see what I'm saying? So it's something that
Maybe
has to be.
to check people that have bad that can't respond to disrespect well and make sure and just to check self
I mean that's
because
all good, but I'm saying like the
yeah, because
thing is
some people be saying that they healed and they run into a predicament they in and then realize they not as healed as they say they are.
nobody's ever really going to be past
Exactly,
healed.
Nobody's gonna be 100% healed
exactly. But
until
that's
you
But
die.
so
that's
the
the reason why.
situation is like we all know it's talking points, right? And this is why when you hold Kevin Samuels up here, we always
Oh,
hear the BS talking points. So we don't have to even like really go into the point. But when we say addressing something, it does have to be addressed, particularly when it's disrespect, because like I say again, people are followers naturally. You know what I'm saying? If I come here and, oh, Kev, you a peon. And like we laugh, but at the same time, I'm like, wait a minute. You know him, bro? Like, no. Oh, no, we can't just have just, blatant disrespect. No, don't come in Kev's live and do that. No, bro, he don't even know you. And then somebody else would be like, well, I know Kev and I know he a peon. Well, hold on. You a little bit too familiar. Now we need to, we just can't go around and have people just constantly going around calling you, peon, and they don't really have like that kind of situation. So that's why you check it or say something about it. It's just
but if it
letting.
don't apply, let it fly, right?
I mean, but that's not a case either, because again, it don't have to apply.
I
It
got
just
called a misogynist, and I'm not a big caring about that dude.
I
I
mean,
really
but
don't
Okay,
care.
so
you
I
let
ain't
me
see,
got to
put it
the
this
defend
way.
it.
situation
Let me.
the
Oh,
situation
go
is
ahead, D.
this more than anything, right? Is just saying something as into, hey, that's not the case, or I don't stand for that, and that's it. You know what I mean? And then after that, that's when it becomes really blatantly disrespectful after that. Because if you don't say anything, nobody really knows what the stance is
What the
for.
line is?
Right.
Nobody knows what the line is. That's the thing. Like, unfortunately, human beings, as advanced as we like to think we are very primitive in that sense. We still need people to draw the line sometimes. Most people still need that because they're not self-aware, and there's only so much self-awareness that you can have that you're not going to know that the next person's where they need to draw the lines in the sand.
And
So
then again,
that's all what I mean when I say yes, you're going to respond. Not every response has to be
My
drastic.
triggers, my problems. I'm gonna stick with
but
that.
then
Yeah,
too,
that's
you
all I'm
got to
saying.
remember this too, that disrespect has no borders,
That too.
and that just because it's just verbal at one moment, when does it not transfer? Because you don't have that telling. And then if something goes on, well, you should have said something in the beginning.
Oh, well, I didn't think anything of it because why should I? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, like I get where you coming from, Kev. No, not everything needs a response. No. But there's certain things, right, that do need to just be checked. And the thing is that avoidance isn't always the answer. It's like anything in life, you have to have balance. There's times to
I feel
check,
you.
there are times to ignore. It's the
I
same
feel you.
thing. You know what I mean? Some
I
people,
just gotta say,
with
is
the
it worth it at the
individual,
end of the day, or are we fighting ego?
some
That's what I
people,
be
but
wondering.
some people are addicted to that. Some people are addicted to the drama and get the last word in. Some people are
Got you.
addicted to that, and it's the ego
Got you.
that's addicted.
I just want people to admit though why they do these things instead of 100 excuses of why I respond this way and you triggered me, you made me mad. We could say all this stuff, and then all of a sudden we say we have to respond, and like this it's just funny to me. That's why I tie all this stuff together to realize that at the end of the day, it's up to us how we do this thing, and we got to be real with why are we responding to certain things or whatever, or why I lost control or something like that. At the end of the day, we could say we a human 100 times. I know I'm human, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I know I want better for myself. So that guy, even when disrespected me, that dude, I'm about to say his name again, I still have felt disappointed in myself because I'm like, no, I should know. I mean, I should have knew better. Or I'm looking at, but also like, okay, cool. You know, at least I know this is something I'm weak at, so I know I can do better. So next time I run into another situation like that, I know how to handle that better instead of stooping to everybody's same level because they ain't got it all or whatever, or they unhealed and all that stuff. I don't have to, have to be like them. 'Cause at the end of the day, just looking like them, they controlling me. Because another thing is we can't never shut nobody down from disrespecting us. We can think we can beat somebody up or smack somebody or yell at somebody over that. If they ain't gonna stop disrespecting till they want to stop. I don't know why everybody think they got this humble pill like, oh boy, I'm the top dog, and if I'm the one that respond, or if I got that snapback, you better watch my mouth, watch the mouth I got, and all that stuff is ruthless and all that. Everybody be talking like that, like they the biggest and baddest. But it's no limits, and if people wanted to feel like that today they gonna do what they gonna do. So it's like at the end of the day, it don't get healthy if you prolong this stuff. And that's the only reason why I mentioned about it's best to either ignore this junk or whatever. That's a little bit more safer than usual. I know we go to the extreme and say, well, maybe they're gonna come up to you and punch you and stuff. From that point, you got to do what you got to do. But otherwise, that's what you had to do. It's not an ego-based thing or whatever, or it's not because I'm trying to think. But basically, because most of the part, I think we be saying it ain't, but most of it is an ego. It's an ego freaking war, or something that we felt less than that, and we felt that we had to respond to it because we got to keep this image up.
Mine
Because
is
people
like,
gonna talk. We can't stop people from talking, no
go
matter
ahead,
how we want to
Sam.
look at it.
I'm just trying to keep the crazy switch off. Like for me, I exercise. I think TikTok is good practice for exercise and the discipline. So that's what I try to do.
Facts.
And it's pretty much you're retraining your brain to like not protect yourself. Like, of course, you're safe when we think of the capacity of work. Well, theoretically, maybe it's safe. But I think there's also a such thing as like the emotional and mental abuse, mental abuse that you can incur because of that. But I think it's like you're retraining your brain to not protect yourself. Because essentially, again, if somebody has the I guess the freedom to think that they can disrespect you, when we think of disrespect, it's usually in some type of verbal aggression on here. Your brain is going to get triggered to defend yourself because again that you're conditioned to believe that's an opening to something further. And on here it actually has been. I've seen people get doxxed or seen people have things posted about them that could actually be detrimental to their livelihood off of here. So I think for me it's like, yeah, you exercise the discipline because it can help you avoid a lot. Like I don't really have so many people come at me on here because I sit there and I sit quiet, and the people that do try to challenge me, they don't get a response. So I mean, you're not gonna argue with yourself. I mean, so it's a little bit easier to exercise on here, but I think in the world, of course, it operates a little bit differently. If people feel free to challenge you in person, it's a whole nother path that we have to go down. But yeah, I do understand the need to not respond to everything. On here, people try to pull you down that rabbit hole, and the
Right.
whole idea is to incite something to get the views, And
Right.
before you know it, you recorded and you on somebody's background and somebody else on the live about you. So
Exactly.
you just, yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
not worth it on here. It's not.
That's
Well,
just like
that's
that. Oh, go ahead.
but that's no. That, I mean, that's the whole point that I'm trying to make, though. Right? It's one thing when we're talking about people on the internet. It's another thing when you have to deal with people in real life, in face to face. Right? One thing on the internet is very easy for me to, like I said, it's going to be easier for me to ignore you on the internet than it is if you're in my face. Right? That's me being 100% honest. I'm not sitting there and making the excuse, oh, well, I'm human. I'm never going to heal from that. No, I'm going to work my ass off to make sure that that's not the case. However, I still have to be realistic and understand that I am human and I am not fully healed. Right? I'm in the process of healing and working on these things. That doesn't mean that I don't need the practice. I do. But I can't sit there and beat myself up every single time I slip either. Right? I have to take from it, learn from it, and be like, okay, well, where did I go wrong? Where did I lose it? Okay, cool. I need to work on this aspect of it. Okay, cool. I'm never gonna know that if I'm never in those situations. That's all I'm saying. Some
Yeah.
people only want to avoid, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying you're wrong for doing that. If you're somebody who just wants to avoid, avoid. All I'm saying is that if you're somebody who just only avoids, right, you can't sit there and call out the lack of emotional intelligence in somebody else for them actually being able to check that without running to an extreme. Because if you're only somebody who runs to extremes to handle things, that is not emotional intelligence. That is not emotional control. That ain't none of the things everybody on here want to claim they have so much of. That ain't none of those things. If
You know
you run
what?
into extremes, that's crazy.
You know what?
That's crazy.
I'm so tired of y'all being so disingenuous. Y'all
I
disrespecting
know,
y'all
right?
bodies by staying up past 1 a.m. Y'all need to get some sleep. You need to
You
have
go.
some emotional intelligence and stop being narcissists.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
All right. Be empaths and know what it is to
Ugh.
care for everybody. Okay. Cause you know, from my
Look, I'm only
anecdotal
up tonight because I'm a Leo.
from my anecdotal experiences, you know, I've never got licked and stroked in a subway.
I ain't get licked either, bro. Like what?
All this bit. Oh, fire me. That was crazy.
Hold on, wait a
No,
minute.
no, but real talk though, I feel where you coming from though, Kev. But the thing is this: disrespect holds no borders, and it 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 bounces around loosely. So, example, like when you're talking, right, and you're having a one off with somebody on this panel, and then somebody you say one thing, it's like no, that's not it, and then you're like, hold on, I'm talking. You see what I'm saying? That's responding to disrespect. That's
Exactly.
addressing, but it's not a direct response, but it is a response, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so people will come and convey that like, oh, never respond to any disrespect when that's completely impossible.
Oh no.
You see what I'm saying? That's completely impossible. So it could, like I say, you have to always say something really small just can really just be the deterrent factor of, oh, I know not to do that with him, or I know not to do that with them. You know what I mean? Because then if you don't do those type of things, then we always talk about helping the community. And if you don't address them and that person go out, you're like, you know, I could have said something like, hey, you should probably not do that, or you shouldn't do this. And they probably wouldn't be in the position that they would have been in. But we don't try to think that far. We go to the limited parts of this needs not to be addressed, this needs to be addressed, or you need to address this when this happened, when this happened. And it's like, no, sometimes the most simplest thing is the solution for many things. So disrespect is always going to be addressed. It's just on how it's being addressed.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get out of here, and I'm not gonna disrespect my body because I got to be up, because I got some more firing to do.
Alright,
Because I
okay.
am
Good night.
disrespectful.
Yeah. All right, for sure. Appreciate you, man.
Alright, good night.
I wanted to say like, this another thing I wanted to add in there is like when we feel like it's an accomplishment, when we feel like we made an accomplishment by returning the favor or whatever we want to call it or so, I feel like that's a problem. Well, it's something rooted behind that though. That, 'cause I really like. Overall, I
What?
never mentioned that it shouldn't be no response to anything or whatever. I wouldn't say that. I probably wouldn't, because that's where the human part is at. That just ain't real. But I'm just saying that, and it's just stuff I had to realize about myself. 'Cause like I told you, I was brought up in a freaking ego-driven type, prideful, if I ain't taking none type lifestyle or whatever. But I had to realize, why am I doing these things? I think my overall reason why I'm talking about this is to get to the root of what we doing it for. Is it really worth it, and why we do these things? And uh, but what I'm saying is, like, you feel an accomplishment because you check somebody or something like that or whatever. I feel like that's the problem. Oh, that's it. That's a problem. I mean, because now that I've adjusted my I guess the way I look at it, and the way I change my life around it, I feel accomplishment when I actually avoid a situation, or when I actually didn't respond the way a person wanted me to respond and stuff. So I don't know. That's why I say everybody kind of different. There's no longer like, oh dang, I got to put them in their check. So I feel like I'm an important person now or something like that. I think I feel just a little bit more better the opposite way when
Are you talking about
this sucker try to make
satisfaction?
me, huh?
Are you talking about satisfaction? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure I
people get that
understand.
satisfaction feeling. Yeah, that's what it
Okay,
is.
gotcha.
Just like that, because I was one of them, right? I mean, I still like that every now and then. I be having to feel like, why I do that and stuff. But I think I'm adjusting my life to feel satisfaction of just simply, not stooping to people level and not reacting the way people want me to react and all that stuff. So I think, like I said, and that's why I look at it more. I say. Like a trophy. I feel like it's more of a trophy in that way. Some people look at a trophy as in, I put this person in my place. I feel like that's just that's not a cool way and it's a reason why people feel like that and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. That's how I just
I
look at it.
mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why people react the way that they do. I do agree with you as far as the satisfaction goes, but I don't think a lot of people, at least I personally believe, I don't think a lot of people get satisfaction out of it. I think for a lot of us, to us it's normal, right? That's normalcy, right? So using me as an example, I grew up in a home where people mostly drink and yell at each other. They yell, they scream, they fight, right? Growing up, I thought that was normal, right? I thought that was normal behavior. Conflict is normal, right? Now that I've done a lot of work, I've changed a lot of things in my life. It's learning how to be okay with the mundane and the calm, right? You can handle conflicts with people. That doesn't have to be yelling, screaming, fighting, you name it. You know what I mean? It don't have to be that extreme. It could just be like, look, I'm not understanding this. What are you not understanding? Right? It's getting to the root of being like, okay, well, why are we having a disagreement in the first place? That takes practice. That is hard to do, especially in the heat of a moment, right? When you're in the heat of the moment, or you're just like trying to get something across and people just aren't getting it, that's hard to do. It's hard to practice. But I think for a lot of people, the reason why they respond is that's all they really know. And I'm not sitting there saying that they're right for that.
I like how you said that.
It's hard to break. Oh, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, giving it a little bit of compassion, because I heard everybody talking about, when I was asking New Year's question, everybody, I'm going to be more compassion. Then this is me holding you accountable to your compassion. Here's the time for you to show compassion, show some understanding to another human being. For some
True.
people, that's all they know. For some people, that is normal. To be calm and then handle the conflict calmly is scary to them. They don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? So if you're one of those people who said, hey, I want to have compassion, I'm gonna work on compassion this year, Kev, I'm holding you to that. Have the understanding.
You already know about the code, so yes. But I've been had the compassion though. But like I said, I just said I just don't want. Okay, I guess I try to avoid excuses as much as I can, even though I know there's a reason why. I don't
Okay.
want to call it. I don't want to call it an excuse though. But so I do
Well,
understand it. I never said I don't understand. I can't be disingenuous like I don't understand it. But
I just want to correct though for people who may misunderstand.
oh,
Understanding doesn't mean acceptance. You can understand why somebody does something, that doesn't mean you accept it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. No, you don't have to accept somebody who's going to
Right.
respond to every fucking thing, but
Exactly.
understand that there are multiple reasons as to why that person is doing that. And
Mm-hmm.
the only way to fully understand that is to, one, know that person.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
But I
So,
was about to say, I like how you said it's normal, right? And I feel like you still kind of remixing what I said about being it's a satisfaction. Because if you think about it, right, if it's normal to you, if it's normal, that means
good night, sweetie.
if you don't do it, that means you wouldn't feel satisfied because it's so normal to you. Because imagine if a normal thing that you don't normally do or something like that. That means you will feel like it's something missing. Because I was about to ask, like, okay, since it's normal, what will happen if you don't do it? You'd be like, dang,
Well,
something missing.
well, yeah, you're going to feel like something's missing, but that doesn't always necessarily mean that there's satisfaction,
You'd be
right?
well,
So, for example, again, I'll use me as an example. I'm learning how to have conversations and handle conflicts and people who have opposing views from me in not an extreme way, right? Not saying that I was ever the type of person who would cuss you out, right? Certain things, like at one point, yeah, if you disrespected me, I just hit you. Like there was no conversation. I didn't even speak, right? That's not the way to be, right? However, that was very normal. That didn't mean that I got satisfaction in doing that either. Matter of fact, if anything, I avoided people more because I didn't like being in those situations, but I didn't know anything different. So just because something becomes normal doesn't always necessarily mean that somebody's getting satisfaction out of it either. It could just be stepping out into the unknown, right? That is terrifying when you ask somebody to change and be something different from who they actually are, right? And that's the scary part. That's why people retreat and they make excuses as to why they can't get things done, right? Where you and I have to come on here and be like, no, we gonna sting you because you need to, you know what I mean? We ain't gonna coddle you and sit there and be like, oh yeah, it's okay. Keep doing and indulging in your bad behaviors. You gonna get everything you want. No. All I'm simply saying is let's work more on the understanding if we're gonna talk about compassion. Because compassion is understanding. It's not acceptance. It's understanding why somebody is doing what they're doing.
yeah.
That's showing somebody compassion. I don't know where everybody thought compassion is, oh, I gotta accept you and your bullshit. No, the fuck you don't. I don't gotta accept shit. Right? I can have compassion for you and understand why you may see or view things the way that you do. That's different. So that's all I'm saying. So again, with that being said, am I sitting there saying that yes, you need to respond to everything? No. I think that if you're somebody who avoids and you only avoid because you think the other alternative to that is the extreme, which means you need to go tit for tat, you need to match energy, you know what I mean? Oh, they said they was gonna punch me in the face, so now I gotta go tell them I'm gonna punch them in the face. That's an extreme. Boo boo. That is not
Go to bed.
a response. You
I think I
beat her
beat her.
this time.
I think I beat her. Yeah.
Hey, she beat you twice last time.
I know.
That's all I'm saying.
It'd be that delay, man. She be giving me.
That part. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, y'all, just think about it that way. No, you don't.
And she came in yesterday. She gonna come out the room and come back in and redo it again. That was some funny stuff. I was like, what the heck?
Again.
She said, let me refresh
She
my
beat you
go.
twice yesterday. She beat you twice and had me tell you twice. He said it after. Yeah.
He said it after. I always say it after. I told you it's the delay. That's why I look like it. But she confirmed it. She see that I beat you. That's how late your stuff came. Yeah.
I'm gonna beat again. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all. Hey man, I'm just saying. But we never really answered the question before that. Dude,
We
do you
did. We
believe
skipped
a lot
right
of
straight to that.
people?
I just got. I knew that was gonna be. That's why I tried to say
He
the
jumped to
best
the
for
very
last.
last question. Like, I don't know. I was gonna say something. I was like, bro, can we go through the other questions? Because you literally asked a question about the first question and jumped to the last. Like, we didn't even hit
Right.
everything in between.
And then dipped after that. After we done talked
And then
about it
dipped.
all.
Like, bruh, how you gonna Irish goodbye? Alright. So, do you believe a lot of stress and traumas are behind their needs? Go ahead, Kev. Don't you get up and leave, bruh.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I was getting my phone.
Kebby
I feel
Irish
like I know
divine
what
me to the
what
point
this
now I
text
now
message
have
might be. I knew it.
trauma.
I just said I know what this text message about to be.
She beat
Horrible.
you. She beat
And
you.
she done do it. Oh shoot. Oh, this dude trying to hit me. That's what she said. You said me first. I knew it.
Yeah,
You
you
over there
first, sis.
laughing. I knew it. Ah man. I know what that vibrate. Ain't nothing vibrating this late at night. That's not funny. I knew it. All right. Do you believe other
Also,
people?
I'm going to come up and contribute to the conversation. By all means, do so.
38
If you
people.
happen, let's talk. Let's talk.
So I would say, yeah. Well, of course, I wrote it down for a reason, so of course I believe it. Because a lot of people be like cigarettes. I need this, and even another partner. I need my partner. I need this or whatever. I think it is. It's covering up their internal stresses and traumas. You know, the reason why I also say that too, because about that when somebody was like, I need smecks, right? They were saying that stuff, and I'm like, bro, something is. And it probably even, I would say even covers addictions, but even with that, it's a. I still think it cover up a stress too, because some people be saying that if I don't get it right, I stress. I had to think about that while we be saying it all our life when I was younger. I'm like, bro, why when we don't get certain things, I'm gonna be stressed out. So it's
Mhm.
like, bro, like, was we really hearing these things that we saying and stuff? So, I think a lot of the times, yeah, people, these needs that people have, I need a cigarette, I need a partner, I need all this stuff. I think it do cover up stress and different stresses and traumas and stuff. That's the reason why they say I need it and stuff, rather than admit that they have traumas or stress. They're not gonna admit it. They just gonna be like, well, I'm
Addiction.
stressing now. Or they gonna say I'm stressing, but they not really getting to the root of why am I stressing. Nobody ever say that, you know what I'm saying, and how to avoid getting to that level of stress. You know what I'm saying? They rather say, I'd rather take a pill, I'd rather do it away, or I'd rather, drink it
Mhm.
away, anything. They always come with a bunch of reasons why they, and don't know why they stress.
Yeah. I think for the most part, when it comes down to it, when people say stuff like that, they really talking about addictions, and addictions are really
Yeah.
good at making them seem like their needs,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when I was getting sober and coming off alcohol, at one point, I used to sit there and be like, "Nah, man, I need a drink. I need a drink. Y'all don't understand. I really need a drink." No, I didn't. I was just addicted to it, right? I didn't know how to function. You know what I mean? I had forgotten how to function without alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
So getting to that point, you know what I mean, of coming off of it, getting to the root causes and figuring out why I was drinking in the first place, and so on and so forth, is the reason why I can say I'm recovered, right? I don't have the same definitive quote unquote need or pull towards alcohol like I used to, right? Like you could put a bottle in front of me, I don't even care, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna drink it. You know what I mean? Chances are 9 times out of 10 I'm not gonna want it, just because I remember the way I felt when I was detoxing off of it, right? Like that was painful. I didn't do so with medicine. I did so cold turkey, and that shit hurt. So I want to feel that again. So with that being said, when people say, "Hey, I need schmecks. I need to be in a relationship. Oh, I need to buy these shoes. I need to buy this phone. I need to buy this game console. I need to buy this." You know what I mean? Whatever trauma or thing that the as far as the traumas go, some of those are traumas. I think a lot of those too are just things that people have been conditioned to believe,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when you're constantly hearing, "Oh yeah, Schmex is great for stress," they're not wrong. It is, but it's not a need. Like you can
Right.
de-stress and go to the gym. You can de-stress
Facts.
and, like, I don't know, eat ice cream on the
Meditate.
couch. You can de-stress and meditate. You can de-stress and read a book.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There's so many different ways to de-stress, but some people, because we've been conditioned into thinking that, oh, well, these are the only ways you can, right? That was the thing, especially like I said, when I went through recovery, right? When I went through my own recovery, I had to understand that the reason why I drank was because that's all I knew. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
know any healthy coping skills because that's all I saw. I grew up in a world filled with people who drank all the damn time. They literally went to work and they drank. So then guess what I did when I grew up? I went to work and I drank. because that's what I thought life was. Oh, you stressed out? You drink. Oh, you got a problem? Oh, you had a bad day at work? You drink. Oh, you had a good day at work? You drink. That's all I knew. It wasn't until I had to learn other skills and learn other coping skills that I was like, hey, I don't really actually need this other shit. This other shit was way better than this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's just the only thing I'm saying. But yeah, do I agree with that? 100%. I do believe a lot of people are covering up a lot of things from either childhood trauma, traumas that they've dealt with. They're trying to either make it up to themselves, and so on and so forth. So I definitely do agree with that. I know that for a fact because I kind of sometimes do that. That's why I end up buying like Nerf guns, Nerf QQs, and stupid stuff. I sound like
We've been
Hobo.
saying that's her
Oh
twin.
no.
We've been saying that's her twin a while ago, a
Yeah,
couple
that
years
is my
ago.
twin. I ain't seen her
Yeah,
in a minute though. Where Hobo at?
you know she
Nice.
come back every now and then. She
She
gotta,
don't come back.
I'm a hard pill to swallow, so she don't come over here too much.
You better
Unless
stop. She be
unless
all
cousins
weird.
come over here or something. No, you already remember
Yeah.
last time she got
I
into
don't know. I find it funny. Everybody says that, but it's like I don't like. I kind of hear it, but then I don't. Like I don't hear it at all.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say when I first met you. I was like, because I met Hobo before you. Like, she sound like.
Everybody used to say that.
I was like, wow.
It just sounds like Hobo.
Yeah.
And then everybody thought we were the same person until we were in the panel at the same time. That was
Right.
funny. That was crazy.
Yeah, but now I can tell the difference though. Because I listen to both of them, so I can tell the difference a little bit too. She a little bit more countryer, Hobo.
Well, she's actually from Texas. I just have like a weird country accent that kind of sounds like Texas, but ain't.
Whitaker, what's the deal, man? Welcome to the live.
Hey, thanks for letting me in. I just stumbled upon this convo and I wanted to join. I love listening to you guys. No Saint, is that cool to call you that, or do you have a name you
You can call
want
me
me to
No
call?
Saint. You can call me AJ, whichever one you prefer.
Okay, cool. AJ.
Whichever is easy.
Yeah, so I totally like your story like resonates. I haven't it's not like I've totally given up alcohol or anything, but I grew up in a home where like my mom was definitely an alcoholic and struggled a lot with alcohol and stuff like that. And I guess like why I wanted to come in is I was curious to hear more about, because you mentioned a couple things about like Nerf guns and all this stuff, and I was curious like when you're having that feeling of like I want to do something, I want to fulfill this moment. Like what do you do? Do you have some cool hobbies to fill it with? Like what do you fill that kind of emptiness with, like to kind of in a more productive, fun, interesting, whatever way? I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah. I think for me, first off, we have to start kind of how I got there, right? So my whole thing is that I had to get to a point where I was willing to accept that I didn't need anything. I didn't need any alcohol. I didn't need any, you know what I mean? I may partake in the devil's lettuce, but that's not a need, right?
Same.
Like that's not something I need every day. You know what I mean? I'm perfectly fine, going without it. So it's, you know what I mean? It's something that I may enjoy from time to time, but it's nothing crazy. But overall, like what I try to do is I try to, what's the word? I try to, I guess like when I have those moments, like say I want to celebrate a promotion or anything else, I go to other things that I love, which for me is food, right? I love food. I love whining and dining. I like trying new restaurants. I like trying new recipes. I like trying all sorts of types of food. So, you know what I mean? I may, like I love, say, Korean barbecue, right? So I'm like, okay, well, if I work hard or whatever, I get this promotion instead of celebrating with like, say, before where I would have been like, oh yeah, let's go get drinks afterwards. I'm like, no, let's go get Korean barbecue. Oh no, man, let's go over here. Oh no, I know about this great pizza spot. I'd rather go do that. I'd rather go hit food than anything else. You know what I mean? I love food.
Love
And
it.
my whole thing is with food is like the worst that happens with food is you just eat so much you fall asleep. Like that's the worst. That's the worst that can happen. You know what I mean? You're just like, damn, I ate too much. I fell asleep. But it's a good sleep. You know what I mean? Depending, on what you eat. So I would much rather do that. Where before, like I said, I was on an extreme. So I used to drink all the time. Like, and when I say I had struggled with alcoholism, like I had struggled. You know what I mean? I started drinking really early. You know what I mean? Really early because it was easy. It was around. It was easy to get my hands on. You know what I mean? I'm talking about a kid as young as like 9, 10, 10. Right? Again, it's not my parents were giving this to me. No, of course we were sneaking it and stealing it. But you know what I mean? That's what we were doing. You know what I mean? So flash forward to the time I was 16, you can only imagine I was drinking all the time. 17,
Oh
drinking
yeah,
all the
I
time.
mean,
By the time I was 19, full blown. Full blown.
my
Before I
mom
was
would
even 21.
tell me that she like started drinking at 12. So like I totally get that. And like I still sometimes, the thing with me is like I definitely like to drink, but I try not to too much. But when I do, I still like binge too much. I'm like, oh, I've had some, and then I'm just gonna keep having more, and that's where I
Hmm.
struggle. Um, and like, so yeah, and you're right. Like the idea of finding these other pleasures that are more not only fulfilling but just more living, like more enjoying like the pleasures of real life instead of just escaping.
Well, yeah, and also getting to the root as to why I was drinking was a big help to that. Right? Not just
That makes a
because,
lot of
oh, well, I
sense.
just
Yeah.
saw my parents do it. You know what I mean? There were also, there were things that had happened in my life that, you know what I mean, where it that numbed it. You know what I mean? I had to get to the root of those things even. So, I mean, it's a lot of work. And again, I'm not an expert. I'm not sitting there saying, hey, this is the way you kick this. I'm one person. This is just what worked for me. That's just what
Oh,
worked for
totally.
me.
Of course.
you know so what worked for me was just finding other things, food, you know what I mean, finding friends,
GTB, yes,
and that's the other
yes.
thing too. When you quit doing stuff like that, you will, I'm not going to lie to you, and I'll be 100% honest, you are going to lose a lot of friends. I have friends that I have been friends with for years, since childhood. We can't even talk or hang out now. Not because of any AA or because, like I don't drink anymore. It really what it is because I don't drink anymore. These are, you know what I mean? These are old friends that's all they want to do. Right? They hit me up, hey, Jay, let's come to the bar. Like, I don't drink no more. That's not fun.
It's amazing
I'd
how many
rather go to
people
like
just like
Waterworld.
that's like
Their
their
go-to.
Good
of
night. All right.
friendship. Like that's the
What's the
reason
D
they're
still
friends is
CD?
because they. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you good, you good.
Oh, no, you good. What's up, CD?
Yeah, like
Oh,
friend,
good.
like I feel like a lot of people, and I've experienced this too, is like the reason they like to hang out with you is because you're not going to judge them for drinking. And so
Mm-hmm.
it's like this mutual thing of like, oh, we can drink as much as we want and no one's going to judge you. And
Yeah.
it feels special, but it's like this mutual destruction thing.
Yeah, and that's like the hard part too. Is it's also like finding people who, especially for me. Like I live in Denver. Like, do you know how many craft beer companies are everywhere? At one point, everybody here was making brew. You know what I mean? Different types of
Yes,
beers and stuff.
totally. Yeah.
So it's hard. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to
What
sit
she
there and
said.
say that it's completely fruitful. I'm not saying that none of my friends drink. I have friends that do. Right? And I don't mind. For me, I don't care if they want to have one or two drinks while we're hanging out. However, we do have other things in common, and we more or less indulge in that. Right? Like I have friends where I'm like, hey man, I literally have like I think 3 friends where we literally just hit each other up randomly. Be like, hey man, they just opened this new spot, like this new food spot. Let's go hit it up this weekend. And we go hit it up. Right? There's no alcohol, we just eat food. Right? I've got another group of friends where it's like all we do is we look at comic books. I got another one that I just literally, we talk music. Matter of fact, we don't even really talk all that much, to be honest. We mostly just go and hunt for records. So we're digging through bins and stuff like that. So it's it's just finding enough people and finding friends that you can do other things with, regardless of whether or not they want to drink or not. Because not everybody's recovering, and not everybody's going to be 100% alcohol free. There's going to be
Yeah,
some people who are
totally.
going to drink, but you have to also hold yourself accountable and have that self-discipline to not drink if that's something you're
Yeah.
struggling with.
Yeah, you can't assume that you're just going to be like, in this
Yeah,
like pure environment where no one's gonna drink. And I also think exactly like the healthy way to be is around people who can drink some, and that's enough, and that's
of course.
tough. But yeah, exactly. Like, although to tangent, I'm curious what records you guys are finding. Any specific music or interesting finds you found?
Oh man, I have found so many. I got so many different records. I mean, I've been record shopping since I was like 16. Um,
What's your like favorite genre or style or whatever?
oh man, I love everything. I'm a music nerd, so it's everything. Like I've got a lot of
Hell yeah.
old school 40. I mean, other than records, I mean, I've also got like external hard drives filled with music. I've got old iPods. Like I can't even tell you how many iPods and MP3 players I still have and I'm
Oh
holding on
my
to that
god, I
still
love
power up that
that.
have music on them. Like I've got tons of just music, CDs, you name it. Like
Bringing me
it's
back to high
everywhere.
school.
So yeah, right. Like I'm only 32. So what I try to do is I try to the same I'm the same with the 420. Yeah, I'm the same way too with same way CD. I do the same thing. But yeah, so it's like, lately I think what I found recently is I found a man, I was finding all sorts of old school stuff, but I did find like an old school James Brown. I don't even know. I was at a garage sale.
Oh hell
But I was like,
yeah,
man, you got
funk.
some James Brown up in here. You just gonna let this go for 50 cents? I ain't gonna tell you shit, but I'm gonna take it.
Fuck yeah. That shit is sweet.
Not
There's
that I
something
need it,
about
because
that like
like,
repetitive funk and like the way he would just
yeah.
it would just be this like 3 or 4 minutes of just straight repetitive just like groove, and then suddenly he'd break into this amazing thing. Oh my god, so good.
Yeah. And that's like the thing, is like, finding stuff that's like that. And yeah, CD sell you an iPod. I probably could. And everything else. I just gotta find a way to pull some of the music off of it because I've got some stuff on there. Like I have back in the day, I don't know if y'all some of y'all may remember, some of y'all may not, but there used to be and yes, there were times I would pay for music, okay? I think at one point I was paying like $2,000. I ran up a $2,000 bill on iTunes and Rhapsody
I'm
at one
impressed.
point. Yeah, my parents were fucking pissed. Like, my mom was like, "Are you serious?" I was just like, I needed it. Like, I don't think you understand, Mom. She was like, "What did you need exactly?" And I'm like, it was a bunch of Maxwell, but it was live Maxwell. Like, you ain't gonna hear this again because you can see him live and he never plays the same song twice. Like, I don't think you understand, Mom. She doesn't appreciate it until now. Now she gets it. Um, totally different. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like
like, I
live
mean, but yeah, go
music
ahead.
that like I'm a huge jazz fan, so like music that is different every time you see it live is my favorite. Like I grew up, my parents were into like a lot of the sort of, classic 60s classic rock shit, which I got super into. I'm a huge Beatles fan, and I've seen Paul
Okay.
McCartney a couple times, which I love seeing him, but the problem is every time I see him is like the songs sound the same. He doesn't change much, and it's like I respect him. I love the Beatles. I love what they've done to rock and stuff. But like I am obsessed with jazz, and the cool thing about jazz is that every time you see a jazz concert, it's different every time. And I feel it's similar with like James Brown and funk and all that stuff. It's like every time they play it, it's super different, and so it's never
Mm.
exactly what you've seen before, and I love that kind of music that every time you see it
Well,
it's different.
don't sleep on the Beatles. Don't sleep on the Beatles. It just
Oh,
depends on
don't
what
worry.
versions of the
I
songs you have. Because
Oh, don't
you've
worry.
got some, like if you're just listening to like some of the old stuff, like yeah, it just kind of sounds the same. You're like, okay, yeah,
Oh,
it
don't
sounds
you worry.
whatever. But
I
there are some of those
Beatles are
live
I
sessions.
Oh,
Whew,
you don't have to tell me that. Beatles, I still, there's a super special place in my heart for the Beatles. They are,
yeah,
I know all their shit. They're just incredible, and I respect them so much, and I love them so much. But I also just
same with
most of the
Simply
time
Red.
lately I listen to jazz just because it's different. But when I
Yeah.
want something that's like I want something comforting. I want something that I know and that feels like home. I listen to the Beatles, Abbey Road specifically. Oh God, it's so good.
Yeah. I mean, my music tastes kind of range all over the place. So I can go from listening to like Mozart, Bach to you name it, right? It
Oh
goes
hell
all
yeah!
over the
What do
place. I
you?
got old school country. I've got old school, and what I mean by old school country though, I do need a preference. I'm not talking about Carrie Underwood. That's not old.
You're talking about like Hank Williams, like Johnny
Like I'm talking about
Cash,
like
like shit
Hank.
like.
I'm talking
Oh
about like
hell
Ricky
yeah!
Nelson,
Hell yeah!
like that old, like old school country. Ricky Nelson, stuff like that. I need to put more on the country side of it. I don't listen to a lot of it, but only just because I didn't have that much exposure. But man, I got pretty much a lot of the bluesy
Have you
stuff.
listened to
Um,
early like Louis Armstrong, by the way?
oh, of course, yeah,
That
yeah, I've got all
shit,
those.
oh my God, I'm obsessed with that. So, like the early, like
Yeah, I've
Louis
got
Armstrong and the
those.
Hot Five, Hot Seven. Oh my God.
Hot Five, Hot Seven, yep.
Yeah, like early
Yeah,
blues, like jazz.
old
Oh
school.
my
I mean,
God,
I
that
got I
that
got
is the
Louis,
best.
I got Frank
Oh hell yeah.
Sinatra, I've got
Oh,
Dino.
exact. Hey,
I got
I'm
old school Dino back in the
totally
day.
with you on that.
Yeah, I've
So
I've
yeah,
got all
back
sorts
to
of
that.
stuff.
Like
So
music, the joy you can
yeah,
get from that is more than anything alcohol could ever give you. Fuck yeah.
and that's like the thing, So that was, kind of to bring it kind of back is back to that the alcohol conversation. For me, like I said, it was getting to the root of it, and to be honest with you, now I don't even crave it. Like it's not even anything. Like I'm not gonna sit there and say that if somebody were to hand me a beer, like no, if somebody were to hand me a beer, I probably don't want it. It depends on what it is. Um, but I definitely have control. Like I'm one of those people where like if I were to drink a beer, it's just that one and I'm cool. Like I'm in control of it. It's no
Well, I
longer
also
in
feel like
control of
that's
me.
the thing, like being
So
able to accept the
it's
fact
the
that you
thing.
want it, but also saying no or whatever is the power, like I think people think of it as like you
Yeah.
just say no no matter what, but like you don't you block it out, but like being able to understand your feelings and your is so important. Like if you don't do that, you're never going to be able to really like exist in yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean everything's about balance. Like, you know what I mean? I can't
Right.
sit there and say
Yeah.
that like, I won't have a glass of wine with some food or something every now and again. I will.
Exactly. Right.
But the difference is like when you're an alcoholic, right? Or at least for me, the alcohol was what was running my life, right?
Yes.
I couldn't see
Yes.
myself without it. I couldn't do anything without it. I'm like, man, how do I hang out with people without alcohol? This is weird.
Yeah.
When I learned and kind of got to the bottom of that, now it's the opposite. I'm in control, right? Now, of course, I'm not naive and I'm not dumb. So there's certain alcoholic beverages I do not touch, right? Because I know
Yeah,
those
I
are my
feel you
kryptonite
there.
and I just don't fuck with them, right? Like I'm not gonna fuck with whiskey, right? I love whiskeys. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I
It's
won't
too
drink
easy
that
to
with
just
you.
keep
I
going.
won't do a shot. It's too easy for me, right? So for me, it's okay. Worst come to worst, I'll drink a glass of wine with you, right? If I absolutely,
Yep.
but I have to be in the mood for it, and there has to be a reason, right? So that means we better be eating some good food where this wine pairs perfectly with it, right? Or if we're gonna drink a beer, the food better go with it, right? It's gotta be a meal type thing. It's not. I'm not just gonna be sitting here drinking for the sake of drinking. Like who has time for that? I would much rather be doing. You know what I mean? I'd much rather be listening to music or, you know what I mean, going down the history of I don't know, blues and everything else, and getting down to the crossroads, if you know what I mean, and figuring that out. And
Totally know what
actually,
you
I think
mean.
Morgan Freeman he has a juke joint I've actually been wanting to go to in Mississippi.
Really?
So I was like, man, I
Oh,
want to
that's
map out that
sweet.
tour. Like, I want to go on that road trip and go to these juke joints and hang out. Like,
Fuck yeah,
you
that's
see what I'm
life,
saying?
right?
So for me, it's just finding things. Like, man, I'd much rather be doing that than this. You know what I mean? You just got to get to that
That's
point.
awesome. I love that.
That's all.
Listen, I gotta run, but thanks, AJ. I
For
love
sure.
your perspective, and I'm
Always.
totally down with you. And yeah, keep it up, keep
For
up the
sure, dude.
music, and all that shit. I love it. Have a great night. Thanks for letting me up
Same.
host, and
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
have a good night, all.
For sure, for sure. Have a good one. But yeah, that's all it is. Like that. But yeah, no, I think a lot of people definitely be covering up They trauma. They be using their needs for traumas. You know what I mean? You don't need them damn shoes. Calm down. You just mad because your mama didn't get you no blinky doos when you was a kid. Chill out. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
I'm kidding. Although I did, okay, like real talk though, I did find a pair of blinky doos, and all I want to say is that I'm really mad that they don't make them in size adult. I'm gonna find a picture, but I gotta show y'all. Like, these are cool. I would so wear these. What's up, CD?
What's going on, Jewel Dropper? Big Cat, what's up with you?
CD, what's the deal, man?
Thought I'd pop in for a little while.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta find this. Where these damn shoes at?
As far as what I can live without, I can't live without like books. I gotta, keep learning stuff like that, or at the very least, increase my vocabulary, because you never know when you might need it. Because it feels weird to see that I can actually say I'm older than the internet.
Right, me too.
No, don't get me started.
As far as
You're
the
the same
second
older than
topic,
Google.
I know I am, because I turned 40 this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, I'm older than Google. Like, that's fucking weird.
Right. Older than AOL. Where it started.
And for the second one about what ones that people make needs, I think when you think about it, Kev, that the topic you had out today about validation from external sources. I just be looking at a lot of people on this app or in real life like, yo, you don't need external people to validate you. Like, why do you need that? If you know you straight as far as what you doing with your life, why are you worried about the opinions of people who ain't gonna pour into it?
That's a good one you use though, but I think I have disagree with that a little bit. I think the reason why I say that is because we start off. I think validation is a need to a certain extent, so we know if we going down the right path. Because at first, our parents have to validate our lifestyles at first, and then as we grow, to do just certain jobs, though, we need some type of validation of the things that we do. I think it just depends, though, because I think validation is part of life. I think it is part of life, though.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
It's like when I said, people who actually pour into it, your life, you know what I'm saying? Like your parents.
Yeah. Okay,
they pouring into you. But, just some random person on the street that you ain't
I
never
got you.
gonna
That's
meet
probably where
again.
you was coming from. I figured you was probably talking about that.
Wait, I can tell you why they do that. Oh, AJ can tell you.
That was a hot. That ain't my style, but that was still hot though. AJ.
What was that?
Those ain't my style, but they still hot though.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They got dinosaurs on them and they light up. Like, why would I not want to wear those at least once?
Well, I got a size 13, so certain things ain't gonna look cute on me.
Look, I wear a size 8.5 in men, so like I got you on that. But I'm just saying, why are these not a thing? Like, why can't I have them in size adult? And they $25. Why can't they be $25 in size adult? Why my shoes gotta be close to $100? This is stupid. Just saying.
Well, I'm in the 150 to 180 and up range on a regular, so.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's crazy. But to answer your question about the validation thing and why people need validation from strangers, is the same reason why right now everybody needs to be validated in who they are. Because right now we have not accepted ourselves what we are claiming. Therefore, it's so fragile. We need the validation of other people. Because when you're confident in who the fuck you are and you're secure in that, you don't really care about other people, right? Other people come up to you and be like, CD, I don't think that you're this type of person. You'll be like, I don't give a shit because I know who I am, right?
Yep.
People who don't know themselves are not those people. Those people are spending more time trying to convince you who they are. And you can always tell by the conversations they have. Right?
Even when I was younger,
In
I
fact,
couldn't
is he
care
still
about
in
certain
here?
things
Where
like
he
that.
at? Where he at? He's still in here?
Who?
No, he's not. I was about to say, Gabe still in here? Gabe, one of them. Gabe is somebody who pushes really hard to convince other people who he is. But he don't believe that shit, and he know nobody else does. Like, this is the thing. I'm like, brother, ain't nobody really believing all that, but you know what I mean? Be an
Yeah,
example. Go ahead.
nowadays, I'm a firm believer. Once someone tell you I'm a saint and I'm a sinner, believe them both. I ain't gotta validate who I actually am to anybody.
For a reason.
Say what?
No saint for a reason.
Yeah. Because I'd be looking at some people like, why are you so worried about this? Like, this is not making any, I don't know. Because even in high school and like junior high, everybody, fighting to be popular, backstabbing each other. I'm just like, okay. This whole validation for popularity y'all looking for is not going to help you later on in life. Because I've sit there and watched people try to get validation behind like the clothes they wearing, the makeup they got on. I'm like, that don't mean nothing. That's superficial. Especially when you got an ugly personality and a tore up character. Because a lot of folks that's swimming down with just all that attention and that validation in high school, quite a few of them, I ain't seen them working at Walmart and like Burger King. I'm like, you went through all that stuff just to end up at Burger King. You're not even the manager. Like, come on now.
Not the manager. That's crazy. I've seen it though. I get it. You get it, bro. It's crazy.
These things, I ain't knocking nobody for they, for how they, provide for themselves. But it's just like, come on now. You was so high and naughty in school. How you serving fries?
And I think like
Like,
the internet don't help with that either too, because the internet you can literally reinvent yourself over and over and over again. Like I've seen so many people do that. I've seen people on here stand 10 toes down for one thing, and then you know what I mean, that dies out, and then they go and they flip the script, and now they 10
don't
toes
even,
down for something that they claim that they was never for. Like I'm like, bruh, that was a reinvention.
IG on here, Twitter, whatever, talking about they balling whatever, right? And we had everybody do the little buy-in. All right, for open bar, everybody put up like $100, and the same people, flashy on the internet talking about that's too much. But you driving an Audi and you got a Range Rover in the background, but you can't come up $100 for open bar. That's too pricey for you.
That part. That part. I'm just saying, man. I'm just that the amount of people I have seen like reinvent themselves so many times on here is crazy to me. Like I remember one dude, and like I gotta remember what his name is on here. I don't think he's anybody any of y'all would know though. I've been following him since I first got on this app. But I've been following him, man, and I've seen him go from I've seen him go from one extreme to the other. He done had 14 million jobs. He done been in every branch of the military in under a year. Like, it's crazy, bro. Like, supposedly. I'm just saying that. Like, I don't know how you went from Air Force to Marine in 2 weeks, but it is what it is. Like
So
that was different.
hold up, what?
Yeah. Like you out here claiming to be a Marine, but you in hunting camo. I don't know. It was weird. I was like, I hope nobody believe in this dude. This dude's weird. He's a whole weirdo. But yeah, he done jumped
Nah,
around. He done went from Air Force to Marine, back to Army, from Army to Navy, from Navy to Space Force, to Space Force to CIA, to CIA to FBI. Like he done went everywhere. I was like, bro, I don't know
I
what's wrong
hope he
with you.
doing it as a joke because he come across the wrong person that see that. Yeah, he gonna have
Yeah.
a
Oh, I
he
already
gonna have a
know.
talk with somebody.
Oh, I already know. Like I was like, bro, I hope the God you don't come across my cousin Vince. Who he gonna end you? I was like, Vince is my cousin Vince. He retired from the Marine Corps like I think 3 years ago. Like forever. Well, I don't know if it was like 3 years ago, maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. He lives out in California, but yeah, he's one of those. He don't play with that. He don't care what branch. If he was not in the military, he's not playing with it. And I was just like, you better hope to God you don't come across one of those guys, because some of y'all getting real bold. But yeah, no, I
Oh
saw him
no,
do that. I saw him jump from profession to profession. I saw him go from straight pander to women to complete red pill, from red pill back to pander. He done been everywhere. Just wherever it was trending is where he was. Is where he's been. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm
I
no chameleon.
I I would have been thinking too many parodies. Like you wouldn't know full well if I'm being serious or not. Like because some of the red pill shit I agree with, but other stuff I'm looking at them like, dude, who the hell hurt you?
Yeah, that don't be too
Bro,
extreme.
That's what I'm
like
saying. People, y'all gotta work on balance. Like everything about balance. I don't know how you too extreme. Like I don't understand how. Like, because to me, the extreme is like the pander. Like right, you have like the women panders, right? Women can do no wrong. You got those, and then the extreme to them is like red pill men. And I'm like, why y'all on just extreme? Where's the middle? Where the dudes in the middle? Because I know y'all out here, but you being
I'm,
overshadowed by these weirdos on these extremes.
yeah, 'cause I know I'm one of the guys in the middle because I understand boundaries, but still, there's certain shit like I've asked a panel full of women one time, if I'm off work and why can't you come home to a cook, a cooked meal in a clean house? How can I ask it out of you? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
hell, if we both working 12-hour shifts, okay, I got dinner tonight, you got dinner tomorrow. Work this shit out.
I guess I'm one of those people where it's like, at the end of the day, like my whole thing is like you're an adult, I'm an adult. Like if you don't know how to clean, like if you don't know how to do dishes, make yourself dinner, do what you need to do. Cause like you never know, you know what I mean? I may be coming home late from work or whatever. I can't always just be cooking all the time. And there's some days I don't fucking feel like it. You know what I mean? Like help me out a little bit. It's a partnership, you got some, I got some, let's knock this out. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather us be both out there grinding. I don't do the whole I'm gonna be a stay-at-home person. Like for what? Why? For people who want that, that's cool. I'm just not one of them. I've come to that conclusion. I don't want that shit. Like you don't get to be stay at home smoking, your your devil. You don't get to be sitting on the couch smoking devil's lettuce all day, drinking wine on the couch while I'm out here busting my ass. You guys better get up, go do something, take the trash out, do something. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I think the
So
disconnect on that one is they think just because they got a pretty face, they're supposed to be entitled to like, nah, baby, that's not how this works. At least for me, I wouldn't mind having a stay-at-home wife, but however, she in a position so in case something happens to me, she's still good to take care of the kids if we got anything together, or period. And then when I brought
to
that
be
up, a
honest,
few of them still,
oh yeah, no, continue.
yeah,
My bad, CD.
it's kind of like she in a position where okay, something like I said, something happened to me, or I get laid off some kind of way, based on what she got on backup as far as like credentials and stuff like that. She can. I'm gonna be the stay-at-home dad until I find something. You know what I'm saying? Or at the very least, we still good either way. And it's not solely on me because that shit get tiring sometimes. Give me a
See,
break.
for me, it's a dependency. I don't want to make somebody so dependent on me that if God forbid something happens to me, like you stuck. Like you better be able to like work and do what you need to do. Because like the thing is it gets harder. Like when you stop working, right, and say you go 1 or 2 years, trying to pick up a job after that is really difficult. It's really hard to start picking up a job after that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just gonna be real hard. So that's why I'm just like, no, I don't see the point. Especially if we don't have kids. Like, one, if we don't have kids, we're not married, right? Like, say we're just dating or whatever, or well, I wouldn't do that with somebody else dating, but say we're in a relationship or whatever. I just don't see the point. Like, why can't we both work and do what we got to do? Like, we could share everything. It don't, you know what I mean? It don't matter. Like,
Yeah.
you do laundry, I
We
do
got
laundry.
kids.
Like, you clean, I clean. Let's fucking cook something together. Like, what's the problem? I don't understand why. Like,
Yeah, I'm on the
to me, it never made sense to me why everything's got to be one sided all the time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're a woman, so you got to do all this. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, do men not know how to do this? But it's like the more men I talk to, it's like, y'all know how to cook and clean and do shit. So like, what the fuck?
If we got no kids, nah, we both going to work.
That's my point. That's what I'm like.
Yeah.
We can both go to work. What the fuck are you staying home for? Like, that doesn't even make sense. This ain't a vacation.
Now, if you and messing around and we ain't had a kid together, like, all right, cool. I want you to take some time off, like to really bond with the kid. And me personally, I don't like. I'm not trusting the kids around everybody. So if you gonna go back to work, I at least want to tell the child at a point where they can actually talk to let me know what's going on with them. Because I don't want to fuck around and take the child. Yeah, I don't want to mess around and take my child to like an annual checkup and then find out that they got a crack form. Like, what the fuck? Hold up, who the hell been around my baby?
See, I kind of loosely brushed on it earlier, but like, daycares are not safe for children. Like, I don't know who lied to everybody, because I'm gonna tell you, like, I was a kid that ended up going to a daycare, right? I only went to like daycares, I think, like for like a year and a half of my life. The very first daycare I went to, right, it was cool. I went there for like a couple weeks. I almost unalived on the back of a bus because they left me on there in El Nino heat in like 100-degree weather, and I was locked on this bus, and they didn't know where I was. So like, when my grandma came to come pick me up, like, they had it was like an oh shit moment. They didn't even know I was missing type situation. They found me on the bus, and I ended up getting hospitalized because I had heat stroke. I was like on the verge of getting heat stroke. So that was incident number 1. Number 2, the second one I went, they used to just beat the crap out of us all the time for like no reason. Or they would have us beat the crap out of each other just out of pure entertainment. So like, that's the reason why I'm like, bro, if I ever have kids, like, they ain't going to daycare. I don't care. I don't care who runs the daycare. I don't care if you're my best friend. You're like, yeah, I'm opening a daycare. My kids ain't going to daycare. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I saw a clip a while back. These parents showed up, right? Because something happened to their child where I think she had got like bit by other students, pushed around, like she had a whole bunch of bruises. And normally I'm against violence towards women, but that dude went off. Like he laid out all the parents involved, the kids. He laid out the staff. He was putting everybody to sleep. I
don't blame him though.
That man, because your child will come back, and he left work behind us. And folks trying to tell him to calm down, blah, blah, blah. Like, you ain't gonna tell no man or no grown woman, like, to calm down when it comes to their child. No, sir. No, ma'am.
Nope.
Everybody involved catching one. Because y'all thought it was funny and let this happen to my child. No.
That's my whole thing. I'm like, bro, that's my whole thing when it comes to daycares. Like, I have so many horror stories about daycares, or at least the ones I was in, and the one my brother went to. The one my brother went into, oh my god, they were just terrible. Like, I was just like, bro, this was not cool. And that's the reason why I have like a really strong affinity to just be like, nah, I don't want my kids in daycare ever. I don't care. I will find a way. Like if that means I gotta work like a weird split shift, I will. Like I don't care. I'm gonna figure it out. Like, but we ain't doing all that. That's crazy. It's crazy to me. And I don't trust. Like it's hard because you can't trust people anyway because of how people are. Like you got people who like touching on people, touching on these children. You got people who want to abuse these kids. Like it's just too many damn things, man. I'm just like I don't be trusting people like that for real, for real. And the thing is like some people will be like, oh, just trust the church, and I'm like I can't even trust that either because
No,
there's bad people in the church
no,
too.
no,
So like,
no,
what you do? That's why I'm like, nah, man, I gotta
no.
be. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, I ain't trusting nobody. Especially the damn church. I was laughing when they told me that. Trust the church. Yeah, right. But not because there ain't no bad people in the church. Just saying.
One church I stopped going to because the pastor got caught behind 2 underage kids, and he got like 3 women on the deacon board pregnant at the same time. I'm like, bruh, what the hell's going on here?
What the
Like,
hell?
exactly.
Yeah, nah, I'm good on that. Nah, I don't know. I want to say I got lied to by somebody in the church one time. It was the pastor. So at the church I was going to, there was like a vending machine, whatever. And I wasn't a small kid. I was like a preteen. I was probably like 11, 10 or 11. But anyway, oh boy had asked me for dollars. Like, yeah, I'll pay you back. He never paid me back, bro. And I saw him for like so many Sundays after that, and he just like it was nothing. And I like didn't want to ask him for it because I was like, I should be able to trust you when you say, I should be able to take you for your word, right? You a pastor. And then that was when I realized that at the end of the day, that's just another human being, and you can't trust everybody. Not everybody is true to their word. I guess that was the lesson that I learned. Not that I
I
needed
learned
the
that over
dollar. I just wanted to
$20.
see if he'd give it back. What was that?
I never forget. I learned that about trusting folks in church over $20. You know how they got a collection plate coming around like 3 or 4 times in the church, right?
Yeah.
So I go to church with my mom still living. And me, 9 times out of 10, I sit on the back of, right there on Heathen Road. Very last pew. So the quicker this service over, the quicker I get up out of there. But this one Sunday, I with my mother, I'm sitting next to her. They had a pastor come in, and collection plate going out. And he gonna say, I want everybody, to match this, that, and third. And he was still pulling out 5s, 20s, whatever. So I thought I was tripping the first time I saw him do it. So when I came back like a few Sundays later, same guy, he gonna pull out a 20 and say, I want everybody to match this. All right? And he go into praise God. But while he going through it, I saw this man put his money back in his pocket. But I made sure I told my mom about it. She's like, nah, you lying, baby. He did it again about 10 minutes later when the next plate came around. Said the same thing. I want everybody to match this. This time she watched it. He put that 20 right back in his pocket. Like, Me and my mom got up and left right then and there.
Yep. I don't blame you. I would have done the same. I would have been like, I ain't giving you shit. But I mean, I don't know. My introduction to the church wasn't like the best either. I was like maybe 5 or 6. And I didn't at the time, like, where I'm from, like we don't raise kids within the church. Like we already believe kids are already innocent. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like how could they be corrupt if they're already innocent if they just being kids? Kids. Of course they're gonna teach you, you're still somewhat raised, I guess, within like obviously certain value systems, but it's nothing crazy, right? Also, like in my household, like my parents always believed like our relationship with God is like our relationship. So if that means you go through religion, you go through spirituality, that's your thing. And so on and so forth. So for me, I had a little bit of a different take, but I remember when I was like 5 or 6, I didn't know nothing about religion. I didn't know nothing about God. I didn't know what the devil was. I didn't know what hell was. I didn't know none of that, right? Like the only thing I knew at that time was Batman. And my biggest theory was the reason why Batman could jump so far was because he had a cape. And therefore I need a cape so I could jump just as far. Because I believed I jumped farther with a cape. That is how innocent my little self was. So my first introduction to the church, right? So the first thing, like when I was first introduced to Christianity, was completely out of fear. By the time I hit the church, I saw some stuff that didn't make sense to me because it wasn't until years later, I think until recently, I was talking to somebody on here who is a pastor, and they were like, yeah, you shouldn't have been in the room for that. So what it was I was a kid, right? We go to this church, and I'm not in I'm not in the kids service. I'm in the adult service. And I'm sitting there, and I'm confused, and it's boring, as it should be for any kid, because you got to sit there, you got to be still, you can't do a whole lot of shit. So I'm sitting there, I'm bored, I'm like, man, I want to be here. And all of a sudden, I just saw all these people walk up to the front. I saw the pastor touch their head, push them backwards, they fell, started speaking in tongues, and they covered them with a sheet. When I'm telling you, if you ain't never seen that in your life, that is terrifying. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was terrified. I mean, obviously I didn't say what the fuck is this, but I was scared. I didn't understand what was going on. And for years, I did not understand what had happened, what they were doing. I didn't understand any of it. It literally took me until I think it was like 2021 for somebody to explain to me what the hell was going on. So, just saying, I was scared into it. So I didn't have the best upbringing in the church already. You know what I mean? That's all. I guess I said all that to say that. I didn't have the best upbringing.
My ignorant self as a kid, first time I saw somebody jumping around speaking in tongues, I'm like, oh, so I can act a fool when I become an adult? But if I do the same thing, I'm catching a belt across my behind, like, man, this ain't fair.
I'm dead.
Hey, boy, shut up.
I'm dead. Silly shit, a funny moment. I was just traumatized. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, why did they fall over? Why did they cover him with a sheet? Like, you know what I mean? Because, like, up to that point, the only time I ever saw anybody covered in a sheet was, like, on TV, and that's when somebody unalived, you know what I mean? They cover you in a sheet. And then they draw chalk around you. So, like, I was like, bro, they gonna bring out chalk? Like, what is happening? I'm confused. Little 5-year-old kid confused. Why y'all do that? Don't do that to your kids. Don't traumatize church. Just saying.
Also, when I was first coming up to this church is when I saw, was it the 1100 Club? When it had old boy with that white coat swinging at people. I'm like, if you hit my mama with that coat, she fall out, we squaring up. I'm sorry.
Oh,
like,
hell no.
Please, shut up. I don't care. If he hit you with that coat, I'm swinging on him. Because me and all my cousins were like, because somebody was doing, reenacting that in the church. We all like, hit our auntie or our grandma with that coat, she fall out. You can jump right here. Like, this ain't. Because like, I know that coat kind of heavy because the way it's swinging. You got to put some muscle behind the swing this heavy ass coat. Like, nah, bro. You are not about to hit my elderly grandmother with that coat, with that jacket. No, sir. No, sir. It ain't happening.
So after that moment, right? So this is the thing. Like, I had one grandma that was Christian, right? The other one was Catholic.
Ooh.
So I ended up going to both, right? So I ended up going to, like, I saw that, and I was kind of scared. Then I kind of, like, became less scared, and I didn't know the difference. I was like, I figured church was church. So then I asked my Catholic grandma to go to church with her and got re-traumatized again. Like, I was like, bruh, like, what? Why is there so much fear going on? So on and so forth. Not to say that I didn't end up becoming Catholic for a while in my life, for a minute there. And then that I stopped. Because again, for my own personal reasons, I stopped being religious. But yeah, Catholicism can also be kind of crazy too.
I was about 12. first time I went to a Catholic church, I'm just like you. It traumatized me to the point of like, I'm walking. First time I walk in, I see Jesus up there. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to turn around because y'all in here on some extra shit. Like, where you going? Like, look, y'all got people hanging up on the walls. Like, what the hell is this? Nah, I'm cool. I'll catch y'all later. Like, nah, that's a nah. Yeah, I ain't gotta explain nothing to me. Nah.
I don't know, Catholicism, like, when I kind of look back at it in retrospect, just because I have better understanding now, it's not bad. There's just a lot of rules. It's a lot of kneeling. No, I will say that it's a lot of kneeling. It's a lot of kneeling. It's a lot of standing and kneeling, and the standing and the kneeling, and confession is confession. I actually didn't mind confession. I actually liked confession, to be honest. I did like that concept. I was like, man, I feel like I can get stuff off my chest. This is nice. So I did like that. But other than that, I was just kind of like, I don't care for all this extra. Lent used to suck, bro. Like, my grandma used to make me give up some of the craziest, like, and it'd always be stuff that I liked. I think that's the reason why I also, like, when it comes to, like, my wants and needs, it's like, I can go without them. Like, because we're in Lent, like, that's essentially, you know what I mean? I remember one year I gave up chocolate for Lent. I know chocolate that whole time, but, and I was a kid when I did that. But yeah, I'm gonna give up chocolate. No, I'm gonna give up this. Design.
When I first started like working out like crazy, giving up sugar, that was and bread, that was a hard thing to give up.
Yep.
I'm like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got a natural sweet tooth at times.
Like, that's the only reason why I haven't done it. I love Dr. Pepper, right? Again, I don't need Dr. Pepper. I love it, but I don't need it. And I don't know. I love sweets. I love like chocolate. I love cookies. I love.
I could give up like sodas, no problem. But like all sugar, like this gonna be an adjustment. Because like at that point, I wasn't even doing no cheat days.
Yeah, that's one hell of a sacrifice for sure.
I lost a lot of weight quick, the healthy way. But it was like them first like 3 months. Every time I went, because I was in Iraq for this. Every time I walked in, I ain't smell the food. I smelled the ice cream section.
Ooh. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. Now I actually gave it up. I smell it a whole lot more often. I'm like, man. But I got a goal in mind. But I might have jump up here.
I need to check myself for ice cream because
I gotta do some rounds at work. I'll swing back if y'all still up. Okay, go punch this clock. Yeah, I'll swing back. I gotta do some rounds.
I was just about to say I'm about to probably shut it to my dang on. Get myself ready for this singing. I want to see y'all vocals in my mirror room.
I don't know.
You go ahead and bring that. You can bring that Barry White. I know we ain't getting no bass in there in a while. Girl, you getting over your little baby.
My singing, so I ain't singing.
We need a couple of your, all right, AJ's, give me a treat, give me a treat. That's all we need to hear.
I was singing a song about aging earlier, and he was like, "You in these damn songs," and I was like, "Bro,
nah." I was just saying how creative. Everyone's so creative.
Everybody's so creative.
That's funny. That's funny how this.
What's up, there?
Yeah, but Mary, I give him his brother. Mary has probably had the most interesting live I've ever been on. Next to yours, Kevin. I ain't gonna lie to you. You attract some very peculiar people at times in your life. Like Like, does she not know, or does he not know? They just contradicting the hell out of themselves. Like, huh?
Like, dog, what the heck?
All I'm saying is that I would love to go to more Mirror Check's lives, except Mirror and Kev like to go live at the exact same fucking time.
Duh.
Y'all irritate my soul with this shit. Pick
We be
one.
like,
One
give
at
us
a
a treat,
time.
give us a
Yeah.
treat.
But the part that kills me, right? This is the one that kills me. I could jump on here, and a lot of times it's usually on like a Monday or Tuesday. But I'm gonna come on here. Kev gonna be live at the exact same time. Mirror's live at the exact same time. Lala live at the exact same time. Alter live. What the fuck?
You gotta split yourself in four, man.
I'm like, how am I
Don't feel
supposed to
bad,
split
AJ.
myself in four?
Turn to
I'm the
four
same way.
AJs.
And then you know who simultaneously goes live after that? Cousin. During the same
Oh,
time everybody live. I'm like, y'all all suck because y'all always be complaining. AJ don't ever come to my live because you all got
right,
live at the exact same fucking time.
right.
We get 4 AJs. Okay?
All right, we better
Oh
get four
Lord,
AJs,
oh
right?
Lord.
Four gym droppers.
I have to find a way. I'm gonna have to buy 2 more phones now.
Yep. That's what you. I was just about to say. You gotta do that then.
I got
AJ
3 phones.
2.0, AJ 2. I gotta get the original though. I'm getting the original AJ.
You
They
get
get the
no Saint
leftover
AJ. Look,
AJs.
you get no Saint AJ. Okay. Mirror can get no Saint motivation if he want. No Saint gaming. There's no Saint productions. There's no like, bruh. And then there's my backup page, which is no Saint AJ.2. So
Right.
like, I already got 5 pages. I just can't be on all 5 of them bitches at the same time.
Yep. Gotta make it happen. Say no.
I don't think they're
Okay, and I ain't even
ready for 4 or 5 masculine pick me like they like to try to call AJ from time to time. Like, what? That threw me off because another person I know, she got called a masculine pick me. Like, how the hell does that work? And she's
Wow.
calling out bullshit. She's calling out bullshit. She ain't on one side of the fence, she ain't on the other side of the fence. If you messed up, they're gonna call you out on it. How's that being masculine or being a pick me?
a
Boy,
pick me now. That's cute. Yeah, that's a new one. I didn't even hear that one. She called me a pick me. That's cute.
that's cute.
That's cute, bro. If you think I'm a pick me, you just mad because I hurt your feelings. Like let's
You don't even
be
lie.
real, because I call everybody out. Men, women, dogs, cats,
Oh my.
everybody hit.
Hey, Kev, you
Everybody
gotta make
hit.
a topic about masculine pick me's.
The masculine, right?
Yeah, you got masculine pick me.
To pick
It's on my
us.
ass. I was just like, that's fine. The funny part is that in order for me to be a pick me, I got a question with the pick me thing now. If I'm a pick me, right, and because I'm a woman, does that even really apply considering I'm gay, or does that just make me red pill? Like, I really need to know. Date women, so I'm confused.
That's why I'm confused about that. So she's masculine for calling out bullshit, but you're also saying she's a pick me because she caters to the people that she dates. Like, how the fuck does that work? That's like I got a saying back here. You're not here when I work with people. I'm gonna keep it as smooth as Gary Coleman. They're like, what? Or there you go with a green stop sign situation. Like, what you mean by that? It's a green stop sign. That's the only thing I can think of right now based on the information you just told. Exactly. I don't know. Are we
All I'm
going left,
saying,
right, or what?
I don't know. I don't know. I always find it funny. I do find it funny. Because like I said, because I don't really I just let delusional people stay with delusional people. So if you too delusional, you can't come talk to me about it. Like, that's fine. You can stay over there and stick with your delusion. But if you upset because of something I said, chances are the shoe said will just get to stepping. I don't typically care. It's it.
Do you? Boo?
Do you, boo? It's you. Do you. But all I'm saying is get to stepping, okay? Y'all keep doing this weird shit, and then y'all want to take 45 minutes to land the plane. You don't even know where the airport's at. Like, I'm gonna need y'all to get your GPS right. Just saying.
Let me ask you a question. Do y'all think I'm mean?
Hmm.
No.
Is that what?
Kev, do you think I'm a mean person?
Oh, heck yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to. I'm gonna be seeing you in that many panels to know that you be in the
Yeah,
comments for the most part.
yeah. Until someone say something slick, like, okay, I can't let me up. I gotta show off for about 10 minutes, and I'm gonna go right back down to Houston Road.
Oh no. Did somebody call you mean, CD?
I've been called mean. I've been called. I've also been told that I need to drop my standards, and I'm like, first of all, how am I mean? Because I call out bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, I'm one of the few. I actually prefer, like, to me, like, what's between her ears is more valuable than her legs. Like, I can get what's between her legs anywhere. You know, what's between her ears, that's more appealing to me. Two, it's like we were talking about. If I cook, she clean, vice versa, like, basic stuff I'm asking for from a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I need to lower my standards when I'm only asking her initially for the basic stuff? If she got her own car, if she got her own place. Like,
Uh-oh.
you
Something
know what I'm
up.
saying? Like,
Something
why
is
do I need
up.
why do I need to lower my standards? Like, that don't even make sense.
Hey, I'm sorry, Raph. I just wanted to say, get your passport, bro. Don't nobody want you. You're rejectable.
I knew she was coming with something.
Nobody,
I knew she was coming with
nobody
something.
wants you. Nobody's gonna respect you here. Go find you a woman somewhere else. I have an agency that women collect money for rejectables, so y'all can go get your passport. Cause
Mm-hmm.
you're unwanted, brother. I'm sorry. Nobody wants
Mm-hmm.
you here. We don't respect you. We don't value you. I quit. Bye, y'all.
I
I'll
can't
take it.
wait. I can't
Thank you for
Oh,
the
wait.
advice.
nah. You gotta now come on back here. Instant follow, real quick.
All right, what's up? I'm just playing.
Oh
I
man.
was gonna say she gonna say all that and mic drop and just leave.
Ain't
I
that
was, I
so?
was, I was gonna do it. I was gonna drop.
That's so bold,
Oh
man.
no,
But I take that though.
I needed that laugh.
Before,
I
before
thought
I
I was
do it,
wondering what the heck was going on. I just couldn't put my finger on it.
I just want to say, brother, you is kind, you is smart, you is important. Good
Yes.
night.
I needed a validation. I'm good. I'm validated. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm no
A
longer triggered
validation.
for being an adult.
I
So,
am validated. Yes. I'm kind. I'm smart. I'm loyal. Oops. That's what you call it say. Oops.
I'm dying.
Hold up.
Oh,
Bro, I'm dead.
DJ Khaled said that. Dang.
I've actually been in.
Thought I was. Is
I've
she out of
actually
here?
told folks,
I be doing it. I be doing it
man.
when she be having that freaky talk in her room. So I'm like,
Yeah,
it was time for me to go. Time for
because
me
that's
to
why I
go.
swear. Them whole like, bro. I understand why you can get a woman in the U.S. because you just your whole aura says you creepy, bruh. Like,
I be sweating too much in there. I gotta get up out of there now. I'm out. They talk about too much.
Oh Lord, you
I'm
crazy.
like, ugh.
I don't really be caring. I don't know,
Mm,
man. I feel like the only time I really dip out of panels 9 times out of 10 is like if I feel like the conversation ain't going nowhere. Or
hmm
somebody done derailed it into like a really weird place, and I'm like, I don't even know how to like cleverly bring this back to the topic. At this point, I gotta go. I don't know what y'all
hmm
talking about, or if people just get way too stuck. Like I'm just
hmm
like, bruh, my
Yeah.
brain cells are kamikaze pilots listening to y'all. I gotta, we gotta
Uh,
fix that. But other than that, that's it.
Like, I'm gonna need a BC powder the size of a hockey puck after this conversation with these folks.
yeah, I'm
I'm gonna
about
head
to
all the way out.
go ahead. I
Look,
might hunt
Lord,
a couple lives and I'm gonna call it a night, man.
Yeah, I'm jumping out. I'm going tonight. I don't know what y'all doing,
I'm about
Hmm?
to go
and
clock back in.
yeah, we'll
Clock
clock
back in.
in.
What you was on break or something?
Yeah.
Hell
Lunch.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Get
cool.
back to driving this forklift around so they don't come calling me
Hey,
for nothing
I'll
for no
be back
reason.
there again doing it.
Yeah,
Boy,
because you understand my pain when I say this.
boy, I
When stuff
already
around
know.
that,
Right.
they won't call you for nothing. But the minute the line go down, here they come calling you for everything they don't need.
You, it's you.
I'm like,
Oh,
what you
you
gonna do?
ain't
Put
want
it in
to
the bank?
acknowledge the good work I did. This dude Charles Brooks keep tagging me and stuff. What the heck? I hate that I don't follow him. He my secret weapon though, man.
Yeah.
Trying to use him to see where everybody's emotions is at.
That's one that I can say. Since the internet became uh, publicly used,
Mm-hmm.
I've seen so
Yeah.
many people just so damn triggered over the littlest thing. Like, it was a joke. Calm down. Don't you tell me to
Bro.
calm down. I'm like,
Exactly.
yo, I got raised on Eddie Murphy and Raw, George Jefferson, and Archie Bunker. Like, you can't offend me, right? I'm desensitized to just regular.
Hachi.
That one word who I can't spell or get a true definition of offends me. Shut up.
Hey,
I be
looking like we
using
about
big
to be
words.
back at the that app called Clapper. If they what you call it down?
Oh hell, I went and deleted that shit after like.
What moderator I got in here that did that?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's the deal, man? How you feeling?
Well, normally I just say hi, how are you when I enter these things.
Good.
So I guess hi, how are you?
I'm good, man.
I'm glad to hear that.
You?
Great. Where you
You
from?
got for us?
Oh, let's see. Shit, we'll jump right into it. Depending versus relying. You know the difference. Yeah, most times. What are things you can't live without and why? Things I can't live without.
Mhm.
Oxygen, water, food, logically, but then shit, man, probably God and
Hey, somebody
companion
finally said it.
companionship of some type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wants people make needs. Oh shit. What are the wants that people make needs? Money. Money is a want. Hey, for real, look. I came up with this thing. It's like, thank you, God. It's like, so money don't grow on trees, right? And it's so simple. You got monies, you got trees, then you got fruit. Okay. So you got
Mm,
money don't grow on trees, but money is trees. So
mm,
you make money to buy food, to eat, to work, you know what I'm saying, to buy
mm-hmm.
food. But money don't grow on trees, money is trees. But fruit trees are free though. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
free food. So working for food, like money for food is retarded. Like it don't make no sense. You spending your time to make money to get food and water, to live, to have to go to work to do that. When you can get that shit for free.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that weird? It's like,
Yeah.
why would you need, like, you don't need money. You could for real just sit at home and play
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
eat
that's I
food.
already know you talking about that. Yeah, that don't make sense. I remember when Orlando Brown was saying that junk. Said we gotta pay for apples. That was funny.
Now paying for water is bullshit though.
That
Like
too,
you
water.
can't charge
He said
people
go
for
to
water.
bed.
Yeah, you really can't charge people for water.
All right.
That's just
Wow.
fucked up. Like they got a privacy act keeping the recipe for insulin away from the public. I would rather, you know what I'm saying, somebody make that shit in their garage to save my grandma rather than my grandma not have it and pass away. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's bullshit outright. Government's in on it. Talk about, oh, we can't do nothing. Well, seize their shit because they're making it off the backs of unalived Americans because they having to ration insulin and shit. But that's the government. Man, the government, everybody know they corrupt. But
Facts.
yeah, what are we really going to do besides bitch about it? Because we can't ever agree on nothing. We always
For the
fighting
most
about it.
part. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
They can make us feel like we doing something for it and contribute to it, but
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
higher ups is there. They got their position.
Yeah, but shit, all we really have to do is agree on one thing. If all
Yeah.
people agree, one thing, it could be done overnight, no matter what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So I feel stupid as an American for real though. Like, what are the chances to be in America and then be like getting fucked by America, but be in America and not be able to do nothing about it as an American? You know, because normally Americans have like the diplomatic shit in other countries or whatever, and it's like in
Mm-hmm.
my own country, I'm fucked. Like just along for the ride. Kinda, you know, because there are good things. There's always good with bad, you know, and but good and bad is just an opinion. They really ain't, don't exist like that. Once the
Facts. Yeah,
people
it's
make
subjective.
news,
That's a big argument I've been having lately with that. So
what?
I understand why people say it's objective, but
You talking
mm,
about facts?
the no good and bad, right and wrong. But I want to make that a topic, but that got so harsh one time. People was getting mad. I'm like, bro, they was, and some people just like not trying to. They not trying to. So I'm like, whatever. I talk about that when I got the brain cells for it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
So do
I
you
think I
feel
just
like it
became
is?
so open minded. That's the reason why I think it is. But yeah,
How do you think it is to God though?
hmm
How do you think it is to God?
to God, yes, most definitely. It's based off the beliefs of God. I would say it's most definitely an objective, good and bad. But then again, like things are allowed, good and bad, that's done for the right. So I think overall, what is happening in life is right. You know, I don't
Uh-huh.
think if things was not allowed, it wouldn't be allowed. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if we wasn't supposed to do certain things, it wouldn't have happened. So I think everything happened for a reason. I don't believe in
Yeah.
no mistakes and stuff. So, because
Yeah, the
we can also say
possible
that we was
outcomes.
mistakes. You know what I'm saying? But we here.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, the things that it's like the laws of physics and stuff, how things react, the laws of chemistry and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
God made those, and because they exist, like because fire exists, gunpowder exists, you know, and so it's not like because fire exists, gunpowder exists, because fire has to be able to react with some form of matter, and it's here on the earth. So God needed fire for there to be sun, for us to have light, but then that means gunpowder has to be here, but then you got like bad stuff on the news and stuff. So it's like ultimately we're the ones fucking up as humans.
That's
God
what
made
it is.
everything the right way, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think to God, it's like everything just is what it is, you know.
Yep. It's already
It's
been here. It's already planned. It's been the beginning and the end.
yeah,
We might not know. That's all it is. Ain't
yeah.
nothing new
But
under the sun. I do believe it.
I believe that it's up to us though to prove that we're worthy to like imagine in this square million miles, a million light years of space, but there ain't no life except for us. And like a lot of people say we can't get off the planet and all this other stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
if you think about it, what if it is true and God doesn't want to let us off this planet because we're not the type of people that are gonna produce good fruit. You know, we're carried with us too much baggage about like bad things we can't let go of. We have trouble letting go of things that bother us that other people did, and
I think
that's the
that's
like the
everybody if that
downfall.
was the case. But
For it is though, yeah,
but he created us for a reason though. That's why I say we might not know the ultimate purpose, but
yeah,
if that was the case, he wouldn't have created us at all.
yeah. But if we can learn to get over it, you know, and see that, man, there ain't no way we can know good and bad the way that God does. So as long as we can let stuff go, we can search for, you know, what's right
Yeah,
instead of getting
most
stuck on
definitely.
some answers.
Most
You know.
definitely.
Yes, I'm telling you, yeah. Y'all paying for what did it say? Y'all paying for apples?
Apples, right? Water. I would.
He's, oh, shit. And that's real. Hey, medicine should be like a unalienable right too, because you need like food, water, medicine. You know,
Yeah.
for sure.
And we only need medicine because we ain't been eating right. You know, I think if we was to be able to eat right and do everything healthy and stuff, we wouldn't even really need a hospital for real. Unless we
Without all
injured
the,
ourselves and then we,
yeah,
have to
yeah,
fix a
need a
broke bone
doctor.
or something.
Set it,
For the
put a
most part.
cast on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with all the stuff they put in food, you don't even know. I couldn't tell you what the hell's in it. Like
Yeah,
the names
but
are,
stuff ain't pure no more. Everything is just contaminated or it got something in it. So it's nothing pure like the beginning of time.
yeah. So what's our body gonna do with it? It don't know what the hell that stuff is. Putting jet
Hmm.
fuel in a damn water bottle or something. It's like our body with all them chemicals and shit. It's like, what the hell is this? It works for this, but it also does all this other shit. I got
Yeah.
diarrhea now for no reason.
Right, what the heck?
You know, side
They
effects
tell
of
you take
sandwich
a
meat.
pill to recover it though, but
Hmm They be talking about, oh, you got IBS just naturally. No, motherfucker, it's the food you've been feeding me.
it's something right going through the
Yeah,
genes, genetics, and the bloodstream and all that.
yeah, but it's only been more likely recently. What it seems like, because they've been putting more stuff in water, food, stuff like that. Just human lab rats and stuff. What is healthy, safe, progressing addiction?
Mm-hmm.
Healthy, safe, progressing addiction is healthy would be like always making sure no contamination. Safe would
Mm-hmm.
be doing it where you ain't gonna get in trouble and stuff like that, and doing it healthily. And then progressing addiction would be like whether it's getting worse or uh, yeah, I don't know. You can progress an addiction to progress who you are. Actually, use like the release of the chemicals in the brain that's correlated with substance use and reinforce behaviors as a behavior modification technique. So if you're going to do it like that and there's no way to stop you no matter what, then you can reinforce good behavior, introspection, self-therapy, being honest, things like that, and reward yourself with whatever better than
Mm-hmm.
better than rewarding bad behavior. So that could be
Yeah.
progressing.
I'm gonna have you drop this last one. I'm about to call it.
Yeah, the less things you
Because I was
depend
just
on.
about to go to bed and then you came out and said, I'll go ahead and let you hit these last ones.
Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
The more control you have over your life. Yeah. So the less things you have, the less you have to worry about, the less things that control you whenever, like if they get stolen. Like
Yep.
if you don't have a car, you don't have to worry about that. You got that free mind space. Like in the back of your head, you ain't got shit to worry about. If you don't have a stove or a microwave or a curling iron to leave on,
Mm-hmm.
even a house, say you live in a tent. When you leave your tent, the only thing you got to worry about is your tent. And if you ain't worried about that, your mind is free. It's quiet. You ain't worried about
Facts.
shit. Yeah, that's peace of mind. It's not having a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. I'll catch you later when I can get on live again. I might get back on Saturday, take a break tomorrow.
That sounds good. Sounds
Yeah,
real good.
yeah,
Talk
for
to you
sure.
later.
Appreciate your output and stuff, man. And stopping through. But I catch everybody that's in the comments and all that stuff, and I catch you later, brother. I'll see y'all, man. I might be in the TikTok street, so